An Adventure in the Upper Sea by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I am a retired captain of the Upper Sea. That is to say, when I was a younger man, which is not so long ago, I was an aeronaut and navigated that aerial ocean which is all around about us and above us. Naturally it is a hazardous profession, and naturally I have had many thrilling experiences, the most thrilling, or at least the most nerve-wracking, being the one I am about to relate. It happened before I went in for hydrogen gas balloons, all of varnished silk, doubled and lined and all that, and fit for voyages of days instead of mere hours. The little Nassau, named after the great Nassau of many years back, was the balloon I was making ascents in at the time. It was a fair-sized hot air affair, of single thickness, good for an hour's flight or so, and capable of attaining an altitude of a mile or more. It answered my purpose, for my act at the time was making half-mile parachute jumps at recreation parks and county fairs. I was in Oakland, a California town, filling a summer's engagement with a street railway company. The company owned a large park outside the city, and of course it was to its interest to provide attractions which would send the townspeople over its line when they went out to get a whiff of country air. My contract called for 2 ascensions weekly, and my act was an extremely taking feature, for it was on my days that the largest crowds were drawn. Before you can understand what happened, I must first explain a bit about the nature of the hot air balloon which is used for parachute jumping. If you have ever witnessed such a jump, you will remember that directly the parachute was cut loose, the balloon turned upside down, emptied itself of its smoke and heated air, flattened out and fell straight down, beating the parachute to the ground. Thus there is no chasing a big deserted bag for miles and miles across the country, and much time, as well as trouble, is thereby saved. This maneuver is accomplished by attaching a weight, at the end of a long rope, to the top of the balloon. The aeronaut with his parachute and trapeze hangs to the bottom of the balloon and, weighing more, keeps it right side down. But when he lets go, the weight attached to the top immediately drags the top down, and the bottom, which is the open mouth, goes up, the heated air pouring out. The weight used for this purpose on the little Nassau was a bag of sand. On the particular day I have in mind there was an unusually large crowd in attendance, and the police had their hands full keeping the people back. There was much pushing and shoving, and the ropes were bulging with the pressure of men, women, and children. As I came down from the dressing room I noticed 2 girls outside the ropes, of about 14 and 16, and inside the rope a youngster of 8 or 9. They were holding him by the hands, and he was struggling, excitedly and half in laughter, to get away from them. I thought nothing of it at the time, just a bit of childish play, no more, and it was only in the light of after events that the scene was impressed vividly upon me. "Keep them cleared out, George," I called to my assistant. "We don't want any accidents." "Aye," he answered, "that I will, Charley." George Guppy had helped me in no end of ascents, and because of his coolness, judgment, and absolute reliability I had come to trust my life in his hands with the utmost confidence. His business it was to overlook the inflating of the balloon and to see everything about the parachute was in perfect working order. The little Nassau was already filled and straining at the guys. The parachute lay flat along the ground and beyond it the trapeze. I tossed aside my overcoat, took my position, and gave the signal to let go. As you know, the first rush upward from the earth is very sudden, and this time the balloon, when it first caught the wind, heeled violently over and was longer than usual in righting. I looked down at the old familiar sight of the world rushing away from me. and there were the thousands of people, every face silently upturned. And the silence startled me, for, as crowds went, this was the time for them to catch their first breath and send up a roar of applause. But there was no hand-clapping, whistling, cheering, only silence. And instead, clear as a bell and distinct, without the slightest shake or quaver, came George's voice through the megaphone. "Ride her down, Charlie! Ride the balloon down!" What had happened? I waved my hand to show that I had heard, and began to think. Had something gone wrong with the parachute? Why should I ride the balloon down instead of making the jump which thousands were waiting to see? What was the matter? And as I puzzled, I received another start. The earth was 1,000 feet beneath, and yet I heard a child crying softly, and seemingly very close to hand. And though the little NASA was shooting skyward like a rocket, the crying did not grow fainter and die away. I confess I was almost on the edge of a funk when, unconsciously following up the noise with my eyes, I looked above me and saw a boy astride the sandbag which was to bring the little NASA to earth. And it was the same little boy I had seen struggling with the two girls, his sisters, as I afterward learned. There he was, astride the sandbag and holding on to the rope for dear life. A puff of wind heeled the balloon slightly, and he swung out into space for 10 or a dozen feet, and back again, fetching up against the tight canvas with a thud which even shook me, 30 feet or more beneath. I thought to see him dashed loose, but he clung on and whimpered. They told me afterward how, at the moment they were casting off the balloon, the little fellow had torn away from his sisters, ducked under the rope, and deliberately jumped astride the sandbag. It has always been a wonder to me that he was not jerked off in the first rush. Well, I felt sick all over as I looked at him there, and I understood why the balloon had taken longer to right itself, and why George had called after me to ride her down. Should I cut loose with the parachute, the bag would at once turn upside down, empty itself, and begin its swift descent. The only hope lay in my riding her down, and in the boy holding on. There was no possible way for me to reach him. No man could climb the slim, closed parachute, and even if a man could, and made the mouth of the balloon, what could he do? Straight out, and 15 feet away, trailed the boy on his ticklish perch, and those 15 feet were empty space. I thought far more quickly than it takes to tell all this, and realized on the instant that the boy's attention must be called away from his terrible danger. Exercising all the self-control I possessed, and striving to make myself very calm, I said cheerily, "Hello, up there. Who are you?" He looked down at me, choking back his tears and brightening up, but just then the balloon ran into a cross-current, turned half around and lay over. This set him swinging back and forth, and he fetched the canvas another bump. Then he began to cry again. "Isn't it great?" I asked heartily, as though it was the most enjoyable thing in the world, and without waiting for him to answer, "What's your name?" "Tommy Dermott," he answered. "Glad to make your acquaintance, Tommy Dermott," I went on, "but I'd like to know who said you could ride up with me." He laughed and said he just thought he'd ride up for the fun of it. And so we went on, I sick with fear for him, and cudgeling my brain to keep up the conversation. I knew that it was all I could do, and that his life depended upon my ability to keep his mind off his danger. I pointed out to him the great panorama spreading away to the horizon and 4,000 feet beneath us. There lay San Francisco Bay like a great placid lake, the haze of smoke over the city, the Golden Gate, the ocean fog-rim beyond, and Mount Tamalpais over all, clear-cut and sharp against the sky. Directly below us I could see a buggy, apparently crawling, but I knew from experience that the men in it were lashing the horses on our trail. But he grew tired of looking around, and I could see he was beginning to get frightened. "How would you like to go in for the business?" I asked. He cheered up at once and asked, "Do you get good pay?" But the little Nassau, beginning to cool, had started its long descent and ran into countercurrents which bobbed it roughly about. This swung the boy around pretty lively, smashing him into the bag once quite severely. His lip began to tremble at this, and he was crying again. I tried to joke and laugh, but it was no use. His pluck was oozing out, and at any moment I was prepared to see him go shooting past me. I was in despair. Then, suddenly, I remembered how one fright could destroy another fright, and I frowned up at him and shouted sternly, "You just hold on to that rope. If you don't, I'll thrash you within an inch of your life when I get you down on the ground. Understand?" Yes, sir," he whimpered, and I saw that the thing had worked. I was nearer to him than the earth, and he was more afraid of me than of falling. "Why, you've got a snap up there on that soft bag," I rattled on. "Yes," I assured him. "This bar down here is hard and narrow, and it hurts to sit on it." Then a thought struck him, and he forgot all about his aching fingers. "When are you going to jump?" he asked. "That's what I came up to see." I was sorry to disappoint him, but I wasn't going to make any jump. But he objected to that. "It said so in the papers," he said. "I don't care," I answered. "I'm feeling sort of lazy today, and I'm going to ride down the balloon. It's my balloon, and I guess I can do as I please about it. And anyway, we're almost down now." And we were, too, and sinking fast. And right there and then that youngster began to argue with me as to whether it was right for me to disappoint the people and to urge their claims upon me. And it was with a happy heart that I held up my end of it, justifying myself in 1,000 different ways, till we shot over a grove of eucalyptus trees and dipped to meet the earth. "Hold on tight," I shouted, swinging down from the trapeze by my hands in order to make a landing on my feet. We skimmed past a barn, missed a mesh of clothesline, frightened the barnyard chickens into a panic, and rose up again clear over a haystack, all this almost quicker than it takes to tell. Then we came down in an orchard, and when my feet had touched the ground I fetched up the balloon by a couple of turns of the trapeze round an apple tree. I have had my balloon catch fire in mid-air, I have hung on the cornice of a 10-story house, I have dropped like a bullet for 600 feet when a parachute was slow in opening, but never have I felt so weak and faint and sick as when I staggered towards the unscratched boy and gripped him by the arm. "Tommy Dermott," I said, when I had got my nerve back somewhat, "Tommy Dermott, I'm going to lay you across my knee and give you the greatest thrashing a boy ever got in the world's history." "No, you don't," he answered, squirming around. "You said you wouldn't if I held on tight." "That's all right," I said, "but I'm going to just the same. The fellows who go up in balloons are bad, unprincipled men, and I'm going to give you a lesson right now to make you stay away from them and from balloons too." And then I gave it to him, and if it wasn't the greatest thrashing in the world, it was the greatest he ever got. But it took all the grit out of me, left me nerve-broken, that experience. I canceled the engagement with the street railway company, and later on went in for gas. Gas is much the safer, anyway. End of An Adventure in the Upper Sea. Read by Tom Crawford, February 2010.
Among the Corn Rows, from Main Traveled Roads, by Hamlin Garland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 1. But the road sometimes passes a rich meadow where the songs of larks and bobolinks and blackbirds are tangled. Rob held up his hands, from which the dough depended in ragged strings. "Biscuits," he said, with an elaborate working of his jaws, intended to convey the idea that they were going to be specially delicious. Seagraves laughed, but did not enter the shanty door. "How do you like batching it?" "Oh, don't mention it," entreated Rob, mauling the dough again. "Come in and sit down. Why in thunder you standing out there for?" "Oh, I'd rather be where I can see the prairie. Great weather." "Immense." "How goes the breaking?" "Tip-top. A leetle dry now, but the bulls pull the plow through 2 acres a day. How's things in Boomtown?" "Oh, same old grind." "Judge still lying?" "Still at it." "Major Mullins still swearing to it?" "You hit it like a mallet. Railroad schemes are thicker'n prairie chickens. You've got grit, Rob. I don't have anything but crackers and sardines over to my shanty, and here you are making soda biscuit." "I have to do it. Couldn't break if I didn't. You editors can take things easy, lay around on the prairie and watch the plovers and medderlarks, but we settlers have got to work." Leaving Rob to sputter over his cooking, Seagraves took his slow way off down toward the oxen grazing in a little hollow. The scene was characteristically, wonderfully beautiful. It was about 5 o'clock in a day in late June, and the level plain was green and yellow and infinite in reach as a sea. The lowering sun was casting over its distant swells a faint, impalpable mist, through which the breaking teams on the neighboring claims plowed noiselessly as figures in a dream. The whistle of gophers, the faint, wailing, fluttering cry of the falling plover, the whir of the swift-winged prairie pigeon, or the quack of a lonely duck came through the shimmering air. The lark's infrequent whistle, piercingly sweet, broke from the longer grass in the swales near by. No other climate, sky, plain could produce the same unnameable, weird charm. No tree to wave, no grass to rustle, scarcely a sound of domestic life, only the faint, melancholy soughing of the wind in the short grass, and the voices of the wild things of the prairie. Seagraves, an impressionable young man, junior editor of the Boomtown Spike, threw himself down on the sod, pulled his hat rim down over his eyes, and looked away over the plain. It was the second year of Boomtown's existence, and Seagraves had not yet grown restless under its monotony. Around him the gophers played saucily. Teams were moving here and there across the sod with a peculiar, noiseless, effortless motion that made them seem as calm, lazy, and unsubstantial as the mist through which they made their way. Even the sound of passing wagons was a sort of low, well-fed, self-satisfied chuckle. Seagraves, holding down a claim near Rob, had come to see his neighboring batch because of feeling the need of company, but now that he was near enough to hear him prancing about getting supper, he was content to lie alone on a slope of the green sod. The silence of the prairie at night was well-nigh terrible. Many a night, as Seagraves lay in his bunk against the side of his cabin, he would strain his ear to hear the slightest sound, and be listening thus sometimes for minutes before the squeak of a mouse or the step of a passing fox came as a relief to the aching sense. In the daytime, however, and especially on a morning, the prairie was another thing. The pigeons, the larks, the cranes, the multitudinous voices of the ground birds and snipes and insects made the air pulsate with sound, a chorus that died away into an infinite murmur of music. "Hello, Seagraves!" yelled Rob from the door. "The biscuits are most done." Seagraves did not speak, only nodded his head and slowly rose. The faint clouds in the west were getting a superb flame color above and a misty purple below, and the sun had shot them with lances of yellow light. As the air grew denser with moisture, the sounds of neighboring life began to reach the ear. Children screamed and laughed, and afar off a woman was singing a lullaby. The rattle of wagons and voices of men speaking to their teams multiplied. Ducks in a neighboring lowland were quacking. The whole scene took hold upon Seagraves with irresistible power. "It is American!" he exclaimed. "No other land or time can match this mellow air, this wealth of color, much less the strange social conditions of life on this sunlit Dakota prairie." Rob, though visibly affected by the scene also, couldn't let his biscuit spoil or go without proper attention. "Say, ain't you comin' to grub?" he asked impatiently. "In a minute," replied his friend, taking a last wistful look at the scene. "I want one more look at the landscape." "Landscape be blessed! If you'd been breaking all day. Come and take that stool and draw up." "No, I'll take the candle box." "Not much. I know what manners are, if I am a bull driver." Seagraves took the three-legged and rather precarious-looking stool and drew up to the table, which was a flat, broad box nailed up against the side of the wall, with two strips of board nailed at the outer corners for legs. "How's that for a layout?" Rob inquired proudly. "Well, you have spread yourself. Biscuit and canned peaches and sardines and cheese. Why, this is prodigal." "It ain't nothing else." Rob was from one of the finest counties of Wisconsin, over toward Milwaukee. He was of German parentage, a middle-sized, cheery, wide-awake, good-looking young fellow, a typical claim holder. He was always confident, jovial, and full of plans for the future. He had dug his own well, built his own shanty, washed and mended his own clothing. He could do anything, and do it well. He had a fine field of wheat, and was finishing the plowing of his entire quarter section. "This is what I call setting under a feller's own vine and fig tree," after Seagrave's compliments. "And I like it. I'm my own boss. No man can say come here and go there to me. I get up when I'm a mind to, and I go to bed when I'm a mind to." "Some drawbacks, I suppose." "Yes. Mice, for instance, give me a devilish lot of trouble. They get into my flour barrel, eat up my cheese, and fall into my well. But it ain't no use to swear." "The rats and mice, they made such a strife he had to go to London to buy him a wife," quoted Seagraves. "Don't blush. I probed your secret thought." "Well, to tell the honest truth," said Rob a little sheepishly, leaning across the table, "I ain't satisfied with my style of cooking. It's good, but a little too plain, you know. I'd like a change. It ain't much fun to break all day and then go to work and cook your own supper." "No, I should say not." "This fall I'm going back to Wisconsin. Girls are thick as huckleberries back there, and I'm going to bring one back. Now you hear me." "Good. That's the plan," laughed Seagraves, amused at a certain timid and apprehensive look in his companion's eye. "Just think what a woman'd do to put this shanty in shape, and think how nice it would be to take her arm and saunter out after supper and look at the farm, and plan and lay out gardens and paths, and tend the chickens." Rob's manly and self-reliant nature had the settler's typical buoyancy and hopefulness, as well as a certain power of analysis, which enabled him now to say, "The fact is, we fellers holding down claims out here ain't fools clear to the Rhine. We know a couple of things. Now, I didn't leave Wapak County for fun. Did you ever see Wapak? Well, it's one of the handsomest counties the sun ever shone on, full of lakes and rivers and groves of timber. I miss 'em all out here, and I miss the boys and girls. But they want no chance there for a feller. Land that was good was so blamed high you couldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole from a balloon. Rent was high if you wanted to rent, and so a feller like me had to get out, and now I'm out here, I'm going to make the most of it. Another thing," he went on after a pause, "we fellers working out back there got more and more like hands and less like human beings. You know, Wapak is a kind of a summer resort, and the people that used to come in summers looks down on us cusses in the fields and shops. I couldn't stand it. By God," he said, with a sudden impulse of rage quite unlike him, "I'd rather live on an iceberg and claw crabs for a living than have some feller passing me on the road and calling me fella." Seagraves knew what he meant, and listened in astonishment at this outburst. I consider myself a sight better than any man who lives on somebody else's hard work. I've never had a cent I didn't earn with them hands." He held them up and broke into a grin. "Beauties, ain't they? But they never wore gloves that some other poor cuss earned." Seagraves thought them grand hands, worthy to grasp the hand of any man or woman living. "Well, so I come West, just like 1,000 other fellows, to get a start where the cussed European aristocracy hadn't got a holt on the people. I like it here. Of course, I'd like the lakes and meadows of Walpack better, but I'm my own boss, as I say, and I'm going to stay my own boss if I have to live on crackers and wheat coffee to do it. That's the kind of a hairpin I am." In the pause which followed, Seagraves, plunged deep into thought by Rob's words, leaned his head on his hand. This working farmer had voiced the modern idea. It was an absolute overturn of all the ideas of nobility and special privilege born of the feudal past. Rob had spoken upon impulse, but that impulse appeared to Seagraves to be right. "I'd like to use your ideas for an editorial, Rob," he said. "My ideas!" exclaimed the astounded host, pausing in the act of filling his pipe. "My ideas? Why, I didn't know I had any." "Well, you've given me some, anyhow." Seagraves felt that it was a wild, grand upstirring of the modern democrat against the aristocratic, against the idea of caste and the privilege of living on the labor of others. This atom of humanity, how infinitesimal this drop in the ocean of humanity, was feeling the nameless longing of expanding personality, and had already pierced the conventions of society and declared as nil the laws of the land, laws that were survivals of hate and prejudice. He had exposed also the native spring of the immigrant by uttering the feeling that it is better to be an equal among peasants than a servant before nobles. "So I have good reasons for liking the country," Rob resumed in a quiet way. "The soil is rich, the climate good so far, and if I have a couple of decent crops, you'll see a neat upright going up here with a porch and a bay winder. And you'll still be living here alone, frying leathery flapjacks and chopping taters and bacon." "I think I see myself," drawled Rob, "going around all summer wearing the same shirt without washing, and wiping on the same towel 4 straight weeks, and wearing holes in my socks, and eating musty ginger snaps, moldy bacon, and canned Boston beans for the rest of my enduring days. Oh, yes. I guess not. Well, see you later. Must go water my bulls." As he went off down the slope, Seagraves smiled to hear him saying, "I wish that some kind-hearted girl would pity on me, take, and extricate me from the mess I'm in. The angel, how I'd bless her, if this her home she'd make, in my little old sod shanty on the plain." The boys nearly fell off their chairs in the Western House dining room a few days later at seeing Rob come in to supper with a collar and necktie as the finishing touch of a remarkable outfit. "Hit him, somebody! It's a clean collar. He started for Congress." "He's going to get married," put in Seagraves in a tone that brought conviction. "What!" screamed Jack Adams, O'Neill, and Wilson in a breath. "That man?" "That man," replied Seagraves, amazed at Rob, who coolly took his seat, squared his elbows, pressed his collar down at the back, and called for the bacon and eggs. The crowd stared at him in a dead silence. "Where's he going to do it?" asked Jack Adams. "Where's he going to find a girl?" "Ask him," said Seagraves. "I ain't tellin'," put in Rob, with his mouth full of potato. "You're afraid of our competition." "That's right, our competition, Jack, not your competition. Come now, Rob, tell us where you found her." "I ain't found her." "What, and yet you're going away to get married?" "I'm going to bring back a wife with me 10 days from date." "I see his scheme," put in Jim Rivers. "He's going back East somewhere, and he's going to propose to every girl he meets." "Hold on," interrupted Rob, holding up his fork. "Ain't quite right. Every good-looking girl I meet." "Well, I'll be blanked!" exclaimed Jack impatiently. "That simply lets me out. Any man with such a cheek ought to—" "Succeed," interrupted Seagraves. "That's what I say," bawled Hank Whiting, the proprietor of the house. "You fellers ain't got any enterprise to you. Why don't you go to work and help settle the country like men? 'Cause you ain't got no sand. Girls are thicker'n huckleberries back East. I say it's a dern shame." "Easy, Henry," said the elegant bank clerk, Wilson, looking gravely about through his spectacles. "I commend the courage and the resolution of Mr. Rodemaker. I pray the lady may not mislike him for his complexion, the shadowed livery of the burning sun." "Shakespeare," said Adams at a venture. "Brother in adversity, when do you embark, another Jason on an untried sea?" "Hey?" said Rob, winking at Seagraves. "Oh, I go to-night. Night train." "And return?" 10 days from date." "I'll wager a wedding supper he brings a blonde," said Wilson in his clean-cut, languid speech. "Oh, come now, Wilson, that's too thin. We all know that rule about dark marryin' light." "I'll wager she'll be tall," continued Wilson. "I'll wager you, friend Rodemaker, she'll be blonde and tall." The rest roared at Rob's astonishment and confusion. The absurdity of it grew, and they went into spasms of laughter. But Wilson remained impassive, not the twitching of a muscle betraying that he saw anything to laugh at in the proposition. Mrs. Whiting and the kitchen girls came in, wondering at the merriment. Rob began to get uneasy. "What is it? What is it?" said Mrs. Whiting, a jolly little matron. Rivers put the case. "Rob's on his way back to Wisconsin to get married, and Wilson has offered to bet him that his wife will be blonde and tall. And Rob dasn't bet." And they roared again. "Why, the idea! The man's crazy," said Mrs. Whiting. The crowd looked at each other. This was hint enough. They sobered, nodding at each other. "Aha! I see. I understand. It's the heat. And the Boston beans." "Let up on him, Wilson. Don't badger a poor irresponsible fellow. I thought something was wrong when I saw the collar." "Oh, keep it up," said Rob, a little nettled by their evident intention to have fun with him. Soothe him, said Wilson. "Don't be harsh." Rob rose from the table. "Go to thunder. You make me tired." "The fit is on him again." He rose disgustedly and went out. They followed him in single file. The rest of the town caught on. Frank Graham heaved an apple at him and joined the procession. Rob went into the store to buy some tobacco. They followed, and perched like crows on the counters till he went out. Then they followed him as before. They watched him check his trunk. They witnessed the purchase of the ticket. The town had turned out by this time. "Waupac," announced the one nearest the victim. "Waupac," said the next man, and the word was passed along the street uptown. "Make a note of it," said Wilson. "Waupac, a county where a man's proposal for marriage is honored upon presentation. Cite drafts." Rivers struck up a song while Rob stood around patiently bearing the jokes of the crowd. "We're looking rather seedy now, while holding down our claims. And our victuals are not always of the best. And the mice play slyly round us as we lay down to sleep in our little old tarred shanties on the claim. Yet we rather like the novelty of a living in this way, though the bill of fare is often rather tame. And we're happy as a clam on the land of Uncle Sam, in our little old tarred shanty on the claim." The train drew up at length, to the immense relief of Rob, whose stoical resignation was beginning to weaken. "Don't you wish you had sand?" he yelled to the crowd as he plunged into the car, thinking he was rid of them. But no, their last stroke was to follow him into the car, nodding, pointing to their heads, and whispering, managing in the half minute the train stood at the platform to set every person in the car staring at the crazy man. Rob groaned and pulled his hat down over his eyes, an action which confirmed his tormentor's words and made several ladies click their tongues in sympathy. poor fellow." "All aboard," said the conductor, grinning his appreciation at the crowd, and the train was off. "Oh, won't we make him groan when he gets back," said Barney, the young lawyer who sang the shouting tenor. "We'll meet him with the timbrel and the harp. Anybody want to wager? I've got 2-1 on the short brunette," said Wilson. Part 2. Follow it far enough, and it may pass the bend in the river where the water laughs eternally over its shallows. A cornfield in July is a hot place. The soil is hot and dry. The wind comes across the lazily murmuring leaves, laden with the warm, sickening smell drawn from the rapidly growing, broad-flung banners of the corn. The sun, nearly vertical, drops a flood of dazzling light and heat upon the field over which the cool shadows run, only to make the heat seem the more intense. Julia Peterson, faint with fatigue, was toiling back and forth between the corn rows, holding the handles of the double-shovel corn plow, while her little brother Otto rode the steaming horse. Her heart was full of bitterness, and her face flushed with heat, and her muscles aching with fatigue. The heat grew terrible. The corn came to her shoulders, and not a breath seemed to reach her, while the sun, nearing the noon mark, lay pitilessly upon her shoulders, protected only by a calico dress. The dust rose under her feet, and as she was wet with perspiration, it soiled her till with a woman's instinctive cleanliness she shuddered. Her head throbbed dangerously. What matter to her that the kingbird pitched jovially from the maples to catch a wandering bluebottle fly, that the robin was feeding its young, that the bobolink was singing? All these things, if she saw them, only threw her bondage to labor into greater relief. Across the field, in another patch of corn, she could see her father, a big, gruff-voiced, wide-bearded Norwegian, at work also with the plow. The corn must be plowed, and so she toiled on, the tears dropping from the shadow of the ugly sunbonnet she wore. Her shoes, coarse and square-toed, chafed her feet. Her hands, large and strong, were browned, or more properly burned, on the backs by the sun. The horse's harness creak-cracked as he swung steadily and patiently forward, the moisture pouring from his sides, his nostrils distended. The field ran down to a road, and on the other side of the road ran a river, a broad, clear, shallow expanse at that point, and the eyes of the boy gazed longingly at the pond and the cool shadow each time that he turned at the fence. "Say, Jule, I'm going in. Come, can't I? Come say," he pleaded as they stopped at the fence to let the horse breathe. "I've let you go wade twice." "But that don't do any good. My legs is all smarty 'cause old Jack sweats so." The boy turned around on the horse's back and slid back to his rump. "I can't stand it," he burst out, sliding off and darting under the fence. "Father can't see." The girl put her elbows on the fence and watched her little brother as he sped away to the pool, throwing off his clothes as he ran, whooping with uncontrollable delight. Soon she could hear him splashing about in the water a short distance up the stream, and caught glimpses of his little shiny body and happy face. How cool that water looked, and the shadows there by the big basswood. How that water would cool her blistered feet. An impulse seized her, and she squeezed between the rails of the fence, and stood in the road looking up and down to see that the way was clear. It was not a main-traveled road. No one was likely to come. Why not? She hurriedly took off her shoes and stockings. How delicious the cool, soft velvet of the grass! And sitting down on the bank under the great basswood, whose roots formed an abrupt bank, she slid her poor blistered, chafed feet into the water. Her bare head leaned against the huge tree trunk. And now as she rested, the beauty of the scene came to her. Over her the wind moved the leaves. A jay screamed far off, as if answering the cries of the boy. A kingfisher crossed and recrossed the stream with dipping sweep of his wings. The river sang with its lips to the pebbles. The vast clouds went by majestically far above the treetops, and the snap and buzzing and ringing whir of July insects made a ceaseless, slumberous undertone of song solvent of all else. The tired girl forgot her work. She began to dream. This would not last always. Some one would come to release her from such drudgery. This was her constant, tenderest, and most secret dream. He would be a Yankee, not a Norwegian. The Yankees didn't ask their wives to work in the field. He would have a home. Perhaps he'd live in town. Perhaps a merchant. And then she thought of the drug clerk in Rock River who had looked at her. A voice broke in on her dream, a fresh, manly voice. "Well, by jinks, if it ain't Julia, just the one I wanted to see." The girl turned, saw a pleasant-faced young fellow in a derby hat and a $15 suit of diagonals. "Rod Rodemaker, how come—" She remembered her situation and flushed, looked down at the water, and remained perfectly still. "Ain't you going to shake hands? You don't seem very glad to see me." She began to grow angry. "If you had any eyes, you'd see." Rob looked over the edge of the bank, whistled, turned away. "Oh, I see. Excuse me. Don't blame you a bit, though. Good weather for corn," he went on, looking up at the trees. "Corn seems to be pretty well forward," he continued in a louder voice as he walked away, still gazing into the air. "Crops is looking first class in Boomtown. Hello, this Otto? Yar, you little scamp, get onto that horse again, quick, or I'll take your skin off and hang it on the fence. What you been doing?" "Been in swimmin'. Jiminy, ain't it fun?" "When d' you get back?" said the boy, grinning. "Never you mind," replied Rob, leaping the fence by laying his left hand on the top rail. "Get onto that horse." He tossed the boy up on the horse, hung his coat on the fence. "I suppose the old man makes her plow, same as usual." "Yep," said Otto. "Dod ding a man that'll do that. I don't mind if it's necessary, but it ain't necessary in this case." He continued to mutter in this way as he went across to the other side of the field. As they turned to come back, Rob went up and looked at the horse's mouth. "Gettin' pretty near of age. Say, who's sparkin' Julia now? Anybody?" "Nobody 'cept some old Norwegians. She won't have them. Poor wants her to, but she won't." "Good for her. Nobody comes to see her Sunday nights, eh?" "Nope, only 'Tias Sanderson and old Hoover, but she goes off and leaves them." "Tch!" said Rob, starting old Jack across the field. It was almost noon, and Jack moved reluctantly. He knew the time of day as well as the boy. He made this round after distinct protest. In the meantime, Julia, putting on her shoes and stockings, went to the fence and watched the man's shining white shirt as he moved across the cornfield. There had never been any special tenderness between them, but she had always liked him. They had been at school together. She wondered why he had come back at this time of the year, and wondered how long he would stay. How long had he stood looking at her? She flushed again at the thought of it. But he wasn't to blame. It was a public road. She might have known better. She stood under a little popple tree whose leaves shook musically at every zephyr, and her eyes, through half-shut lids, roved over the sea of deep green glossy leaves, dappled here and there by cloud shadows, stirred here and there like water by the wind. And out of it all a longing to be free from such toil rose like a breath, filling her throat and quickening the motion of her heart. Must this go on forever, this life of heat and dust and labor? What did it all mean? The girl laid her chin on her strong red wrists and looked up into the blue spaces between the vast clouds, aerial mountains dissolving in a shoreless azure sea. How cool and sweet and restful they looked! If she might only lie out on the billowy, snow-white, sunlit edge! The voices of the driver and the plowman recalled her, and she fixed her eyes again upon the slowly nodding head of the patient horse, on the boy turned half about on the horse, talking to the white-sleeved man, whose derby hat bobbed up and down quite curiously like the horse's head. Would she ask him to dinner? What would her people say? "Whew, it's hot," was the greeting the young fellow gave as he came up. He smiled in a frank, boyish way as he hung his hat on the top of a stake and looked up at her. "Do you know, I kind of enjoy getting at it again. Fact. It ain't no work for a girl, though," he added. "When do you get back?" she asked, the flush not yet out of her face. Rob was looking at her thick, fine hair and full Scandinavian face, rich as a rose in color, and did not reply for a few seconds. She stood with her hideous sunbonnet pushed back on her shoulders. A kingbird was chattering overhead. "Oh, a few days ago." "How long you going to stay?" "Oh, I don't know, a week maybe." A far-off halloo came pulsing across the shimmering air. The boy screamed, "Dinner!" and waved his hat with an answering whoop, then flopped off the horse like a turtle off a stone into water. He had the horse unhooked in an instant, and had flung his toes up over the horse's back, in act to climb on, when Rob said, "Yeah, young feller, wait a minute." "Tired?" he asked the girl, with a tone that was more than kindly. It was almost tender. "Yes," she replied in a low voice. "My shoes hurt me." "Well, here you go," he replied, taking his stand by the horse and holding out his hand like a step. She colored and smiled a little as she lifted her foot into his huge, hard, sunburned hand. "Oops-a-daisy!" he called. She gave a spring and sat the horse like one at home there. Rob had a deliciously unconscious, abstracted, businesslike air. He really left her nothing to do but enjoy his company, while he went ahead and did precisely as he pleased. "We don't raise much corn out there, and so I kind of like to see it once more." "I wish I didn't have to see another hill of corn as long as I live," replied the girl bitterly. "Don't know as I blame you a bit. But all the same, I'm glad you was working in it today," he thought to himself, as he walked beside her horse toward the house. "Will you stop to dinner?" she inquired bluntly, almost surlily. It was evident that there were reasons why she didn't mean to press him to do so. "You bet I will," he replied. "That is, if you want I should." "You know how we live," she replied evasively. "If you can stand it, why—" She broke off abruptly. Yes, he remembered how they lived in that big, square, dirty, white frame house. It had been 3 or 4 years since he had been in it, but the smell of the cabbage and onions, the penetrating, peculiar mixture of odors, assailed his memory as something unforgettable. "I guess I'll stop," he said, as she hesitated. She said no more, but tried to act as if she were not in any way responsible for what came afterward. "I guess I can stand for one meal what you stand all the while," he added. As she left him at the well and went to the house, he saw her limp painfully, and the memory of her face so close to his lips as he helped her down from the horse gave him pleasure, at the same time that he was touched by its tired and gloomy look. Mrs. Peterson came to the door of the kitchen, looking just the same as ever, broad-faced, unwieldy, flabby, apparently wearing the same dress he remembered to have seen her in years before, a dirty, drab-colored thing. She looked as shapeless as a sack of wool. Her English was limited to, "How d'ye do, Rob?" He washed at the pump, while the girl, in the attempt to be hospitable, held a clean towel for him. "You're pretty well used up, eh?" he said to her. "Yes, it's awful hot out there." "Can't you lay off this afternoon? It ain't right." "No, he won't listen to that." "Well, let me take your place." "No, there ain't any use of that." Peterson, a brawny, wide-bearded Norwegian, came up at this moment and spoke to Rob in a sullen, gruff way. "Hallo, when you get back?" "Today." "He ain't very glad to see me," said Rob, winking at Julia. "He ain't bilin' over with enthusiasm." "But I can stand it, for your sake," he added with amazing assurance, but the girl had turned away, and it was wasted. At the table he ate heartily of the beanswaagen, which filled a large wooden bowl in the center of the table, and which was ladled into smaller wooden bowls at each plate. Julia had tried hard to convert her mother to Yankee ways, and had at last given it up in despair. Rob kept on safe subjects, mainly asking questions about the crops of Peterson, and when addressing the girl, inquired of the schoolmates. By skillful questioning he kept the subject of marriage uppermost, and seemingly was getting an inventory of the girls not yet married or engaged. It was embarrassing for the girl. She was all too well aware of the difference between her home and the home of her schoolmates and friends. She knew that it was not pleasant for her Yankee friends to come to visit her when they could not feel sure of a welcome from the tireless, silent, and grim-visaged old Norse, if indeed they could escape insult. Julia ate her food mechanically, and it could hardly be said that she enjoyed the brisk talk of the young man. His eyes were upon her so constantly, and his smile so obviously addressed to her. She rose as soon as possible, and going outside, took a seat on a chair under the trees in the yard. She was not a coarse or dull girl. In fact, she had developed so rapidly, by contact with the young people of the neighborhood, that she no longer found pleasure in her own home. She didn't believe in keeping up the old-fashioned Norwegian customs, and her life with her mother was not one to breed love or confidence. She was more like a hired hand. The love of the mother for her Julie was sincere, though rough and inarticulate, and it was her jealousy of the young Yankees that widened the chasm between the girl and herself, an inevitable result. Rob followed the girl out into the yard, and threw himself on the grass at her feet, perfectly unconscious of the fact that this attitude was exceedingly graceful and becoming to them both. He did it because he wanted to talk to her, and the grass was cool and easy. There wasn't any other chair, anyway. "Do they keep up the lyceum and the sociables same as ever?" "Yes, the others go a good deal, but I don't. We're getting such a stock round us, and father thinks he needs me so much. I don't get out often. I'm getting sick of it." "I should think you would," he replied, his eyes on her face. "I could stand the churning and housework, but when it comes to working outdoors in the dirt and hot sun, getting all sunburned and chapped up, it's another thing. And then it seems as if he gets stingier and stingier every year. I ain't had a new dress in I don't know how long. He says it's all nonsense, and mother's just about as bad. She don't want a new dress, and so she thinks I don't." The girl was feeling the influence of a sympathetic listener, and was making up for her long silence. "I've tried to go out to work, but they won't let me. They'd have to pay a hand $20 a month for the work I do, and they like cheap help. But I'm not going to stand it much longer, I can tell you that." Rob thought she was very handsome as she sat there with her eyes fixed on the horizon, while these rebellious thoughts found utterance in her quivering, passionate voice. "Yulie, come here!" roared the old man from the well. A frown of anger and pain came into her face. She looked at Rob. "That means more work." "Say, let me go out in your place. Come now, what's the use?" "No, it wouldn't do no good. It ain't today so much. It's every day, and—" "Yulie!" called Peterson again, with a string of impatient Norwegian. "Well, all right, only I'd like to." "Well, good bye," she said, with a little touch of feeling. "When do you go back?" "I don't know. I'll see you again before I go. Good bye." He stood watching her slow, painful pace till she reached the well, where Otto was standing with the horse. He stood watching them as they moved out into the road and turned down toward the field. He felt that she had sent him away, but still there was a look in her eyes which was not altogether— He gave it up in despair at last. He was not good at analyses of this nature. He was used to plain, blunt expressions. There was a woman's subtlety here quite beyond his reach. He sauntered slowly off up the road after his talk with Julia. His head was low on his breast. He was thinking as one who is about to take a decided and important step. He stopped at length, and turning, watched the girl moving along in the deeps of the corn. Hardly a leaf was stirring. The untempered sunlight fell in a burning flood upon the field. The grasshoppers rose, snapped, buzzed, and fell. The locust uttered its dry, heat-intensifying cry. The man lifted his head. "It's a damn shame," he said, beginning rapidly to retrace his steps. He stood leaning on the fence, awaiting the girl's coming, very much as she had waited his on the round he had made before dinner. He grew impatient at the slow gait of the horse, and drummed on the rail while he whistled. Then he took off his hat and dusted it nervously. As the horse got a little nearer, he wiped his face carefully, pushed his hat back on his head, and climbed over the fence, where he stood with elbows on the middle rail as the girl and boy and horse came to the end of the furrow. "Hot, ain't it?" he said as she looked up. "Jiminy Peters, it's awful," puffed the boy. The girl did not reply as she swung the plow about after the horse and set it upright into the next row. Her powerful body had a superb swaying motion at the waist as she did this, a motion which affected Rob vaguely but massively. "I thought you'd gone," she said gravely, pushing back her bonnet so he could see her face, dewed with sweat and pink as a rose. She had the high cheekbones of her race, but she had also their exquisite fairness of color. "Say, Otto," asked Rob alluringly, "want to go swimming?" "You bet," replied Otto. "Well, I'll go around if—" The boy dropped off the horse, not waiting to hear any more. Rob grinned, but the girl dropped her eyes, then looked away. "Got rid of him mighty quick. Say, Julie, I hate like thunder to see you out here. It ain't right. I wish She could not look at him now, and her bosom rose and fell with a motion that was not due to fatigue. Her moist hair, matted around her forehead, gave her a boyish look. Rob nervously tried again, tearing splinters from the fence. "Say, now, I'll tell you what I came back here for. To get married. And if you're willin', I'll do it tonight. Come now, what do you say?" "What've I got to do about it?" she finally asked, the color flooding her face and a faint smile coming to her lips. "Go ahead. I ain't got anything—" Rob put a splinter in his mouth and faced her. "Oh, looky here now, Julia, you know what I mean. I've got a good claim out near Boomtown, a rattlin' good claim. A shanty on it 14 by 16, no tarred paper about it, and a cellar to keep butter in, and a 100-acre suite just about ready to turn now. I need a wife." Here he straightened up, threw away the splinter, and took off his hat. He was a very pleasant figure as the girl stole a look at him. His black, laughing eyes were especially earnest just now. His voice had a touch of pleading. The popple tree over their heads murmured applause at his eloquence, then hushed to listen. A cloud dropped a silent shadow down upon them, and it sent a little thrill of fear through Rob, as if it were an omen of failure. As the girl remained silent, looking away, he began, man fashion, to desire her more and more as he feared to lose her. He put his hat on the post again and took out his jackknife. Her calico dress draped her supple and powerful figure simply but naturally. The stoop in her shoulders, given by labor, disappeared as she partly leaned upon the fence. The curves of her muscular arms showed through her sleeve. "It's all fired lonesome for me out there on that claim, and it ain't no picnic for you here. Now, if you'll come out there with me, you needn't do anything but cook for me, and after harvest we can get a good layout of furniture, and I'll lath and plaster the house and put a little L in the rear." He smiled, and so did she. He felt encouraged to say, "And there we be, as snug as you please. We're close to Boomtown, and we can go down there to church sociables and things, and they're a jolly lot there." The girl was still silent, but the man's simple enthusiasm came to her charged with passion and a sort of romance such as her hard life had known little of. There was something enticing about this trip to the West. "What'll my folks say?" she said at last. A virtual surrender, but Rob was not acute enough to see it. He pressed on eagerly. "I don't care. Do you? They'll just keep you plowing corn and milking cows till the day of judgment. Come, Julie, I ain't got no time to fool away. I've got to get back to that grain. It's a whoopin' old crop, sure as you're born, and that means something pretty scrumptious in furniture this fall. Come now." He approached her and laid his hand on her shoulder, very much as he would have touched Albert Seagraves or any other comrade. "What do you say?" She neither started nor shrunk nor looked at him. She simply moved a step away. "They'd never let me go," she replied bitterly. "I'm too cheap a hand. I do a man's work and get no pay at all." "You'll have half of all I can make," he put in. "How long can you wait?" she asked, looking down at her dress. "Just 2 minutes," he said, pulling out his watch. "It ain't no use to wait. The old man'll be just as mad a week from now as he is today. Why not go now?" "I'm of age day after tomorrow," she mused, wavering, calculating. "You can be of age tonight if you'll just call on old Squire Hatfield with me." "All right, Rob," the girl said, turning and holding out her hand. "That's the talk!" he exclaimed, seizing it. "And now a kiss to bind the bargain, as the fellow says. I guess we can get along without that." "No, we can't. It won't seem like an engagement without it." "It ain't going to seem much like one anyway," she answered, with a sudden realization of how far from her dreams of courtship this reality was. "Say now, Julie, that ain't fair. It ain't treating me right. You don't seem to understand that I like you, but I do." Rob was carried quite out of himself by the time, the place, and the girl. He had said a very moving thing. The tears sprang involuntarily to the girl's eyes. "Do you mean it?" "If you do, you may." She was trembling with emotion for the first time. The sincerity of the man's voice had gone deep. He put his arm around her almost timidly and kissed her on the cheek, a great love for her springing up in his heart. "That settles it," he said. "Don't cry, Julia. You'll never be sorry for it. Don't cry. It kind of hurts me to see it." He didn't understand her feelings. He was only aware that she was crying, and tried in a bungling way to soothe her. But now that she had given way, she sat down in the grass and wept bitterly. "Julie!" yelled the old Norwegian, like a distant foghorn. The girl sprang up. The habit of obedience was strong. "No, you set right there, and I'll go around," he said. "Otto!" The boy came scrambling out of the wood, half dressed. Rob tossed him upon the horse, snatched Julia's sunbonnet, put his own hat on her head, and moved off down the corn rows, leaving the girl smiling through her tears as he whistled and chirped to the horse. Farmer Peterson, seeing the familiar sunbonnet above the corn rows, went back to his work, with the sentence of Norwegian trailing after him like the tail of a kite, something about lazy girls who didn't earn the crust of their bread, etc. Rob was wild with delight. "Get up there, Jack! Hey, you old corncrib! Say, Otto, can you keep your mouth shut if it puts money in your pocket?" "Just try me and see," said this keen-eyed little scamp. "Well, you keep quiet about my being here this afternoon, and I'll put $1 on your tongue. Hey? What? Understand?" "Show me your dollars," said the boy, turning about and showing his tongue. "All right. Begin to practice now by not talking to me." Rob went over the whole situation on his way back, and when he got in sight of the girl his plan was made. She stood waiting for him with a new look on her face. Her sullenness had given way to a peculiar eagerness and anxiety to believe in him. She was already living that free life in a far-off, wonderful country. No more would her stern father and sullen mother force her to tasks which she hated. She'd be a member of a new firm. She'd work, of course, but it would be because she wanted to, and not because she was forced to. The independence and the love promised grew more and more attractive. She laughed back with a softer light in her eyes when she saw the smiling face of Rob looking at her from the sunbonnet. "Now, you mustn't do any more of this," he said. "You go back to the house and tell your mother you're too lame to plow any more today, and it's too late anyhow. Tonight," he whispered quickly, 11. Here." The girl's heart leaped with fear. "I'm afraid." "Not of me, are you?" No, I'm not afraid of you, Rob." "I'm glad of that. I want you to like me, Julie. Won't you?" "I'll try," she answered with a smile. "Tonight, then," he said, as she moved away. "Tonight. Good-bye." "Good-bye." He stood and watched her till her tall figure was lost among the drooping corn leaves. There was a singular choking feeling in his throat. The girl's voice and face had brought up so many memories of parties and picnics and excursions on far-off holidays, and at the same time such suggestions of the future. He already felt that it was going to be an unconscionably long time before 11 o'clock. He saw her go to the house, and then he turned and walked slowly up the dusty road. Out of the mayweed the grasshoppers sprang, buzzing and snapping their dull red wings. Butterflies, yellow and white, fluttered around moist places in the ditch, and slender striped water snakes glided across the stagnant pools at sound of footsteps. But the mind of the man was far away on his claim, building a new house with a woman's advice and presence. It was a windless night. The katydids and an occasional cricket were the only sounds Rob could hear as he stood beside his team and strained his ear to listen. At long intervals a little breeze ran through the corn like a swift serpent, bringing to the nostrils the sappy smell of the growing corn. The horses stamped uneasily as the mosquitoes settled on their shining limbs. The sky was full of stars, but there was no moon. "What if she don't come?" he thought, "or can't come? I can't stand that. I'll go to the old man and say, 'Looky here.'" "Shh!" He listened again. There was a rustling in the corn. It was not like the fitful movement of the wind. It was steady, slower, and approaching. It ceased. He whistled the wailing, sweet cry of the prairie chicken. Then a figure came out into the road, a woman, Julia. He took her in his arms as she came panting up to him. "Rob! Julie!" A few words, the dull tread of swift horses, the rising of a silent train of dust, and then the wind wandered in the growing corn. The dust fell, a dog barked down the road, and the katydids sang to the liquid contralto of the river in its shallows. End of Among the Corn Rows by Hamlin Garland. Read by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Belphagor, or The Marriage of the Devil, by Niccolò Machiavelli. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Belphagor, or The Marriage of the Devil, by Niccolò Machiavelli. We read in the ancient archives of Florence the following account, as it was received from the lips of a very holy man, greatly respected by everyone for the sanctity of his manners at the period in which he lived. Happening once to be deeply absorbed in his prayers, such was their efficacy, that he saw an infinite number of condemned souls belonging to those miserable mortals who had died in their sins, undergoing the punishment due to their offenses in the regions below. He remarked that the greater part of them lamented nothing so bitterly as their folly in having taken wives, attributing to them the whole of their misfortunes. Much surprised at this, Minos and Rhadamanthus, with the rest of the infernal judges, unwilling to credit all the abuse heaped upon the female sex, and wearied from day to day with its repetition, agreed to bring the matter before Pluto. It was then resolved that the conclave of infernal princes should form a committee of inquiry, and should adopt such measures as might be deemed most advisable by the court in order to discover the truth or falsehood of the calumnies which they heard. All being assembled in council, Pluto addressed them as follows: Dearly beloved demons, though by celestial dispensation and the irreversible decree of fate this kingdom fell to my share, and I might strictly dispense with any kind of celestial or earthly responsibility, yet, as it is more prudent and respectful to consult the laws and to hear the opinion of others, I have resolved to be guided by your advice, particularly in a case that may chance to cast some imputation upon our government. For the souls of all men daily arriving in our kingdom still continue to lay the whole blame upon their wives; and as this appears to us impossible, we must be careful how we decide in such a business, lest we also should come in for a share of their abuse, on account of our too great severity; and yet judgment must be pronounced, lest we be taxed with negligence and with indifference to the interests of justice. Now, as the latter is the fault of a careless, and the former of an unjust judge, we, wishing to avoid the trouble and the blame that might attach to both, yet hardly seeing how to get clear of it, naturally enough apply to you for assistance, in order that you may look to it and contrive in some way that, as we have hitherto reigned without the slightest imputation upon our character, we may continue to do so for the future. The affair appearing to be of the utmost importance to all the princes present, they first resolved that it was necessary to ascertain the truth, though they differed as to the best means of accomplishing this object. Some were of the opinion that they ought to choose one or more from among themselves, who should be commissioned to pay a visit to the world, and in a human shape endeavor personally to ascertain how far such reports were grounded in truth. To many others it appeared that this might be done without so much trouble, merely by compelling some of the wretched souls to confess the truth by the application of a variety of tortures. But the majority, being in favor of a journey to the world, they abided by the former proposal. No one, however, being ambitious of undertaking such a task, it was resolved to leave the affair to chance. The lot fell upon the arch devil Belphagor, who, previous to the fall, had enjoyed the rank of archangel in a higher world. Though he received his commission with a very ill grace, he nevertheless felt himself constrained by Pluto's imperial mandate, and prepared to execute whatever had been determined upon in council. At the same time he took an oath to observe the tenor of his instructions as they had been drawn up with all due solemnity and ceremony for the purpose of his mission. These were the following effects: Imprimus, that the better to promote the object in view, he should be furnished with 100,000 ducats. Secondly, that he should make use of the utmost expedition in getting into the world. Thirdly, that after assuming the human form he should enter into the marriage state. And lastly, that he should live with his wife for a space of 10 years. At the expiration of this period he was to feign death and return home, in order to acquaint his employers, by the fruits of his experience, what really were the respective conveniences and inconveniences of matrimony. The conditions further ran, that during the said 10 years he should be subject to all kinds of miseries and disasters, like the rest of mankind, such as poverty, prisons, and diseases into which men are apt to fall, unless, indeed, he could contrive by his own skill and ingenuity to avoid them. Poor Belphagor, having signed these conditions and received the money, forthwith came into the world, and having set up his equipage with a numerous train of servants, he made a very splendid entrance into Florence. He selected this city in preference to all others, as being most favorable for obtaining a usurious interest of his money. And having assumed the name of Roderigo, a native of Castile, he took a house in the suburbs of Ognissanti, and because he was unable to explain the instructions under which he acted, he gave out that he was a merchant, who, having had poor prospects in Spain, had gone to Syria, and succeeded in acquiring his fortune at Aleppo, whence he had lastly set out for Italy, with the intention of marrying and settling there, as one of the most polished and agreeable countries he knew. Roderigo was certainly a very handsome man, apparently about 30 years of age, and he lived in a style of life that showed he was in pretty easy circumstances, if not possessed of immense wealth. Being, moreover, extremely affable and liberal, he soon attracted the notice of many noble citizens blessed with large families of daughters and small incomes. The former of these were soon offered to him, from among whom Roderigo chose a very beautiful girl of the name of Onesta, a daughter of Amerigo Donati, who had also 3 sons, all grown up, and 3 more daughters, also nearly marriageable. Though of a noble family and enjoying a good reputation in Florence, his father-in-law was extremely poor, and maintained as poor an establishment. Roderigo therefore made very splendid nuptials, and omitting nothing that might tend to confer honor upon such a festival, being liable under the law which he received on leaving his infernal abode, to feel all kinds of vain and earthly passions. He therefore soon began to enter into all the pomps and vanities of the world, and to aim at reputation and consideration among mankind, which put him to no little expense. But more than this, he had not long enjoyed the society of his beloved Onesta before he became tenderly attached to her, and was unable to behold her suffer the slightest inquietude or vexation. Now, along with her other gifts of beauty and nobility, the lady had brought into the house of Roderigo such an insufferable portion of pride, that in this respect Lucifer himself could not equal her. For her husband, who had experienced the effects of both, was at no loss to decide which was the most intolerable of the two. Yet it became infinitely worse when she discovered the extent of Roderigo's attachment to her, of which she availed herself to obtain an ascendancy over him, and rule him with a rod of iron. Not content with this, when she found he would bear it, she continued to annoy him with all kinds of insults and taunts, in such a way as to give him the most indescribable pain and uneasiness. For, what with the influence of her father, her brothers, her friends and relatives, the duty of the matrimonial yoke, and the love he bore her, he suffered all for some time with the patience of a saint. It would be useless to recount the follies and extravagances into which he ran in order to gratify her taste for dress, and every article of the newest fashion, in which our city, ever so variable in its nature, according to its usual habits, so much abounds. Yet, to live upon easy terms with her, he was obliged to do more than this. He had to assist his father-in-law in portioning off his other daughters, and she next asked him to furnish one of her brothers with goods to sail for the Levant, another with silks for the West, while a third was to be set up in the gold-beater's establishment at Florence. In such objects the greatest part of his fortune was soon consumed. At length the carnival season was at hand. The festival of St. John was to be celebrated, and the whole city, as usual, was in a ferment. Numbers of the noblest families were about to vie with each other in the splendor of their parties, and the Lady Onesta, being resolved not to be outshone by her acquaintance, insisted that Roderigo should exceed them all in the richness of their feasts. For the reasons above stated, he submitted to her will, nor indeed would he have scrupled at doing much more, however difficult it might have been, could he have flattered himself with a hope of preserving the peace and comfort of his household, and of awaiting quietly the consummation of his ruin. But this was not the case, inasmuch as the arrogant temper of his wife had grown to such a height of asperity by long indulgence, that he was at a loss in what way to act. His domestics, male and female, would no longer remain in the house, being unable to support for any length of time the intolerable life they led. The inconvenience which he suffered in consequence of having no one to whom he could entrust his affairs, it is impossible to express. Even his own familiar devils, whom he had brought along with him, had already deserted him, choosing to return below rather than longer submit to the tyranny of his wife. Left, then, to himself amidst this turbulent and unhappy life, and having dissipated all the ready money he possessed, he was compelled to live upon the hopes of the returns expected from his ventures in the East and the West. Being still in good credit, in order to support his rank he resorted to bills of exchange. Nor was it long before, accounts running against him, he found himself in the same situation as many other unhappy speculators in that market. Just as his case became extremely delicate, there arrived sudden tidings, both from east and west, that one of his wife's brothers had dissipated the whole of Roderigo's profits in play, and that, while the other was returning with a rich cargo uninsured, his ship had the misfortune to be wrecked, and he himself was lost. No sooner did this affair transpire than his creditors assembled, and supposing it must be all over with him, though their bills had not yet become due, they resolved to keep a strict watch over him in fear that he might abscond. Roderigo, on his part, thinking that there was no other remedy, and feeling how deeply he was bound by the Stygian law, determined at all hazards to make his escape. So, taking horse one morning early, as he luckily lived near the Prato gate, in that direction he went off. His departure was soon known. The creditors were all in a bustle, the magistrates were applied to, and the officers of justice, along with a great part of the populace, were dispatched in pursuit. Roderigo had hardly proceeded a mile before he heard this hue and cry, and the pursuers were soon so close at his heels that the only resource he had left was to abandon the high road and take to the open country, with the hope of concealing himself in the fields. But finding himself unable to make way over the hedges and ditches, he left his horse and took to his heels, traversing fields of vines and canes, until he reached Peretola, where he entered the house of Matteo del Bricca, a laborer of Giovanna del Beni. Finding him at home, for he was busily providing fodder for his cattle, our hero earnestly entreated him to save him from the hands of his adversaries close behind, who would infallibly starve him to death in a dungeon, engaging that if Matteo would give him refuge, he would make him one of the richest men alive, and afford him such proofs of it before he took his leave as would convince him of the truth of what he said; and if he failed to do this, he was quite content that Matteo himself should deliver him into the hands of his enemies. Now Matteo, although a rustic, was a man of courage, and concluding that he could not lose anything by the speculation, he gave him his hand and agreed to save him. He then thrust our hero under a heap of rubbish, completely enveloping him in weeds, so that when his pursuers arrived they found themselves quite at a loss, nor could they extract from Matteo the least information as to his appearance. In this dilemma there was nothing left for them but to proceed in the pursuit, which they continued for 2 days, and then returned, jaded and disappointed, to Florence. In the meanwhile, Matteo drew our hero from his hiding place and begged him to fulfill his engagement. To this his friend Roderigo replied, "I confess, brother, that I am under great obligations to you, and I mean to return them. To leave no doubt upon your mind, I will inform you who I am." And he proceeded to acquaint him with all the particulars of the affair, how he had come into the world, and married, and run away. He next described to his preserver the way in which he might become rich, which was briefly as follows. As soon as Matteo should hear of some lady in the neighborhood being said to be possessed, he was to conclude that it was Roderigo himself who had taken possession of her, and he gave him his word, at the same time, that he would never leave her until Matteo should come and conjure him to depart. In this way he might obtain what sum he pleased from the lady's friends for the price of exorcising her, and having mutually agreed upon this plan, Roderigo disappeared. Not many days elapsed before it was reported in Florence that the daughter of Messer Ambrogio Amede, a lady married to Buonajuto Tibalducci, was possessed by the devil. Her relations did not fail to apply every means usual on such occasions to expel him, such as making her wear upon her head Saint Zenobi's cap, and the cloak of Saint John of Gualberto; but these had only the effect of making Roderigo laugh, and to convince them that he was really a spirit that possessed her, and that it was no flight of the imagination. He made the young lady talk Latin, hold a philosophical dispute, and reveal the frailties of many of her acquaintance. He particularly accused a certain friar of having introduced a lady into his monastery in male attire, to the no small scandal of all who heard it, and the astonishment of the brotherhood. Messer Ambrogio found it impossible to silence him, and began to despair of his daughter's cure. But the news reaching Matteo, he lost no time in waiting upon Ambrogio, assuring him of his daughter's recovery on condition of his paying him 500 florins, with which to purchase a farm at Peretola. To this Messer Ambrogio consented, and Matteo immediately ordered a number of masses to be said, after which he proceeded with some unmeaning ceremonies calculated to give solemnity to his task. Then, approaching the young lady, he whispered in her ear, "Roderigo, it is Matteo that is come, so do as we agreed upon and get out." Roderigo replied, "It is all well, but you have not asked enough to make you a rich man. So when I depart, I will take possession of the daughter of Charles, King of Naples, and I will not leave her till you come. You may then demand whatever you please for your reward, and mind that you never trouble me again." And when he had said this, he went out of the lady, to the no small delight and amazement of the whole city of Florence. It was not long again before the accident that had happened to the daughter of the King of Naples began to be buzzed about the country, and all the monkish remedies having been found to fail, the king, hearing of Matteo, sent for him from Florence. On arriving at Naples, Matteo, after a few ceremonies, performed the cure. Before leaving the princess, however, Roderigo said, "You see, Matteo, I have kept my promise, and made a rich man of you, and I owe you nothing now. So henceforward you will take care to keep out of my way, lest, as I have hitherto done you some good, just the contrary should happen to you in the future." Upon this, Matteo thought it best to return to Florence, after receiving 50,000 ducats from his Majesty, in order to enjoy his riches in peace, and never once imagined that Roderigo would come his way again. But in this he was deceived, for soon he heard that a daughter of Louis, King of France, was possessed by an evil spirit, which disturbed our friend Matteo not a little, thinking of his Majesty's great authority, and of what Roderigo had said. Hearing of Matteo's great skill, and finding no other remedy, the king dispatched a messenger for him, whom Matteo contrived to send back with a variety of excuses. But this did not long avail him. The king applied to the Florentine council, and our hero was compelled to attend. Arriving with no very pleasant sensations at Paris, he was introduced into the royal presence, when he assured his Majesty that though it was true he had acquired some fame in the course of his demoniac practice, he could by no means always boast of success, and that some devils were of such a desperate character as not to pay the least attention to threats, enchantments, or even the exorcisms of religion itself. He would nevertheless do his Majesty's pleasure, entreating at the same time to be held excused if it should happen to prove an obstinate case. To this the king made answer, that be the case what it might, he would certainly hang him if he did not succeed. It was impossible to describe poor Matteo's terror and perplexity on hearing these words, but at length, mustering courage, he ordered the possessed princess to be brought into his presence. Approaching as usual close to her ear, he conjured Roderigo, in the most humble terms, by all he had ever done for him, not to abandon him in such a dilemma, but to show some sense of gratitude for past services, and to leave the princess. "Ah, thou traitorous villain!" cried Roderigo, "hast thou indeed ventured to meddle in this business? Dost thou boast thyself a rich man at my expense? I will now convince the world and thee of the extent of my power, both to give and to take away. I shall have the pleasure of seeing thee hanged before thou leavest this place." Poor Matteo, finding there was no remedy, said nothing more, but, like a wise man, set his head to work in order to discover some other means of expelling the spirit, for which purpose he said to the king, "Sire, it is as I feared. There are certain spirits of so malignant a character that there is no keeping any terms with them, and this is one of them. However, I will make a last attempt, and I trust that it will succeed according to our wishes. If not, I am in your Majesty's power, and I hope you will take compassion on my innocence. In the first place, I have to entreat that your Majesty will order a large stage to be erected in the centre of the great square, such as will admit the nobility and clergy of the whole city. The stage ought to be adorned with all kinds of silks, and with cloth of gold, and with an altar raised in the middle. Tomorrow morning I would have your majesty, with your full train of lords and ecclesiastics, in attendance, seated in order and in magnificent array, as spectators of the scene at the said place. There, after having celebrated solemn mass, the possessed princess must appear. But I have in particular to entreat that on one side of the square may be stationed a band of men with drums, trumpets, horns, tambours, bagpipes, cymbals, and kettle drums, and all other kinds of instruments that make the most infernal noise. Now, when I take off my hat, let the whole band strike up and approach with the most horrid uproar toward the stage. This, along with a few other secret remedies which I shall apply, will surely compel the spirit to depart." These preparations were accordingly made by the royal command, and when the day, being Sunday morning, arrived, the stage was seen crowded with people of rank, and the square with the people. Mass was celebrated, and the possessed princess conducted between two bishops, with a train of nobles, to the spot. Now, when Roderigo beheld so vast a concourse of people, together with all this awful preparation, he was almost struck dumb with astonishment, and said to himself, "I wonder what that cowardly wretch is thinking of doing now? Does he imagine I have never seen finer things than these in the regions above? Aye, and more horrid things below? However, I will soon make him repent it, at all events." Matteo, then approaching him, besought him to come out, but Roderigo replied, "Oh, you think you have done a fine thing now. What do you mean to do with all this trumpetry? Can you escape my power, think you, in this way, or elude the vengeance of the king? Thou poltroon villain, I will have thee hanged for this." And as Matteo continued the more to entreat him, his adversary still vilified him in the same strain. So Matteo, believing there was no time to be lost, made the sign with his hat, when all the musicians who had been stationed there for the purpose suddenly struck up a hideous din, and, ringing 1,000 peals, approached the spot. Roderigo pricked up his ears at the sound, quite at a loss what to think, and rather in a perturbed tone of voice he asked Matteo what it meant. To this the latter returned, apparently much alarmed, "Alas, dear Roderigo, it is your wife. She is coming for you." It is impossible to give an idea of the anguish of Roderigo's mind, and the strange alteration which his feelings underwent at that name. The moment the name of wife was pronounced, he had no longer presence of mind to consider whether it were probable, or even possible, that it could be her. Without replying a single word, he leaped out and fled in the utmost terror, leaving the lady to herself, and preferring rather to return to his infernal abode, and render an account of his adventures, than run the risk of any further sufferings and vexations under the matrimonial yoke. And thus Belphagor again made his appearance in the infernal domains, bearing ample testimony to the evils introduced into a household by a wife; while Matteo, on his part, who knew more of the matter than the devil, returned triumphantly home, not a little proud of the victory he had achieved. End of Belphagor, or the Marriage of the Devil, by Niccolò Machiavelli.
Conversational Depravity by William Wirt Howe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Conversational Depravity by William Wirt Howe. To the Chief Justice of Glenwood. Sublime Sir, what can be more destructive of the higher forms of conversation than a pun? What right has any one to explode a petard in the midst of sweet sociality, and blow everything like sequence and sentiment sky high? And therefore, since you, as translator of the Pasha's letters, have taken pains to publish his observations on many social subjects, I think it eminently proper that you should ventilate the ideas of his friend Tomkins upon a not less important theme. Happily, I have been saved the trouble of original composition by a discovery made by my landlady while I was boarding a year ago on St. John's Park. Mr. Green, our attic boarder, went off suddenly one day to see a friend in the country, as he said. Of course, our landlady searched his room, with a view of reading his letters, and in a brown hair trunk, with a boot-jack, a razor strop, a box of Seidlitz powders, and an odd volume of Young's Night Thoughts, she found the following manuscript. The females of the house were satisfied with reading such letters as were left by Mr. Green in his apartment, and so this paper was handed over to me. I may say that it was marked with pencil, "Declined with thanks." The Pun Fiend by C. Green. I used to be corpulent, rosy-cheeked, and cheerful. I am gaunt, pale, and morose now. I used to sleep sweetly, but now I toss about on my bed, terrified by hideous visions and feelings as of a clammy hand or a wet cloth laid on my face. I was wont to walk about our streets after business hours, and on Sundays, with a genuine smile of enjoyment lighting up my face. But now I hurry along with my eyes cast down, and I seek byways and dark lanes for my rambles. My friends think I am in love. Persons who know me but slightly suppose me a victim to remorse, imagine that I wear a hair shirt and macerate my flesh. They are all wrong. An old bachelor like myself has long ago buried the light of love in a tomb, and set a seal upon the great stone at the door. And as for remorse, I owe no tailor anything, and do not at present blame myself for any great fault, except having once subscribed for 6 months to the New York Morning Cretan. Nevertheless, my face grows haggard, my step weary, and even our Thursday's beef à la mode fails to tempt my enfeebled appetite. I am haunted by a foul fiend. He meets me at 6 p.m. in our festive dining-room, and the fork or spoon drops from my nerveless grasp. He follows me up to the parlor, where I sometimes talk of an evening to Miss Pipkin. Miss P. is our 4th-story front, and I become silent in his presence, and Pipkin votes me a bore. He sits by my side when I am playing at whist, and I trump my partner's trick, and the dear old game becomes disgusting. He even dared once to follow me into church, but I cried "Avaunt!" in a tone so peremptory that he fled for a moment. He joined me, however, as soon as service was over, and walked from 10th Street to Madison Square, with his grisly arm thrust through mine, and his diabolical jeers drumming on my tympana. In dreams he perches on my breast, and clutches me by the throat. Like an arch-fiend he assumes many shapes. He is now a tall man, and again a short man, sometimes young and audacious, sometimes old and leering. He only once took a feminine guise. That blessed form was irksome to him. He prefers the freedom of masculinity and ineffables. He was once a bookkeeper like myself, then a young attorney, then a medical student, then a bald-headed old gentleman who seemed to blow a flageolet for a living. And lately he has taken the shape of a well-to-do president of the Arkansas and Arizona Skyrocket Transportation Company. But through all these shifting shapes, I recognize him and shudder. He is known as the funny fellow. Very glorious are wit and humor. I have heard many eminent lecturers discourse on the distinctions, definitions, and value of these airy good gifts. I remember being especially edified by the skill with which Spout, the eloquent, dissected the philosophy of mirth in the same style and with the same effect that the boy in the story dissected his grandmamma's bellows, to see how the wind was raised. I agree with Spout that wit and humor are glorious, that satire pricking the balloons of conceit, vainglory, and hypocrisy is invaluable, that a good laugh can come only from a warm heart, that the man in motley is often wiser than the judge in ermine or the priest in lawn. These qualities are goodly in literature. We all love the kindly humorist from Chaucer to Holmes, inclusive. How genial and gentle they are as they sit with us around the fireside, chucking us under the chins and slyly poking us in the ribs, and in the field how nobly they have charged upon humbugs and shams. They have been true knights, chivalrous, kind-hearted, brave, religious. Their spears are slender, perhaps, yet sharp and elastic as the blades of Toledo, and as they have galloped up and down in the lists, gaily caparisoned and cheery, it has done our hearts good to see how they have hurled into the dust the pompous, sleepy champions of error and hypocrisy. So, too, consider how pleasant a thing is mirth on the stage. Who does not thank William the Great for Falstaff, and Hackett for his personation of the fat knight? Who does not chuckle over the humors of Autolycus, rogue and peddler? Who has not felt his eye glisten as his lips smiled when Jessie Rural has spoken? And who will not say to Alipod, "Thank you, good sir, I owe you one"? Ah me! How I used to read those jolly, unctuous authors when I was young, in the old sitting-room at home. The great fireplace glows before me now, its light dances on the wall, my mother's hand is on my head, my sister's eyes are beaming on her lover over in the darker corner. There is a murmur of pleasant voices, there are quiet mirth and deep joy. I lose myself in reverie when I think of these pleasures, and almost forget the funny fellow. He is pestiferous. If I were in the habit of profanity, I would let loose upon him an octagonal oath. If I were a man of muscle, it would be pleasant to get his head in chancery and bruise it. It would be a relief to serve him with subpoenas, or present him long bills and demand immediate payment. Was my name providentially ordered to be Green, that he might pass verbal contumely upon it? Does he suppose that a man can live 35 years in this state of probation without becoming slightly calloused to a pun on his own name? Yet he continues to pun on mine as if the process were highly amusing. Then again he interrupts any little attempts at pleasing conversation with his infernal absurdities. I was speaking one day at the dinner table of a well-known orator who had been entertaining the town, and I flatter myself that my remarks were critically just as well as deeply interesting. The wretched being interposed. Mr. Green, when you say there was too much American eagle in the speaker's discourse, do you mean that it was a talented production, and to what clause of the speech do you especially refer? Miss Pipkin, who had been deeply intent on my observations, commenced to titter. What could I do but hang my head and swallow the rest of the meal in silence? If I had been possessed of a quick tongue, I would have lashed him with sarcasms, and Pipkin would have rejoiced with me in his groans. But no, I am slow of speech, and so I was bound to submit. After that, he was more tyrannical than ever. He would come stealthily into my room and garrote me in a conversational way. He would seem to take me by the throat, saying, "Why don't you laugh? Why don't you burst with merriment?" And then I would force a dismal grin just to get rid of him. I said to myself, I will leave this selfish Sahara called the city and county of New York. I will leave its dust, dirt, carts, confusion, bulls, bears, Peter Funks, Jeremy Diddlers, and best of all, the funny fellow. I will take board in some rural as well as accessible place. The mosquitoes and ague of Flushing shall refresh my frame. The cottages of Astoria, with their pleasant view of the penitentiary, shall revive my wounded spirit. I will exile myself from my native land to the shores of Jersey. I will sit beneath the shadow of the quarantine on Staten Island. No, I won't. I will go to Yonkers. Yonkers, that looks as though it had been built on a gentle slope, and then had suffered a violent attack of earthquake. Daily boats shall convey me from my ledger to my bed and board at convenient hours, so that while I post books in New York by day, I may revel in breezes, moonbeams, sweet milk, and gentle influences by night. There, said I, in a burst of excusable enthusiasm, I'll recline beneath wide-spreading beeches and pipe upon an oaten reed. There will I listen to the soft bleating of lambs, and scent the fresh breath of cows. Nature shall touch and thrill me with her gentle hand. I will see the dear flowers turn their faces up to receive the kiss of the rising sun, or the benediction of the summer shower. There, too, I will meet the members of the mystic P.B., so that I shall talk of books rather than day books and blotters. We will discourse reverently of authors and their creations. I will not meet the funny fellow, for such a wretch can be produced only in the corrupt social hotbed of Gotham. So to Yonkers I went. I chose a room looking out upon the Hudson and the noble Palisades. I took with me a flute, a copy of the Bucolics of Virgil, and numerous linen garments. A great calm came over me. I was no longer haunted, goaded, oppressed. With peace nestling in my bosom, I went down to my first supper in the new boarding house. A goodly meal smoked on the table, and the savor of baked shad, sweetest of smells, went up. While I sat choking myself with the bones of this delicious fish, I heard a voice on the opposite side of the table that sent the blood to my heart. If I had been feminine, there would have been a scene. He was there. His eyes gloated over the board. A malicious quirk sat astride his fat lips. The funny fellow spoke to Miss Grasscloth. Why are the fishermen who catch these shad like wig makers? I don't know. Because they make their living from bare poles. I ate no more supper. A nausea supervened. I left the table, rushed into the cool evening air, and let the fresh breeze visit my faded cheek. I strolled up the main street of Yonkers, and as I crushed my toes against the stones which then adorned that highway, I resolved to call on my sweet friend Julia. Her gentle smile, said I, will console me. She is not a funny fellow. We will talk together calmly, earnestly in the moonlight, close by the great river. I will sit as near to her as her fashionable garments will permit, and forget my foe. We walked together, Julia and I. We talked of things good and true. We spoke of the beauty of the nocturnal scene. Alas! A fearful, demoniac change came over the girl's face. She said, "Yes, my friend, we ought to enjoy this scene, for we are fine night beings." I bid a hasty farewell to the large eyes and gentle smile. She was not much offended at my abrupt and angry departure, for my salary is small, my hair is turning gray, and I do not dance. But I was not entirely discouraged. I resolved to give Yonkers a fair trial, and a true verdict to render according to the evidence. So I frequented the tea parties and sociables so common in that wretched town, and strove to shake off the melancholy that clung to me like the old man of the sea. To my horror, the funny fellow became multiplied like the reflections in a shivered mirror. Men and women, and even young innocent children, became funny, and danced about me in a horrible maze, and squeaked and gibbered and tossed their jokes in my face. In 1 week I made 5 mortal enemies by refusing to smile when their tormenting squibs were exploded in my eyes. I felt like a rustic pony who comes in his simple way into town on the 4th of July, and has Chinese crackers and fiery serpents cast under his heels. One evening in particular they asked me to play the game of comparisons, a proverbially odious game that could exist only in an effete and degenerate civilization, in which the entire company tried to see how funny they could be, and because I made stupid answers, I was laughed at by the young ladies. I became disgusted with Yonkers, and returned to my intramural boarding house in St. John's Park. The sidewalk near the house was in a dilapidated state, through the carelessness of the contractor, who had stipulated to pave it properly, but had not paved it at all, except with good intentions. And therefore, as I came along, I first besmeared my boots with muck, then tripped my toes against a pile of brick, and finally fell headlong into the gutter. As I rose up and denounced in somewhat loud language the idleness and inefficiency of the contractor who had the work in charge, the funny fellow stood before me, his eyes glaring with triumph. He spoke in reply to my denunciations. My dear Green, do not call the contractor lazy and inefficient. I am sure that his is an energy that never flags. I rush to the room where I am now sealed. There is but one hope left for me. In the territory of Nebraska, far to the west thereof, lies a tract of land which the early French trappers with shrewd fitness called the Mauvaises Terres. It is a region of rocks, petrifactions, and other pre-Adamite peculiarities. In a paper written by Dr. Lead of Philadelphia, and published by the Smithsonian Institute, we are assured that there once lived in these bad lands turtles 6 feet square, and alligators compared with which the present squatter sovereigns of the territory are lovely and refined. The fossil remains of these ancient inhabitants still encumber the earth of that region, and make it unpleasant to view with an agricultural eye, but here and there the general desolation is relieved by a fertile valley, with a running brook and green slopes. White men, whiskey, and funny fellows have not yet penetrated there. I will go to this sanctuary. A snug cabin will contain my necessary household, to wit, 12 shirts and a Bible. I will plant my corn and tobacco and vines on the fertile slope that looks to the south. My cattle and sheep shall browse the rest of the valley, while a few agile goats shall stand in picturesque positions upon the rocky monsters described by Dr. Leedy. My guests shall be the brave and wise red men who never try to make bad jokes. I do not think they ever try to be funny, but to make assurance doubly sure, I shall not learn their language, so that any melancholy attempts they may possibly make will fall upon unappreciative ears. By day I will cultivate my crops, and tend my flocks and herds, and in the long evenings smoke the calumet with the worthy aborigines. If I should find there some dusky maiden, like Palmer's Indian girl, who has no idea of puns, polkas, crinoline, or eligible matches, I will woo her in savage hyperbole, and she shall light my pipe with her slender fingers, and beat for me the tom-tom when I am sad. I will live in a calm and conscientious way. the funny fellow shall become like the dim recollection of some horrible dream, and Mr. Green seems not to have finished his interesting reflections, and I shall not attempt to complete them. As well might I try to finish the cathedral at Cologne. But I heartily sympathize with the feelings he has expressed, and trust that his new home in the West will never be invaded by conversational garroters. Sincerely, your friend, Tompkins. The Pasha Papers. End of Conversational Depravity by William Wirt Howe. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
Cully by Jack Egan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. By all the laws of nature, he should have been dead, but if he were alive, then there was something he had to find. Above him 80 feet of torpid black water hung like a shroud of death, and still he heard his ragged breathing. And something else. Cully concentrated on that sound and the rhythmic pulsing of his heart. Somehow he had to retain a hold on his sanity. Or his soul. After an hour of careful breathing and exploring of body sensations, Cully realized he could move. He flexed an arm. A mote of gold sand sifted upward in the dark water. It had a pleasant color, in contrast with the ominous shades of the sea. In a few moments he had struggled to a sitting position, delighting in the curtain of glittering metal grains whirling around him as he moved. And the other sound. A humming in his mind, a distant burble of tiny voices of other minds. Words swirling in giddy patterns he couldn't understand. Shortly thereafter, Cully discovered why he still lived, breathed. A suit. A yellow, plastic, watertight suit with an orange-on-black shield on the left breast pocket and a clear bubble helmet. He felt weight on his back and examined it. 2 air tanks and their regulator, a radio, and the box. Suit, tanks, regulator, radio, black water, box. Sand, sea, stillness. Cully considered his world. It was small, it was conceivable, it was incomplete. Where is it? Where is what? He knew he had a voice, a means of communication between others of his kind, using low-frequency heat waves caused by agitation of air molecules. Why couldn't he make it work? Words. Thousands of them, at his beck and call. What were they? What did they mean? He shifted uncomfortably in the tight yellow suit, searching the near horizon for... Where is it? A vague calling came from beyond the Black Sea curtain. Objectively, because he could do nothing to stop them, he watched his feet pick up, move forward, put down, pick up, move forward, put down. Funny. He had the feeling, the concept, that this action held meaning. It was supposed to cause some reaction, accomplish an act. He wondered at the regular movement of his legs. One of them hurt. A hurt is a sensation of pain caused by overloading sensory units in the body. A hurt is bad because it indicates something is wrong. Something certainly was wrong. Something stirred in Cully's mind. He stopped and sat down on the sandy sea bottom, gracefully like a ballet dancer. He examined his foot. There was a tiny hole in the yellow plastic fabric, and a thin string of red-black was oozing out. Blood, he knew. He was bleeding. He could do nothing about it. He got up and resumed walking. Where is it? Cully lifted his head in annoyance at the sharp thought. Go away, he said in a low, pleading voice. The sound made him feel better. He began muttering to himself. Water, black, sand, hurt, pain, radio tanks. It didn't sound right. After a few minutes he was quiet. The many thoughts were calling him. He must go to the many thoughts. If his foot was bleeding, then something had happened. If something had happened, then his foot was bleeding. No! If something had happened, then maybe other things had happened before that. But how could something happen in a world of flat gold sand and flaccid sea? Surely there was something wrong. Wrong. The state of being not right. Something had happened that was not right. Cully stared at the edges of the unmoving curtain before him. Where is it? It was a driving, promise-filled concept. No words, just the sense that something wonderful lay just beyond reach. But this voice was different from the many thoughts. It was directing his body. His mind was along for the ride. The sameness of the sea and sand became unbearable. It was too right, somehow. Cully felt anger and kicked up eddies of dust. It changed the sameness a little. He kicked more up until it swirled around him in a thick gold haze, blotting out the terrible emptiness of the sea. He felt another weight at his side. He found a holster and gun. He recognized neither. Again he watched objectively as his hand pulled the black object out and handled it. His body was evidently familiar with it, though it was strange to his eyes. His fingers slipped automatically into the trigger sheath. His legs were still working under two drives, the many thoughts urging, and something else buried in him. A longing, up and down, back and forth. Where is it? Anger, frustration flared in him. His hand shot out, gun at ready. He turned around slowly. Through the settling trail of suspended sand, nothing was visible. Again he was moving. Something made his legs move. He walked on through the shrouds of death until he felt a taut singing in his nerves. An irrational fear sprang out in him, cascading down his spine, and Cully shuddered. Ahead there was something. Two motives. Get there because it. They, Culls. Get there because you must. Where is it? The mind voice was excited, demanding. Something was out there besides the sameness. Cully walked on, trailing gold. The death curtain parted. An undulating garden of blue and gold streamers suddenly drifted toward him on an unfelt current. Cully was held, entranced. They flowed before him, their colors dazzling, hypnotic. Come closer, earthling, the many thoughts spoke inside his head soothingly. Here it is, Cully's mind shouted. Cully's mind was held, hypnotized, but his body moved of its own volition. He moved again. His mind and the many thoughts spoke. Fulfillment, almost. There was one action left that must be completed. Cully's arms moved. They detached the small black box from his pack. He moved on into the midst of the weaving, gold-laced plants. Little spicules licked out from their flexing stalks and jabbed unsensed into Cully's body to draw nourishment. From the many thoughts came the sense of complete fulfillment. From Cully's mind came further orders. Lie down. It was a collective concept. Lie still. We are friends. He could not understand. They were speaking words. Words were beyond him. His head shook in despair. The voices were implanting an emotion of horror at what his hands were doing, but he had no control over his body. It was as if it were not his. The black box was now lying in the sand among the streaming plants. Cully's fingers reached out and caressed a small panel. A soundless click ran through the murkiness. The strangely beautiful gold-laced blue plants began a writhing dance. Their spicules withdrew and jabbed, withdrew and jabbed. A rending, silent scream tore the quiet waters. No! They cried. It was a negative command, mixed in with the terrible screaming. Turn it off! Stop it! Stop it! Cully tried to say, but there were no words. He tried to cover his ears within the helmet, but the cries went on. Emotions roiled the water. Pain, hurt, reproach. Cully sobbed. Something was wrong here. Something was killing the plants, the beautiful blue things. The plants were withering, dying. He looked up at them, stupefied, not understanding, tears streaming down his face. What did they want from him? What had he done? Where is it? A different direction materialized, a new concept of desire. Cully's body turned and crawled away from the wonderful dying garden, oblivious to the pleadings floating now weakly in the torpid water. He scuffed up little motes of golden sand, leaving a low-lying scud along the bottom, back to the little black box in the garden. The plants, the box, all were forgotten by now. Cully crawled on, not knowing why. A rise appeared. Surprise caught Cully unaware. A change in the sameness. Where is it? Again the voice was insistent. His desire was close ahead. He did not look back at the black churning on the sea bottom. His legs worked, his chest heaved. Words swirled in his mind. He topped the rise. Below him, in the center of a shallow golden bowl, floated a long, shiny cylinder. Even from here he knew it was huge. He knew other things about it. How heavy it was, how it was, that it carried others of his kind. He had been in it before, and they were waiting for him. He lurched on. "Captain, here comes Cully!" the midshipman shouted from the airlock. "Look what they've done to him!" The old man's gray eyes took in the spectacle without visible emotion. He watched the pathetic, bleeding yellow plastic sack crawl up to the ship and look up. His hands reached down and lifted Cully up into the lock. They took his suit off and stared with loathing at what had once been a man. A white scar zigzagged across his forehead. The captain bent close, in range of the dim blue eyes. "It was a brave thing you did, Cully. The whole system will be grateful. Venus could never be colonized as long as those cannibals were there to eat men, and drive men mad." Cully fingered the scar on his forehead and looked unseeing into the old man's compassionate eyes. "I'm sorry, Cully. We all are. But there was no other way. Prefrontal lobotomy, destruction of your speech center. It was the only way you could get past the telepaths and destroy them. I'm sorry, Cully. The race of man shall long honor your name." Cully smiled at the old man, the words churning in his brain, but he did not understand. Where is it? The emptiness was still there. End of Cully by Jack Egan. Read by Darcy Smitanar.
The Death of Balder by Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of Balder by Norse. There was one shadow which always fell over Asgard. Sometimes in the long years the gods almost forgot it. It lay so far off, like a dim cloud in a clear sky, but Odin saw it was deepen and widen as he looked out into the universe, and he knew that the last great battle would surely come, when the gods themselves would be destroyed, and a long twilight would rest on all the worlds. And now the day was close at hand. Misfortunes never come singly to men, and they did not to the gods. Idun, the beautiful goddess of youth, whose apples were the joy of all Asgard, made a resting place for herself among the massive branches of Yggdrasil, and there every evening came Brage, and sang so sweetly that the birds stopped to listen, and even the Norns. Those implacable sisters at the front of the tree were softened by the melody, but poetry cannot change the purposes of fate, and one evening no song was heard of Brage or birds. The leaves of the world tree hung withered and lifeless on the branches, and the fountain from which they had daily been sprinkled was dry at last. Idun had fallen into the dark valley of death, and when Brage, Heimdall, and Loki went to question her about the future she could answer them only with tears. Brage would not only leave his beautiful wife alone amid the dim shades that crowded the dreary valley, and so youth and genius vanished out of Asgard forever. Balder was the most godlike of all gods, because he was the purest and the best. Wherever he went his coming was like the coming of sunshine, and all the beauty of summer was but the shining of his face. When men's hearts were white like the light, and their lives clear as the day, it was because Balder was looking down upon them with those soft clear eyes that were open windows to the soul of God. He had always lived in such a glow of brightness that no darkness had ever touched him. But one morning after Idun and Brage had gone, Balder's face was sad and troubled. He walked slowly from room to room in his palace, Breidablik, stainless as the sky when April showers have swept across it, because no impure thing had ever crossed the threshold, and his eyes were heavy with sorrow. In the night terrible dreams had broken his sleep, and made it a long torture. The air seemed to be full of awful changes for him, and for all the gods. He knew in his soul that the shadow of the last great day was sleeping on. As he looked out and saw the worlds lying in the light and beauty, the fields yellow with waving grain, the deep fjords flashing back the sunbeams from their clear depths, the verdure clothing the loftiest mountains, and knew that only all the darkness and desolation would come, with silence of reapers and birds, with fading of leaf and flower, A great sorrow fell on his heart. Balder could bear the burden no longer. He went out, called all the gods together, and told them the terrible dreams of the night. Every face was heavy with care. The death of Balder would be like going out of the sun, and after a long, sad council, the gods resolved to protect him from harm by pledging all things to stand between him and any hurt. So Frigg, his mother, went forth and made everything promise, on a solemn oath, not to injure her son. Fire, iron, all kinds of metal, every sort of stone, trees, earth, diseases, birds, beasts, snakes, as the anxious mother went to them, solemnly pledged themselves that no harm should come near Balder. Everything promised, and Frigg thought she had driven away the cloud, but fate was stronger than her love, and one little shrub had not sworn. Odin was not satisfied even with these precautions. For whichever may he looked, the shadow of a great sorrow spread over the worlds. He began to feel as if they were no longer the greatest of the gods, and he could almost hear the rough shouts of the frost giants crowding the rainbow bridge on their way into Asgard. When trouble comes to men, it is hard to bear, but to a god who had so many worlds to guide and rule, it was a new and terrible thing. Odin thought and thought until he was weary, but no gleam of light could he find anywhere. It was thick darkness everywhere. At last he could bear the suspense no longer, and saddling his horse, he rode sadly out of Asgard to Niflheim, the home of Hel, whose face was as the face of death itself. As he drew near the gates, a monstrous dog came out and barked furiously, but Odin rode a little eastward of the shadowy gates, to the grave of a wonderful prophetess. It was a cold, gloomy place, and the soul of a great god was pierced with a feeling of hopeless sorrow, as he dismounted from Sleipnir, and bending over the grave began to chant weird songs and weave magical charms over it. When he had spoken those wonderful words which could waken the dead from their sleep, there was an awful silence for a moment, and then a faint ghost-like voice came from the grave. "Who art thou?" it said. "Who breaketh the silence of death and calleth the sleeper out of her long slumbers? Ages ago I was laid at rest here. Snow and rain had fallen upon me through myriad years. Why dost thou disturb me?" "I am Vegtam," answered Odin, "and I come to ask why the couches of Hel are hung with gold and the benches strewn with shining rings." "It is done for Balder," answered the awful voice. "Ask me no more." Odin's heart sank when he heard these words, but he was determined to know the worst. "I will ask thee until I know all. Who shall strike the fatal blow?" "If I must, I must," moaned the prophetess. "Hoder shall smite his brother Balder, and send him down to the dark home of Hel. The mead is already brewed for Balder, and the despair draweth near." Then Odin, looking into the future across the open grave, saw all the days to come. "Who is this," he said, "seeing that which no mortal could have seen? Who is this that will not weep for Balder?" Then the prophetess knew that it was none other than the greatest of the gods who had called her up. "Thou art not Vegtam," he exclaimed. "Thou art Odin himself, the king of men." "And thou," answered Odin angrily, "art no prophetess, but the mother of 3 giants. Ride home, then, and exult in what thou hast discovered," said the dead woman. "Never shall my slumbers be broken again until Loki shall burst his chains and the great battle come." And Odin rode sadly homeward, knowing that already Niflheim was making itself beautiful against the coming of Balder. The other gods meanwhile had become merry again, for had not everything promised to protect their beloved Balder? They even made sport of that which troubled them, for when they found that nothing could hurt Balder, and that all things glanced aside from his shining form, they persuaded him to stand as a target for their weapons, hurling darts, spears, swords, and battle axes at him, all of which went singing through the air and fell harmless at his feet. But Loki, when he saw these sports, was jealous of Balder, and went about thinking how he could destroy him. It happened that a Frigg sat spinning in her house, Fensel, the soft wind blowing in at the windows, and bringing the merry shouts of the gods at play. An old woman entered and approached her. "Do you know," asked the newcomer, "that they are going in Asgard? They are throwing all manner of dangerous weapons at Balder. He stands there like a sun for brightness, and against his glory spears and battle axes fall powerless to the ground. Nothing can harm him." "No," answered Frigg joyfully. "Nothing can bring him any hurt, for I have made everything in heaven and earth swear to protect him." "What!" said the old woman. "Has everything sworn to guard Balder?" "Yes," said Frigg. "Everything has sworn against one little shrub which is called mistletoe, and grows on the eastern side of Valhall. I did not take an oath from that, because I thought it was too young and weak." When the old woman heard this, a strange light came into her eyes. She walked off much faster than she had come in, and no sooner had he passed beyond Frigg's sight than this same feeble old woman grew suddenly erect, shook off her woman's garments, and there stood Loki himself. In a moment he had reached the slope east of Valhall, had plucked a twig in the unsworn mistletoe, and was back in the circle of the gods, who were still at their favorite pastime with Balder. Hoder was standing silent and alone outside the noisy throng, for he was blind. Loki touched him. "Why do you not throw something at Balder?" "Because I can't see where Balder stands, and have nothing to throw if I could," replied Hoder. "If that is all," said Loki, "come with me. I will give you something to throw and direct your aim." Hoder, thinking no evil, went with Loki and did as he was told. The little sprig of mistletoe shot through the air, pierced the heart of Balder, and in a moment the beautiful god lay dead upon the field. A shadow rose out of the deep beyond the worlds and spread itself over heaven and earth, for the light of the universe has gone out. The gods could not speak for horror. They stood like statues for a moment, and then a hopeless wail burst from their lips. Tears fell like rain from eyes that they had never wept before, for Balder, the joy of Asgard, had gone to Niflheim, and left them desolate. But Odin was saddest of all, because he knew the future, and he knew that peace and light had fled from Asgard forever, and that the last day and the long night were hurrying on. Frigg could not give up her beautiful son, and when her grief had spent itself a little, he asked who would go to Hel, and offer her a rich ransom, if she would permit Balder to return to Asgard. "I will go," said Hermod. Swift at the word of Odin Sleipnir was led forth, and in an instant Hermod was galloping furiously away. Then the gods began with sorrowful hearts to make ready for Balder's funeral. When the once beautiful form had been arrayed in grave clothes, they carried it reverently down to the deep sea, which lay calm as a summer afternoon, waiting for its precious burden. Close to the water's edge lay Balder's ringhorn. The greatest of all the ships had sailed the seas, but when the gods tried to launch it, they could not move it an inch. The great vessel creaked and groaned. Out no one could push it down to the water. Odin walked about it with a sad face, and the gentle ripple of the little waves chasing each other over the rocks seemed a mocking laugh to him. "Send to Jotunheim for Hyrroken," he said at last, and a messenger was soon flying for that mighty giantess. In a little time Hyrroken came riding swiftly on a wolf so large and fierce that he made the gods think of Fenrir. When the giantess had alighted, Odin ordered 4 berserkers of mighty strength to hold the wolf, but he struggled so angrily that they had to throw him on the ground before they could control him. Then Hyrroken went to the prow of the ship, and with one mighty effort sent it far into the sea, the rollers underneath bursting into flame, and the whole earth trembling with the shock. Though it was so angry at the uproar that he would have killed the giantess on the spot if he had been held back by the other gods. The great ship floated on the sea as she had often done before, when Balder, full of life and beauty, set all her sails and was borne joyfully across the tossing seas. Slowly and solemnly the dead god was carried on board, and as Nanna, his faithful wife, saw her husband borne for the last time from the earth, which he had made dear to her and beautiful to all men, Her heart broke with sorrow, and they laid her beside Balder on the funeral pyre. Since the world began, no one had seen such a funeral. No bells tolled, no long procession of mourners moved across the hills, but all the world lay under a deep shadow, and from every quarter came those who had loved or feared Balder. There at the very water's edge stood Odin himself, the ravens flying about his head, and on his majestic face a gloom that no sun would ever lighten again. And there was Frigg, the desolate mother, whose son had already gone so far that he would never come back to her. There was Frey, standing sad and stern in his chariot. There was Freya, the goddess of love, from whose eyes fell a shining rain of tears. There, too, was Heimdall, on his horse Goldtop, and around all these glorious ones from Asgard crowded the children of Jotunheim, grim mountain giants seamed with scars from Thor's hammer, and frost giants who saw in the death of Balder the coming of that long winter, in which they should reign through all the worlds. A deep hush fell on all the created things, and every eye was fixed on the great ship riding near the shore, and on the funeral pyre rising from the deck, crowned with the forms of Balder and Nanna. Suddenly a gleam of light flashed over the water. The pile had been kindled, and the flames, creeping slowly at first, climbed faster and faster until they met over the dead and rose skyward. A lurid light filled the heavens and shone on the sea, and in the brightness of it the gods looked pale and sad, and the circle of giants grew darker and more portentous. Thor struck the fast-burning pyre with his consecrating hammer, and Odin cast into it the wonderful ring Draupnir. Higher and higher leaped the flames, more and more desolate grew the scene. At last they began to sink. The funeral pyre was consumed. Balder had vanished forever, the summer was ended, and winter waited at the doors. Meanwhile Hermod was riding hard and fast on his gloomy errand. 9 days and nights he rode through the valleys, so deep and dark that he could not see his horse. Stillness and blackness and solitude were his only companions, until he had came to the golden bridge which crosses the river Gal. The good horse Sleipnir, who had carried Odin on so many strange journeys, had never travelled such a road before, and his roofs hung drearily as he stopped short at the bridge, for in front of him stood its porter, the gigantic Modgud. "Who are you?" she asked, fixing her piercing eyes on Hermod. "What is your name and parentage?" Yesterday 5 bands of dead men rose across the bridge, and beneath them all it did not shake as under your single thread. There is no color of death in your face. Why ride you hither, the living among the dead? "I come," said Hermod, "to seek for Balder. Have you seen him pass this way?" "He has already crossed the bridge, and taken his journey northward to Hel." Then Hermod rode slowly across the bridge that spans the abyss between life and death, and found his way at last to the barred gates of Hel's dreadful home. There he sprang to the ground, tightened the girths, remounted, drove the spurs deep into the horse, and Sleipnir, with a mighty leap, covered the wall. Hermod rode straight to the gloomy palace, dismounted, entered, and in a moment was face to face with the terrible queen of the kingdom of the dead. Beside her, on a beautiful throne, sat Balder, pale and wan, crowned with a withered wreath of flowers, and close at hand was Nanna, pallid as her husband, for whom she had died. And all night long, while ghostly forms wandered restless and sleepless through Helheim, Hermod talked with Balder and Nanna. There is no record of what they said, but the talk was sad enough, doubtless, and ran like a still stream among the happy days in Asgard, when Balder's smile was morning over the earth, and the sight of his face the summer of the world. When the morning came, faint and dim through the dusky palace, Hermod sought Hel, who received him as could and stern as fate. "Your kingdom is full, O Hel," he said, "and without Balder Asgard is empty. Send him back to us once more, for there is sadness in every heart, and tears are in every eye. Through heaven and earth all things weep for him." "If that is true," said the slow icy answer, "if every created thing weeps for Balder, he shall return to Asgard. But if one eye is dry, he remains henceforth in Helheim." Then Hermod rode swiftly away, and the decree of hell was soon told in Asgard. Through all the worlds the gods sent messengers to say that all who loved Balder should weep for his return, and everywhere tears fell like rain. There was weeping in Asgard, and in all the earth there was nothing that did not weep. Men and women and little children, missing the light that had once fallen into their hearts and homes, sobbed with bitter grief. The birds of the air, who had sung carols of joy at the gates of the morning since time began, were full of sorrow. The beasts of the fields crouched and moaned in their desolation. The great trees that had put on their robes of green at Balder's command sighed as the wind wailed through them, and the sweet flowers that waited for Balder's footstep and sprang up in all the fields to greet him, hung their frail blossoms and wept bitterly for the love and the warmth and the light that had gone out. Throughout the whole earth there was nothing but weeping, and the sound of it was like the wailing as those storms in autumn that weep for the dead summer, as its withered leaves drop one by one from the trees. The messengers of the gods went gladly back to Asgard, for everything had wept for the Balder. But as they journeyed, they came upon a giantess called Thok, and her eyes were dry. "Weep for Balder," they said. "With dry eyes only will I weep for Balder," he answered. "Dead or alive, he never gave me gladness. Let him stay in Helheim." When she had spoken these words, a terrible laugh broke from her lips, and the messengers looked at each other with pallid faces, for they knew it was the voice of Loki. Balder never came back to Asgard, and the shadows deepened over all things, for the night of death was fast coming on. End of the Death of Balder.
The Facts Concerning the Recent Carnival of Crime in Connecticut by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was feeling blithe, almost jocund. I put a match to my cigar, and just then the morning's mail was handed in. The first superscription I glanced at was in a handwriting that sent a thrill of pleasure through and through me. It was Aunt Mary's, and she was the person I loved and honored most in all the world outside of my own household. She had been my boyhood's idol. Maturity, which is fatal to so many enchantments, had not been able to dislodge her from her pedestal. No, it had only justified her right to be there, and placed her dethronement permanently among the impossibilities. To show how strong her influence over me was, I will observe that long after everybody else's "do stop smoking" had ceased to affect me in the slightest degree, Aunt Mary could still stir my torpid conscience into faint signs of life when she touched upon the matter. But all things have their limit in this world. A happy day came at last when even Aunt Mary's words could no longer move me. I was not merely glad to see that day arrive. I was more than glad. I was grateful, for when its sun had set, the one alloy that was able to mar my enjoyment of my aunt's society was gone. The remainder of her stay with us that winter was in every way a delight. Of course she pleaded with me just as earnestly as ever, after that blessed day, to quit my pernicious habit, but to no purpose whatever. The moment she opened the subject, I at once became calmly, peacefully, contentedly indifferent. Absolutely, adamantly indifferent. Consequently, the closing weeks of that memorable visit melted away as pleasantly as a dream. They were so freighted for me with tranquil satisfaction. I could not have enjoyed my pet vice more if my gentle tormentor had been a smoker herself, and an advocate of the practice. Well, the sight of her handwriting reminded me that I was getting very hungry to see her again. I easily guessed what I should find in her letter. I opened it. Good! Just as I expected, she was coming. Coming this very day, too, and by the morning train. I might expect her any moment. I said to myself, I am thoroughly happy and content now. If my most pitiless enemy could appear before me at this moment, I would freely right any wrong I may have done him. Straightway the door opened, and a shriveled, shabby dwarf entered. He was not more than 2 feet high. He seemed to be about 40 years old. every feature and every inch of him was a trifle out of shape, and so, while one could not put his finger upon any particular part and say, "This is a conspicuous deformity," the spectator perceived that this little person was a deformity as a whole, a vague, general, evenly blended, nicely adjusted deformity. There was a fox-like cunning in the face and the sharp little eyes, and also alertness and malice. And yet this vile bit of human rubbish seemed to bear a sort of remote and ill-defined resemblance to me. It was dully perceptible in the mean form, the countenance, and even the clothes, gestures, manner, and attitudes of the creature. He was a far-fetched, dim suggestion of a burlesque upon me, a caricature of me in little. One thing about him struck me forcibly and most unpleasantly. He was covered all over with a fuzzy greenish mold, such as one sometimes sees upon mildewed bread. The sight of it was nauseating. He stepped along with a chipper air and flung himself into a doll's chair, in a very free and easy way, without waiting to be asked. He tossed his hat into the waste-basket. He picked up my old chalk pipe from the floor, gave the stem a wipe or two on his knee, filled the bowl from the tobacco-box at his side, and said to me in a tone of pert command, "Give me a match." I blushed to the roots of my hair, partly with indignation, but mainly because it somehow seemed to me that this whole performance was very like an exaggeration of conduct which I myself had sometimes been guilty of in my intercourse with familiar friends, but never, never with strangers, I observed to myself. I wanted to kick the pygmy into the fire, but some incomprehensible sense of being legally and legitimately under his authority forced me to obey his order. He applied the match to the pipe, took a contemplative whiff or two, and remarked in an irritatingly familiar way, "Seems to me it's devilish odd weather for this time of year." I flushed again, and in anger and humiliation as before, for the language was hardly an exaggeration of some that I have uttered in my day, and moreover was delivered in a tone of voice, and with an exasperating drawl, that had the seeming of a deliberate travesty of my style. Now there is nothing I am quite so sensitive about as a mocking imitation of my drawling infirmity of speech. I spoke up sharply, and said, "Look here, you miserable ash-cat, you will have to give a little more attention to your manners, or I will throw you out of the window." The mannikin smiled a smile of malicious content and security, puffed a whiff of smoke contemptuously toward me, and said with a still more elaborate drawl, "Come, go gently now, don't put on too many airs with your betters." This cool snub rasped me all over, but it seemed to subjugate me too for a moment. The pygmy contemplated me a while with his weasel eyes, and then said in a peculiarly sneering way, "You turned a tramp away from your door this morning." I said crustily, "Perhaps I did, perhaps I didn't. How do you know?" "Well, I know. It isn't any matter how I know." "Very well. Suppose I did turn a tramp away from the door. What of it?" "Oh, nothing in particular. Only you lied to him." "I didn't. That is, "Yes, but you did. You lied to him." I felt a guilty pang. In truth, I had felt it 40 times before that tramp had traveled a block from my door. But still I resolved to make a show of feeling slandered, so I said, "This is a baseless impertinence. I said to the tramp—" "There, wait, you were about to lie again. I know what you said to him. You said the cook was gone downtown and there was nothing left from breakfast. 2 lies. You knew the cook was behind the door and plenty of provisions behind her." This astonishing accuracy silenced me, and it filled me with wondering speculations, too, as to how this cub could have got his information. Of course, he could have culled the conversation from the tramp, but by what sort of magic had he contrived to find out about the concealed cook? Now the dwarf spoke again. It was rather pitiful, rather small in you to refuse to read that poor young woman's manuscript the other day and give her an opinion as to its literary value, and she had come so far, too, and so hopefully, now wasn't it? I felt like a cur, and I had felt so every time the thing had recurred to my mind, I may as well confess. I flushed hotly and said, "Look here, have you nothing better to do than to prowl around prying into other people's business? Did that girl tell you that?" "Never mind whether she did or not. The main thing is you did that contemptible thing, and you felt ashamed of it afterward." "Aha! You feel ashamed of it now." This was a sort of devilish glee. With fiery earnestness I responded, "I told that girl in the kindest, gentlest way that I could not consent to deliver judgment upon anyone's manuscript, because an individual's verdict was worthless. It might underrate a work of high merit and lose it to the world, or it might overrate a trashy production, and so open the way for its infliction upon the world. I said that the great public was the only tribunal competent to sit in judgment upon a literary effort, and therefore it must be best to lay it before that tribunal in the outset, since in the end it must stand or fall by that mighty court's decision anyway." "Yes, you said all that. So you did, you juggling, small-souled shuffler. And yet when the happy hopefulness faded out of that poor girl's face, when you saw her furtively slip beneath her shawl the scroll she had so patiently and honestly scribbled at, so ashamed of her darling now, so proud of it before, when you saw the gladness go out of her eyes and the tears come there, when she crept away so humbly, who had come so—" "Oh, peace, peace, peace! Blister your merciless tongue! Haven't all these thoughts tortured me enough without your coming here to fetch them back again?" Remorse, remorse. It seemed to me that it would eat the very heart out of me. And yet that small fiend only sat there leering at me with joy and contempt, and placidly chuckling. Presently he began to speak again. Every sentence was an accusation, and every accusation a truth. Every clause was freighted with sarcasm and derision, every slow-dropping word burned like vitriol. The dwarf reminded me of times when I had flown at my children in anger, and punished them for faults which a little inquiry would have taught me that others, and not they, had committed. He reminded me of how I had disloyally allowed old friends to be traduced in my hearing, and been too craven to utter a word in their defence. He reminded me of many dishonest things which I had done, of many which I had procured to be done by children and other irresponsible persons, of some which I had planned, thought upon, and longed to do, and been kept from the performance by fear of consequences only. With exquisite cruelty he recalled to my mind, item by item, wrongs and unkindnesses I had inflicted, and humiliations I had put upon friends, since dead, who died thinking of those injuries, maybe, and grieving over them, he added, by way of poison to the stab. "For instance," said he, "take the case of your younger brother, when you two were boys together, many a long year ago. He always lovingly trusted in you with a fidelity that your manifold treacheries were not able to shake. He followed you about like a dog, content to suffer wrong and abuse, if he might only be with you, patient under these injuries, so long as it was your hand that inflicted them. The latest picture you have of him in health and strength must be such a comfort to you. You pledged your honor that if he would let you blindfold him, no harm should come to him, and then, giggling and choking over the rare fun of the joke, you led him to a brook thinly glazed with ice and pushed him in, and how you did laugh! Man, you will never forget the gentle, reproachful look he gave you as he struggled shivering out if you live 1,000 years. Oh, you see it now! You see it now!" "Beast! I have seen it 1,000,000 times. I shall see it 1,000,000 more, and may you rot away piecemeal and suffer till doomsday what I suffer now, for bringing it back to me again." The dwarf chuckled contentedly, and went on with his accusing history of my career. I dropped into a moody, vengeful state, and suffered in silence under the merciless lash. At last this remark of his gave me a sudden rouse.
2 months ago, on a Tuesday, you woke up away in the night and fell to thinking with shame about a peculiarly mean and pitiful act of yours toward a poor ignorant Indian in the wilds of the Rocky Mountains in the winter of 1800 and— Stop a moment, devil, stop! Do you mean to tell me that even my very thoughts are not hidden from you? It seems to look like that. Didn't you think the thoughts I have just mentioned? If I didn't, I wish I may never breathe again. Look here, friend, look me in the eye. Who are you? Well, who do you think? I think you are Satan himself. I think you are the devil. No. No, then who can you be? Would you really like to know? Indeed I would. Well, I am your conscience. In an instant I was in a blaze of joy and exultation. I sprang at the creature, roaring, "Curse you! I have wished 100,000,000 times that you were tangible, and that I could get my hands on your throat once. Oh, but I will wreak a deadly vengeance on—" Folly! Lightning does not move more quickly than my conscience did. He darted aloft so suddenly that in the moment my fingers clutched the empty air he was already perched on top of the high bookcase, with his thumb at his nose in token of derision. I flung the poker at him, and missed. I fired the bootjack. In a blind rage I flew from place to place, and snatched up and hurled any missile that came handy. The storm of books, inkstands, and chunks of coal gloomed the air and beat about the mannequin's perch relentlessly, but all to no purpose. The nimble figure dodged every shot. And not only that, but burst into a cackle of sarcastic and triumphant laughter as I sat down exhausted. While I puffed and gasped with fatigue and excitement, my conscience talked to this effect. My good slave, you are curiously witless. No, I mean characteristically so. In truth, you are always consistent, always yourself, always an ass. Otherwise, it must have occurred to you that if you attempted this murder with a sad heart and a heavy conscience, I would droop under the burdening influence instantly. Fool, I should have weighed a ton, and could not have budged from the floor. But instead, you are so cheerfully anxious to kill me that your conscience is as light as a feather, hence I am away up here out of your reach. I can almost respect a mere ordinary sort of fool, but you, pugh! I would have given anything then to be heavy-hearted, so that I could get this person down from there and take his life. But I could no more be heavy-hearted over such a desire than I could have sorrowed over its accomplishment. So I could only look longingly up at my master, and rave at the ill luck that denied me a heavy conscience, the one only time that I had ever wanted such a thing in my life. By and by I got to musing over the hour's strange adventure, and of course my human curiosity began to work. I set myself to framing in my mind some questions for this fiend to answer. Just then one of my boys entered, leaving the door open behind him, and exclaimed, "My, what has been going on here? The bookcase is all one riddle of—" I sprang up in consternation and shouted, "Out of this! Hurry! Jump! Fly! Shut the door! Quick, or my conscience will get away!" The door slammed to, and I locked it. I glanced up, and was grateful to the bottom of my heart to see that my owner was still my prisoner. I said, "Hang you, I might have lost you. Children are the heedlessest creatures. But look here, friend, the boy did not seem to notice you at all. How is that?" "For a very good reason. I am invisible to all but you." I made a mental note of that piece of information with a good deal of satisfaction. I could kill this miscreant now, if I got a chance, and no one would know it. But this very reflection made me so light-hearted that my conscience could hardly keep his seat, but was like to float aloft toward the ceiling like a toy balloon. I said presently,
Come, my conscience, let us be friendly. Let us fly a flag of truce for a while. I am suffering to ask you some questions.
Very well, begin.
Well, then, in the first place, why were you never visible to me before?
Because you never asked to see me before. That is, you never asked in the right spirit and the proper form before. You were just in the right spirit this time, and when you called for your most pitiless enemy, I was that person by a very large majority, though you did not suspect it.
Well, did that remark of mine turn you into flesh and blood?
No, it only made me visible to you. I am unsubstantial, just as other spirits are.
This remark prodded me with a sharp misgiving. If he was unsubstantial, how was I going to kill him? But I dissembled and said persuasively, "Conscience, it isn't sociable to keep you at such a distance. Come down and take another smoke." This was answered with a look that was full of derision, and with this observation added,
"Come where you can get at me and kill me. The invitation is declined with thanks."
"All right," I said to myself, "so it seems a spirit can be killed after all. There will be one spirit lacking in this world presently, or I lose my guess." Then I said aloud,
"Friend? There, wait a bit. I am not your friend. I am your enemy. I am not your equal. I am your master. Call me my lord, if you please. You are too familiar."
"I don't like such titles. I am willing to call you sir. That as far as—"
"We will have no argument about this. Just obey, that is all. Go on with your chatter."
"Very well, my lord, since nothing but my lord will suit you. I was going to ask you, how long will you be visible to me?"
"Always."
I broke out with strong indignation.
"This is simply an outrage. That is what I think of it. You have dogged and dogged and dogged me all the days of my life, invisible. That was misery enough. Now to have such a looking thing as you tagging after me, like another shadow all the rest of my day, is an intolerable prospect. You have my opinion, my lord. Make the most of it." "My lad, there was never so pleased a conscience in this world as I was when you made me visible. It gives me an unconceivable advantage. Now I can look you straight in the eye and call you names, and leer at you, jeer at you, sneer at you. And you know what eloquence there is in a visible gesture and expression, more especially when the effect is heightened by audible speech. I shall always address you henceforth in your own sniveling drawl, baby."
I let fly with the coal hod. No result. My lord said,
"Come, come, remember the flag of truce."
"Ah, I forgot that. I will try to be civil, and you try it too for a novelty. The idea of a civil conscience. It is a good joke, an excellent joke. All the consciences I have ever heard of were nagging, badgering, fault-finding, execrable savages. Yes, and always in a sweat about some poor little insignificant trifle or other. Destruction catch the lot of 'em, I say. I would trade mine for the smallpox and 7 kinds of consumption, and be glad of the chance. Now, tell me, why is it that a conscience can't haul a man over the coals once for an offense, and then let him alone? Why is it that it wants to keep on pegging at him, day and night and day, week in and week out, forever and ever about the same old thing? There's no sense in that, and no reason in it. I think a conscience that will act like this is meaner than the very dirt itself."
"Well, we like it. That suffices."
"Do you do it with the honest intent to improve a man?" That question produced a sarcastic smile, and this reply:
"No, sir. Excuse me. We do it simply because it is business. It is our trade. The purpose of it is to improve the man, but we are merely disinterested agents. We are appointed by authority and haven't anything to say in the matter. We obey orders and leave the consequences where they belong. But I am willing to admit this much. We do crowd the orders a trifle when we get the chance, which is most of the time. We enjoy it. we are instructed to remind a man a few times of an error, and I don't mind acknowledging that we try to give pretty good measure. And when we get hold of a man of a peculiarly sensitive nature, oh, but do we haze him! I have consciences to come all the way from China and Russia to see a person of that kind put through his paces on a special occasion. Why, I knew a man of that sort who had accidentally crippled a mulatto baby. The news went abroad, and I wish you may never commit another sin if the consciences didn't flock from all over the earth to enjoy the fun and help his master exercise him. That man walked the floor in torture for 48 hours, without eating or sleeping, and then blew his brains out. The child was perfectly well again in 3 weeks.
Well, you are a precious crew, not to put it too strong. I think I begin to see now why you have always been a trifle inconsistent with me. In your anxiety to get all the juice you can out of a sin, you make a man repent of it in 3 or 4 different ways. For instance, you found fault with me for lying to that tramp, and I suffered over that. But it was only yesterday that I told a tramp the square truth, to wit, that, it being regarded as bad citizenship to encourage vagrancy, I would give him nothing. What did you do then? Why, you made me say to myself, "Ah, it would have been so much kinder and more blameless to ease him off with a little white lie, and send him away feeling that if he could not have bread, the gentle treatment was at least something to be grateful for." Well, I suffered all day about that. 3 days before I had fed a tramp, and fed him freely, supposing it a virtuous act. Straight off you said, "Oh, false citizen, to have fed a tramp," and I suffered as usual. I gave a tramp work. You objected to it. After the contract was made, of course. You never speak up beforehand. Next, I refused a tramp work. You objected to that. Next, I proposed to kill a tramp. You kept me awake all night, oozing remorse at every pore. Sure I was going to be right this time, I sent the next tramp away with my benediction, and I wish you may live as long as I do, if you didn't make me smart all night again because I didn't kill him. Is there any way of satisfying that malignant invention which is called the conscience? Ha ha! This is luxury. Go on. But come now, answer me that question. Is there any way? Well, none that I propose to tell you, my son. Ass! I don't care what act you may turn your hand to. I can straightway whisper a word in your ear and make you think you have committed a dreadful meanness. It is my business and my joy to make you repent of everything you do. If I have fooled away any opportunities, it was not intentional. I beg to assure you it was not intentional. Don't worry, you haven't missed a trick that I know of. I never did a thing in all my life, virtuous or otherwise, that I didn't repent of in 24 hours. In church last Sunday I listened to a charity sermon. My first impulse was to give $350. I repented of that and reduced it 100, repented of that and reduced it another 100, repented of that and reduced it another 100, repented of that and reduced the remaining 50 to 25, repented of that and came down to 15, repented of that and dropped to $2.50. When the plate came round at last, I repented once more and contributed 10 cents. Well, when I got home, I did wish to goodness I had that 10 cents back again. You never did let me get through a charity sermon without having something to sweat about. Oh, and I never shall. I never shall. You can always depend on me. I think so. Many and many's the restless night I've wanted to take you by the neck, if I could only get hold of you now. Yes, no doubt. But I am not an ass. I'm only the saddle of an ass. But go on, go on. You entertain me more than I like to confess. I am glad of that. You will not mind my lying a little to keep in practice. Look here, not to be too personal, I think you are about the shabbiest and most contemptible little shriveled-up reptile that can be imagined. I am grateful enough that you are invisible to other people, for I should die with shame to be seen with such a mildewed monkey of a conscience as you are.
Now, if you were 5 or 6 feet high, and— Oh, come, who is to blame? I don't know. Why, you are, nobody else. Confound you, I wasn't consulted about your personal appearance. I don't care, you had a good deal to do with it, nevertheless. When you were 8 or 9 years old, I was 7 feet high, and as pretty as a picture. I wish you had died young. So, you have grown the wrong way, have you? Some of us grow one way, and some the other. You had a large conscience once. If you've a small conscience now, I reckon there are reasons for it. However, both of us are to blame, you and I. You see, you used to be conscientious about a great many things, morbidly so, I may say. It was a great many years ago. You probably do not remember it now. Well, I took a great interest in my work, and I so enjoyed the anguish which certain pet sins of yours afflicted you with, that I kept pelting at you until I rather overdid the matter. You began to rebel. Of course, I began to lose ground then, and shrivel a little, diminish in stature, get moldy, and grow deformed. The more I weakened, the more stubbornly you fastened on to those particular sins, till at last the places on my person that represent those vices became as callous as shark skin. Take smoking, for instance. I played that card a little too long, and I lost. When people plead with you at this late day to quit that vice, that old callous place seems to enlarge and cover me all over like a shirt of mail. It exerts a mysterious smothering effect, and presently I, your faithful hater, your devoted conscience, go sound asleep. Sound? It is no name for it. I couldn't hear it thunder at such a time. You have some few other vices, perhaps 80 or maybe 90, that affect me in much the same way. This is flattering. You must be asleep a good part of the time. Yes, of late years. I should be asleep all the time but for the help I get. Who helps you? Other consciences. Whenever a person whose conscience I am acquainted with tries to plead with you about the vices you are callous to, I get my friend to give his client a pang concerning some villainy of his own, and that shuts off his meddling and starts him off to hunt personal consolation. My field of usefulness is about trimmed down to tramps, budding authoresses, and that line of goods now. But don't you worry, I'll harry you on theirs while they last. Just you put your trust in me. I think I can. But if you had only been good enough to mention these facts some 30 years ago, I should have turned my particular attention to sin, and I think that by this time I should not only have had you pretty permanently asleep on the entire list of human vices, but reduced to the size of a homeopathic pill at that. That is about the style of conscience I am pining for. If I only had you shrunk down to a homeopathic pill, and could get my hands on you, would I put you in a glass case for a keepsake? No, sir, I would give you to a yellow dog. That is where you ought to be, you and all your tribe. You are not fit to be in society, in my opinion. Now, another question. Do you know a good many consciences in this section? Plenty of 'em. I would give anything to see some of them. Could you bring them here, and would they be visible to me? Certainly not. I suppose I ought to have known that without asking. But no matter, you can describe them. Tell me about my neighbor Thompson's conscience, please. Very well. I know him intimately, have known him many years. I knew him when he was 11 feet high and of a faultless figure, but he is very pasty and tough and misshapen now, and hardly ever interests himself about anything. As to his present size, well, he sleeps in a cigar box. Likely enough. There are few smaller, meaner men in this region than Hugh Thompson. Do you know Robinson's conscience? Yes, he is a shade under 4½ feet high. Used to be blond, is a brunette now, but still shapely and comely. Well, Robinson is a good fellow. Do you know Tom Smith's conscience? I have known him from childhood. He was 13 inches high and rather sluggish when he was 2 years old, as nearly all of us are at that age. He's 37 feet high now, and the stateliest figure in America. His legs are still racked with growing pains, but he has a good time nevertheless, never sleeps. He is the most active and energetic member of the New England Conscience Club, is president of it. Night and day you can find him pegging away at Smith, panting with his labor, sleeves rolled up, countenance all alive with enjoyment. He has got his victim splendidly dragooned now. He can make poor Smith imagine that the most innocent little thing he does is an odious sin, and then he sets to work and almost tortures the soul out of him about it. Smith is the noblest man in all this section, and the purest, and yet is always breaking his heart because he cannot be good. Only a conscience could find pleasure in heaping agony upon a spirit like that. Do you know my Aunt Mary's conscience? I have seen her at a distance, but I am not acquainted with her. She lives in the open air altogether, because no door is large enough to admit her. I can believe that. Let me see. Do you know the conscience of that publisher who once stole some sketches of mine for a series of his, and then left me to pay the law expenses I had to incur in order to choke him off? Yes, he has a wide fame. He was exhibited a month ago with some other antiquities for the benefit of a recent member of the cabinet's conscience that was starving in exile. Tickets and fares were high, but I traveled for nothing by pretending to be the conscience of an editor, and got in for half price by representing myself to be the conscience of a clergyman. However, the publisher's conscience, which was to have been the main feature of the entertainment, was a failure as an exhibition. He was there, but what of that? The management had provided a microscope with a magnifying power of only 30,000 diameters, and so nobody got to see him after all. There was great and general dissatisfaction, of course, but just here there was an eager footstep on the stair. I opened the door, and my Aunt Mary burst into the room. It was a joyful meeting, and a cheery bombardment of questions and answers concerning family matters ensued. By and by my aunt said, "But I am going to abuse you a little now. You promised me the day I saw you last that you would look after the needs of the poor family around the corner as faithfully as I had done it myself. Well, I found out by accident that you failed of your promise. Was that right?" In simple truth, I had never thought of that family a second time, and now such a splintering pang of guilt shot through me. I glanced up at my conscience. Plainly, my heavy heart was affecting him. His body was drooping forward. He seemed about to fall from the bookcase. My aunt continued, "And think how you have neglected my poor protege at the almshouse, you dear, hard-hearted promise-breaker." I blushed scarlet, and my tongue was tied. As the sense of my guilty negligence waxed sharper and stronger, my conscience began to sway heavily back and forth, and when my aunt, after a little pause, said in a grieved tone, "Since you never once went to see her, maybe it will not distress you now to know that that poor child died months ago, utterly friendless and forsaken." My conscience could no longer bear up under the weight of my sufferings, but tumbled headlong from his high perch and struck the floor with a dull, leaden thump. He lay there writhing with pain and quaking with apprehension, but straining every muscle in frantic efforts to get up. In a fever of expectancy I sprang to the door, locked it, placed my back against it, and bent a watchful gaze upon my struggling master. Already my fingers were itching to begin their murderous work. "Oh, what can be the matter?" exclaimed my aunt, shrinking from me and following with her frightened eyes the direction of mine. My breath was coming in short, quick gasps now, and my excitement was almost uncontrollable. My aunt cried out, "Oh, do not look so! You appall me! Oh, what can the matter be? What is it you see? Why do you stare so? Why do you work your fingers like that?" "Peace, woman!" I said in a hoarse whisper. "Look elsewhere. Pay no attention to me. It is nothing, nothing. I am often this way. It will pass in a moment. It comes from smoking too much."
My injured lord was up, wild-eyed with terror, and trying to hobble toward the door. I could hardly breathe, I was so wrought up. My aunt wrung her hands and said, "Oh, I knew how it would be. I knew it would come to this at last. Oh, I implore you to crush out that fatal habit while it may yet be time. You must not, you shall not be deaf to my supplications longer." My struggling conscience showed sudden signs of weariness. "Oh, promise me you will throw off this hateful slavery of tobacco." My conscience began to reel drowsily and grope with his hands. Enchanting spectacle! "I beg you, I beseech you, I implore you. Your reason is deserting you. There is madness in your eye. It flames with frenzy. Oh, hear me, and be saved. See, I plead with you on my very knees." As she sank before me, my conscience reeled again, and then drooped languidly to the floor, blinking toward me a last supplication for mercy with heavy eyes. "Oh, promise, or you are lost. Promise and be redeemed. Promise, promise and live." With a long-drawn sigh, my conquered conscience closed his eyes and fell fast asleep. With an exultant shout, I sprang past my aunt, and in an instant I had my lifelong foe by the throat. After so many years of waiting and longing, he was mine at last. I tore him to shreds and fragments. I rent the fragments to bits. I cast the bleeding rubbish into the fire, and drew into my nostrils the grateful incense of my burnt offering. At last and forever my conscience was dead. I was a free man. I turned upon my poor aunt, who was almost petrified with terror, and shouted, "Out of this with your paupers, your charities, your reforms, your pestilent morals. You behold before you a man whose life conflict is done, whose soul is at peace, a man whose heart is dead to sorrow, dead to suffering, dead to remorse, a man without a conscience. In my joy I spare you, though I could throttle you and never feel a pang. Fly!" She fled. Since that day my life is all bliss. Bliss, unalloyed bliss. Nothing in all the world could persuade me to have a conscience again. I settled all my old outstanding scores, and began the world anew. I killed 38 persons during the first 2 weeks, all of them on account of ancient grudges. I burned a dwelling that interrupted my view. I swindled a widow and some orphans out of their last cow, which is a very good one, though not thoroughbred, I believe. I have also committed scores of crimes of various kinds, and have enjoyed my work exceedingly, whereas it would formerly have broken my heart and turned my hair gray, I have no doubt. In conclusion, I wish to state, by way of advertisement, that medical colleges desiring assorted tramps for scientific purposes, either by the gross, by cord measurement, or per ton, will do well to examine the lot in my cellar before purchasing elsewhere, as these were all selected and prepared by myself, and can be had at a low rate, because I wish to clear out my stock and get ready for the spring trade. End of The Facts Concerning the Recent Carnival of Crime in Connecticut by Mark Twain. Read by Margaret Espaillat.
The Generous Gambler by Charles Baudelaire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Generous Gambler by Charles Baudelaire. Yesterday, across the crowd of the boulevard, I found myself touched by a mysterious being I had always desired to know, and who I recognized immediately, in spite of the fact that I had never seen him. He had, I imagined, in himself, relatively as to me, a similar desire, for he gave me in passing so significant a sign in his eyes that I hastened to obey him. I followed him attentively, and soon I descended behind him into a subterranean dwelling astonishing to me as a vision, where shone a luxury of which none of the actual houses in Paris could give me an approximate example. It seemed to me singular that I had passed so often that prodigious retreat without having discovered the entrance. There reigned an exquisite and almost stifling atmosphere, which made one forget almost instantaneously all the fastidious horrors of life. There I breathed a somber sensuality, like that of opium smokers, when, set on the shore of an enchanted island over which shone an eternal afternoon, they felt borne in them to the soothing sounds of melodious cascades the desire of never again seeing their households, their women, their children, and of never again being tossed on the decks of ships by storms. There were strange faces of men and women, gifted with so fatal a beauty that I seemed to have seen them years ago, and in countries which I failed to remember, and which inspired in me that curious sympathy and that equally curious sense of fear that I usually discover in unknown aspects. If I wanted to define in some fashion or other the singular expression of their eyes, I would say that never had I seen such magic radiance more energetically expressing the horror of ennui and of desire, of the immortal desire of feeling themselves alive. As for mine host and myself, we were already, as we sat down, as perfect friends as if we had always known each other. We drank immeasurably of all sorts of extraordinary wines, and, a thing not less bizarre, it seemed to me, after several hours, that I was no more intoxicated than he was. However, gambling, this superhuman pleasure, had cut at various intervals our copious libations, and I ought to say that I had gained and lost my soul, as we were playing with an heroical carelessness and light-heartedness. The soul is so invisible a thing, often useless, and sometimes so troublesome, that I did not experience as to this loss more than that kind of emotion I might have had I lost my visiting card in the street. We spent hours in smoking cigars, whose incomparable savor and perfume give to the soul the nostalgia of unknown delights and sights; and, intoxicated by all these spiced sauces, I dared, in an access of familiarity which did not seem to displease him, to cry, as I lifted a glass filled to the brim with wine, "To your immortal health, old he goat!" We talked of the universe, of its creation and its future destruction, of the leading ideas of the century, that is to say, of progress and perfectibility, and in general of all kinds of human infatuations. On this subject his Highness was inexhaustible in his irrefutable jests, and he expressed himself with a splendor of diction and with a magnificence in drollery such as I have never found in any of the most famous conversationalists of our age. He explained to me the absurdity of different philosophies that had so far taken possession of men's brains, and deigned even to take me in confidence in regard to certain fundamental principles which I am not inclined to share with any one. He complained in no way of the evil reputation under which he lived, indeed, all over the world, and he assured me that he himself was of all living beings the most interested in the destruction of superstition, and he avowed to me that he had been afraid, relatively as to his proper power, once only, and that was on the day when he had heard a preacher, more subtle than the rest of the human herd, cry in his pulpit, "My dear brethren, do not ever forget, when you hear the progress of lights praised, that the loveliest trick of the devil is to persuade you that he does not exist." The memory of this famous orator brought us naturally on the subject of academies, and my strange host declared to me that he didn't disdain, in many cases, to inspire the pens, the words, and the consciences of pedagogues, and that he almost always assisted in person, in spite of being invisible, at all the scientific meetings. Encouraged by so much kindness, I asked him if he had any news of God. Who has not his hours of impiety? Especially as the old friend of the devil. He said to me, with a shade of unconcern united with a deeper shade of sadness, "We salute each other when we meet." But for the rest he spoke in Hebrew. It is uncertain if His Highness has ever given so long an audience to a simple mortal, and I feared to abuse it. Finally, as the dark approached, shivering, this famous personage, sung by so many poets and served by so many philosophers who work for his glory's sake without being aware of it, said to me, "I want you to remember me always, and to prove to you that I, of whom one says so much evil, am often enough bon diable, to make use of one of your vulgar locutions. So as to make up for the irredeemable loss that you have made of your soul, I shall give you back the stake you ought to have gained. If your fate had been fortunate, that is to say, the possibility of solicizing and of conquering during your whole life this bizarre affliction of ennui, which is the source of all your maladies and of all your miseries. Never a desire shall be formed by you that I will not aid you to realize. You will reign over your vulgar equals. Money and gold and diamonds, fairy palaces, shall come to seek you, and shall ask you to accept them without your having made the least effort to obtain them. You can change your abode as often as you like. You shall have in your power all sensualities without lassitude in lands where the climate is always hot, and where the women are as scented as the flowers." With this he rose up and said good-bye to me with a charming smile. If it had not been for the shame of humiliating myself before so immense an assembly, I might have voluntarily fallen at the feet of this generous gambler, to thank him for his unheard-of munificence. But little by little, after I had left him, an incurable defiance entered into me. I dared no longer believe in so prodigious a happiness. And as I went to bed, making over again my nightly prayer by means of all that remained in me in the matter of faith, I repeated in my slumber, "My God, my Lord, my God, do let the devil keep his word with me." End of The Generous Gambler by Charles Baudelaire.
How I Edited an Agricultural Paper by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I did not take temporary editorship of an agricultural paper without misgivings. Neither would a landsman take command of a ship without misgivings, but I was in circumstances that made the salary an object. The regular editor of the paper was going off for a holiday, and I accepted the terms he offered, and took his place. The sensation of being at work again was luxurious, and I wrought all the week with unflagging pleasure. We went to press, and I waited a day with some solicitude to see whether my effort was going to attract any notice. As I left the office toward sundown, a group of men and boys at the foot of the stairs dispersed with one impulse and gave me passageway, and I heard one or two of them say, "That's him." I was naturally pleased by this incident. The next morning I found a similar group at the foot of the stairs, and scattering couples and individuals standing here and there in the street and over the way, watching me with interest. The group separated and fell back as I approached, and I heard a man say, "Look at his eye." I pretended not to observe the notice I was attracting, but secretly I was pleased with it, and was proposing to write an account of it to my aunt. I went up the short flight of stairs, and heard cheery voices and a ringing laugh as I drew near the door, which I opened, and caught a glimpse of two young, rural-looking men whose faces blanched and lengthened when they saw me, and then they both plunged through the window with a great crash. I was surprised. In about half an hour an old gentleman with a flowing beard and a fine but rather austere face entered and sat down at my invitation. He seemed to have something on his mind. He took off his hat and set it on the floor, and got out of it a red silk handkerchief and a copy of our paper. He put the paper on his lap, and while he polished his spectacles with his handkerchief, he said, "Are you the new editor?" I said I was. "Have you ever edited an agricultural paper before?" "No," I said. "This is my first attempt." "Very likely. Have you had any experience in agricultural practically?" "No, I believe I have not." "Some instinct told me so," said the old gentleman, putting on his spectacles and looking over them at me with asperity, while he folded his paper into a convenient shape. "I wish to read you what must have made me have that instinct. It was this editorial. Listen, and see if it was you that wrote it. Turnips should never be pulled. It injures them. It is much better to send a boy up and let him shake the tree. Now, what do you think of that? For I really suppose you wrote it?" "Think of it? Why, I think it is good. I think it is sense. I have no doubt that every year millions and millions of bushels of turnips are spoiled in this township alone by being pulled in a half-ripe condition, when, if they had sent a boy up to shake the tree—" "Shake your grandmother! Turnips don't grow on trees." "Oh, they don't they? Well, who said they did? The language was intended to be figurative, wholly figurative. Anybody that knows anything will know that I meant that the boy should shake the vine." Then this old person got up and tore his paper all into small shreds, and stamped on them, and broke several things with his cane, and said I did not know as much as a cow, and then went out and banged the door after him, and in short, acted in such a way that I fancied he was displeased about something, but not knowing what the trouble was, I could not be any help to him. Pretty soon after this, a long, cadaverous creature with lanky locks hanging down to his shoulders, and a week's stubble bristling from the hills and valleys of his face, darted within the door and halted, motionless, with finger on lip, and head and body bent in listening attitude. No sound was heard. Still he listened. No sound. Then he turned the key in the door, and came elaborately tiptoeing toward me, till he was within long-reaching distance of me, when he stopped, and, after scanning my face with intense interest for a while, drew a folded copy of our paper from his bosom, and said, "There, you wrote that. Read it to me, quick. Relieve me. I suffer." I read as follows, and as the sentences fell from my lips, I could see the relief come. I could see the drawn muscles relax, and the anxiety go out of the face, and rest and peace steal over the features like the merciful moonlight over a desolate landscape. The guano is a fine bird, but great care is necessary in rearing it. It should not be imported earlier than June or later than September. In the winter it should be kept in a warm place, where it can hatch out its young. It is evident that we are to have a backward season for grain. Therefore, it will be well for the farmer to begin setting out his corn stalks and planting his buckwheat cakes in July instead of August. Concerning the pumpkin, this berry is a favorite with the natives of the interior of New England, who prefer it to the gooseberry for the making of fruit cake, and who likewise give it the preference over the raspberry for feeding cows, as being more filling and fully as satisfying. The pumpkin is the only esculent of the orange family that will thrive in the North, except the gourd and one or two varieties of the squash, but the custom of planting it in the front yard with the shrubbery is fast going out of vogue, for it is now generally conceded that the pumpkin as a shade tree is a failure. Now, as the warm weather approaches, and the ganders begin to spawn, the excited listener sprang toward me to shake hands, and said, "There, that will do. I know I am all right now, because you have read it just as I did, word for word. But, stranger, when I first read it this morning, I said to myself, I never believed it before, notwithstanding my friends kept me under watch so strict. But now I believe I am crazy." And with that I fetched a howl that you might have heard 2 miles, and started out to kill somebody, because, you know, I knew it would come to that sooner or later, and so I might as well begin. I read one of them paragraphs over again, so as to be certain, and then I burned my house down and started. I have crippled several people, and have got one fellow up a tree where I can get him if I want him. But I thought I would call in here as I pass along and make the thing perfectly certain, and now it is certain. And I tell you it is lucky for the chap that is in the tree. I should have killed him sure as I went back. Goodbye, sir, goodbye. You have taken a great load off my mind. My reason has stood the strain of one of your agricultural articles, and I know that nothing can ever unseat it now. Goodbye, sir. I felt a little uncomfortable about the cripplings and the arsons this person had been entertaining himself with, for I could not help feeling remotely accessory to them. But these thoughts were quickly banished, for the regular editor walked in. I thought to myself, now, if you had gone to Egypt, as I recommended to you to, I might have had a chance to get my hand in, but you wouldn't do it, and here you are. I sort of expected you. The editor was looking sad and perplexed and dejected. He surveyed the wreck which that old rioter and those two young farmers had made, and then said, "This is a sad business, a very sad business. There is the mucilage bottle broken, and 6 panes of glass, and a spittoon, and 2 candlesticks. But that is not the worst. The reputation of the paper is injured, and permanently, I fear. True, there never was such a call for the paper before, and it never sold such a large edition, or soared to such celebrity, but does one want to be famous for lunacy, and prosper upon the infirmities of his mind? My friend, as I am an honest man, the street out here is full of people, and others are roosting on the fences, waiting to get a glimpse of you, because they think you are crazy. And well they might, after reading your editorials. They are a disgrace to journalism. Why, what put it into your head you could edit a paper of this nature? You do not seem to know the first rudiments of agriculture. You speak of a furrow and a harrow as being the same thing. You talk of the molting season for cows, and you recommend the domestication of the polecat on account of its playfulness, and its excellence as a ratter. Your remark that clams will lie quiet if music be played to them was superfluous, entirely superfluous. Nothing disturbs clams. Clams always lie quiet. Clams care nothing whatever about music. Ah, heavens and earth, friend, if you had made the inquiring of ignorance the study of your life, you could not have graduated with higher honor than you could today. I never saw anything like it. Your observation that the horse chestnut as an article of commerce is steadily gaining in favor is simply calculated to destroy this journal. I want you to throw up your situation and go. I want no more holiday. I could not enjoy it if I had it. Certainly not with you in my chair. I would always stand in dread of what you might be going to recommend next. It makes me lose all patience every time I think of your disgusting oyster beds under the head of landscape gardening. I want you to go. Nothing on earth could persuade me to take another holiday. Oh, why didn't you tell me you didn't know anything about agriculture? Tell you, you cornstalk, you cabbage, you son of a cauliflower! It's the first time I ever heard such an unfeeling remark. I tell you, I have been in the editorial business going on 14 years, and it is the first time I ever heard of a man's having to know anything in order to edit a newspaper. You turnip! Who write the dramatic critiques for the second-rate papers? Why, a parcel of promoted shoemakers and apprentice apothecaries, who know just as much about good acting as I do about good farming, and no more. Who review the books? People who never wrote one. Who do up the heavy leaders on finance? Parties who have had the largest opportunities for knowing nothing about it. Who criticize the Indian campaigns? Gentlemen who do not know a war whoop from a wigwam, and who never have had to run a foot race with a tomahawk, or pluck arrows out of the several members of their families to build the evening campfire with. Who write the temperance appeals and clamor about the flowing bowl. Folks who will never draw another sober breath till they do it in the grave. Who edit the agricultural papers, you yam? Men, as a general thing, who fail in the poetry line, yellow-colored novel line, sensational drama line, city editor line, and finally fall back on agriculture as a temporary reprieve from the poorhouse. You try to tell me anything about the newspaper business. Sir, I have been through it from Alpha to Omaha, and I tell you that the less a man knows, the bigger the noise he makes and the higher the salary he commands. Heaven knows, if I had been but ignorant instead of cultivated, and impudent instead of diffident, I could have made a name for myself in this cold, selfish world. I take my leave, sir. Since I have been treated as you have treated me, I am perfectly willing to go. But I have done my duty. I have fulfilled my contract as far as I was permitted to do it. I said I could make your paper of interest to all classes, and I have. I said I could run your circulation up to 20,000 copies, and if I had had 2 more weeks I'd have done it. And I'd have given you the best class of readers that ever an agricultural paper had. Not a farmer in it, nor a solitary individual who could tell a watermelon tree from a peach vine to save his life. You are the loser by this rupture, not me, pie plant. Adios. I then left. End of How I Edited an Agricultural Paper by Mark Twain. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 25 February 2010.
Laura by Saki H. Monroe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "You are not really dying, are you?" asked Amanda. "I have the doctor's permission to live till Tuesday," said Laura. "But today is Saturday. This is serious," gasped Amanda. "I don't know about it being serious. It is certainly Saturday," said Laura. "Death is always serious," said Amanda. "I never said I was going to die. I am presumably going to leave off being Laura, but I shall go on being something. An animal of some kind, I suppose. You see, when one hasn't been very good in the life one has just lived, one reincarnates in some lower organism. And I haven't been very good when one comes to think of it. I've been petty and mean and vindictive and all that sort of thing, when circumstances have seemed to warrant it." "Circumstances never warrant that sort of thing," said Amanda hastily. "If you don't mind my saying so," observed Laura, "Egbert is a circumstance that would warrant any amount of that sort of thing. You're married to him. That's different. You've sworn to love, honor, and endure him. I haven't." "I don't see what's wrong with Egbert," protested Amanda. "Oh, I dare say the wrongness has been on my part," admitted Laura dispassionately. "He has merely been the extenuating circumstance. He made a thin, peevish kind of fuss, for instance, when I took the collie puppies from the farm out for a run the other day. They chased his young broods of speckled Sussex and drove 2 sitting hens off their nests, besides running all over the flower beds. You know how devoted he is to his poultry and garden. Anyhow, he needn't have gone on about it for the entire evening, and then have said, 'Let's say no more about it,' just when I was beginning to enjoy the discussion. That's where one of my petty vindictive revenges came in," added Laura, with an unrepentant chuckle. "I turned the entire family of speckled Sussex into his seedling shed the day after the puppy episode." "How could you?" exclaimed Amanda. "It came quite easy," said Laura. "2 of the hens pretended to be laying at the time, but I was firm." "And we thought it was an accident." "You see," resumed Laura, "I really have some grounds for supposing that my next incarnation will be in a lower organism. I shall be an animal of some kind. On the other hand, I haven't been a bad sort in my way, so I think I may count on being a nice animal, something elegant and lively, with a love of fun. An otter, perhaps." "I can't imagine you as an otter," said Amanda. "Well, I don't suppose you can imagine me as an angel, if it comes to that," said Laura. Amanda was silent. She couldn't. "Personally, I think an otter life would be rather enjoyable," continued Laura. "Salmon to eat all the year round, and the satisfaction of being able to fetch the trout in their own homes without having to wait for hours till they condescend to rise to the fly you've been dangling before them. And an elegant, svelte figure. Think of the otter-hounds, interposed Amanda. How dreadful to be hunted and harried, and finally worried to death. Rather fun, with half the neighborhood looking on, and anyhow not worse than this Saturday to Tuesday business of dying by inches. And then I should go on into something else. If I had been a moderately good otter, I suppose I should get back into human shape of some sort. Probably something rather primitive. A little brown, unclothed Nubian boy, I should think. I wish you would be serious, sighed Amanda. You really ought to be if you're only going to live till Tuesday. As a matter of fact, Laura died on Monday. So dreadfully upsetting, Amanda complained to her uncle-in-law, Sir Lulworth Quayne. I've asked quite a lot of people down for golf and fishing, and the rhododendrons are just looking their best. Laura always was inconsiderate, said Sir Lulworth. She was born during Goodwood week, with an ambassador staying in the house who hated babies. She had the maddest kind of ideas, said Amanda. Do you know if there was any insanity in her family? Insanity? No, I never heard of any. Her father lives in West Kensington, but I believe he's sane on all other subjects. She had an idea she was going to be reincarnated as an otter, said Amanda. One meets with those ideas of reincarnation so frequently, even in the West, said Sir Lulworth, that one can hardly set them down as being mad. And Laura was such an unaccountable person in this life that I should not like to lay down definite rules as to what she might be doing in an after state. You think she really might have passed into some animal form? Asked Amanda. She was one of those who shape their opinions rather readily from the standpoint of those around them. Just then Egbert entered the breakfast-room, wearing an air of bereavement that Laura's demise would have been insufficient in itself to account for. "4 of my speckled Sussex have been killed," he exclaimed, "the very 4 that were to go to the show on Friday. One of them was dragged away and eaten right in the middle of that new carnation bed that I've been to such trouble and expense over. My best flower bed and my best fowls singled out for destruction. It almost seems as if the brute that did the deed had special knowledge how to be as devastating as possible in a short space of time." "Was it a fox, do you think?" asked Amanda. "Sounds more like a polecat," said Sir Lulworth. "No," said Egbert. "There were marks of webbed feet all over the place, and we followed the tracks down to the stream at the bottom of the garden. Evidently an otter." Amanda looked quickly and furtively across at Sir Lulworth. Egbert was too agitated to eat any breakfast, and went out to superintend the strengthening of the poultry-yard defences. "I think she might at least have waited till the funeral was over," said Amanda in a scandalized voice. "It's her own funeral, you know," said Sir Lulworth. "It's a nice point in etiquette how far one ought to show respect to one's own mortal remains." Disregard for mortuary convention was carried to further lengths next day. During the absence of the family at the funeral ceremony, the remaining survivors of the speckled Sussex were massacred. The marauders' line of retreat seemed to have embraced most of the flower beds on the lawn, but the strawberry beds in the lower garden had also suffered. "I shall get the otter-hounds to come here at the earliest possible moment," said Egbert savagely. "On no account! You can't dream of such a thing!" exclaimed Amanda. "I mean, it wouldn't do, so soon after a funeral in the house." "It's a case of necessity," said Egbert. "Once an otter takes to that sort of thing, it won't stop." "Perhaps it will go elsewhere, now there are no more fowls left," suggested Amanda. "One would think you wanted to shield the beast," said Egbert. "There's been so little water in the stream lately," objected Amanda. It seems hardly sporting to hunt an animal when it has so little chance of taking refuge anywhere." "Good gracious," fumed Egbert, "I'm not thinking about sport. I want to have the animal killed as soon as possible." Even Amanda's opposition weakened when, during church time on the following Sunday, the otter made its way into the house, raided half a salmon from the larder, and worried it into scaly fragments on the Persian rug in Egbert's studio. "We shall have it hiding under our beds and biting pieces out of our feet before long," said Egbert; and from what Amanda knew of this particular otter, she felt that the possibility was not a remote one. On the evening preceding the day fixed for the hunt, Amanda spent a solitary hour walking by the banks of the stream, making what she imagined to be hound noises. It was charitably supposed by those who overheard her performance that she was practicing for farmyard imitations at the forthcoming village entertainment. It was her friend and neighbor, Aurora Buret, who brought her news of the day's sport. "Pity you aren't out. We had quite a good day. We found at once in the pool just below your garden." "Did you kill?" asked Amanda. "Rather. A fine she-otter. Your husband got rather badly bitten in trying to tail it. Poor beast, I felt quite sorry for it. It had such a human look in its eyes when it was killed. You call me silly, but do you know who the look reminded me of?" "My dear woman, what is the matter?" When Amanda had recovered to a certain extent from her attack of nervous prostration, Egbert took her to the Nile Valley to recuperate. Change of scene speedily brought about the desired recovery of health and mental balance. The escapades of an adventurous otter in search of a variation of diet were viewed in their proper light. Amanda's normally placid temperament reasserted itself. Even a hurricane of shouted curses coming from her husband's dressing-room, in her husband's voice, but hardly in his usual vocabulary, failed to disturb her serenity as she made a leisurely toilet one evening in a Cairo hotel. "What is the matter? What has happened?" she asked in amused curiosity. "The little beast has thrown all my clean shirts into the bath. Wait till I catch you, you little—" "What little beast?" asked Amanda, suppressing a desire to laugh. Egbert's language was so hopelessly inadequate to express his outraged feelings. "A little beast of a naked brown Nubian boy," spluttered Egbert. And now Amanda is seriously ill. End of Laura by Saki, H. Munro. Read by Leonard Wilson.
Lucifer by Anatole France. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Lucifer by Anatole France. And so successful was Spinello with his horrible and portentous production, that it was commonly reported, so great is always the force of fancy, that the said figure of Lucifer, trodden under foot by St. Michael in the altar-piece of the church of St. Agnolo at Arezzo, painted by him, had appeared to the artist in a dream, and asked him in what place he had beheld him under so brutish a form. Lives of the Most Excellent Painters by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Spinello. Andrea Tafi, painter and worker in mosaic of Florence, had a wholesome terror of the devils of hell, particularly in the watches of the night, when it is given to the powers of darkness to prevail. And the worthy man's fears were not unreasonable, for in those days the demons had good cause to hate the painters, who robbed them of more souls with a single picture than a good little preaching friar could do in 30 sermons. No doubt the monk, to instill a soul-saving horror in the hearts of the faithful, would describe to the utmost of his powers that day of wrath, that day of mourning, which is to reduce the universe to ashes, teste David et Sibylla, borrowing his deepest voice and bellowing through his hands to imitate the archangel's last trump. But there it was all sound and fury, signifying nothing. Whereas a painting displayed on a chapel wall or in the cloister, showing Jesus Christ sitting on the great white throne to judge the living and the dead, spoke unceasingly to the eyes of sinners, and through the eyes chastened such as had sinned by the eyes or otherwise. It was in the days when cunning masters were depicting at Santa Croce in Florence and the Campo Santo of Pisa the mysteries of divine justice. These works were drawn according to the account in verse which Dante Alighieri, a man very learned in theology and in canon law, wrote in days gone by of his journey to hell and purgatory and paradise, whither by the singular great merits of his lady he was able to make his way alive. So everything in these paintings was instructive and true, and we may say surely less profit is to be had of reading the most full and ample chronicle than from contemplating such representative works of art. Moreover, the Florentine masters took heed to paint, under the shade of orange groves on the flower-starred turf, fair ladies and gallant knights, with death lying in wait for them with his scythe, while they were discoursing of love to the sound of lutes and violas. Nothing was better fitted to convert carnal-minded sinners who quaff forgetfulness of God on the lips of women. To rebuke the covetous, the painter would show to the life the devils pouring molten gold down the throat of bishop or abbess, who had commissioned some work from him and then scamped his pay. This is why the demons in those days were bitter enemies of the painters, and above all of the Florentine painters, who surpassed all the rest in subtlety and wit. Chiefly they reproached them with representing them under a hideous guise, with the heads of bird and fish, serpents' bodies, and bats' wings. This sore resentment which they felt will come out plainly in the history of Spinello of Arezzo. Spinello Spinelli was sprung of a noble family of Florentine exiles, and his graciousness of mind matched his gentle birth, for he was the most skilful painter of his time. He wrought many and great works at Florence, and the Pisans begged him to complete Giotto's wall paintings in their Campo Santo, where the dead rest beneath roses in holy earth shipped from Jerusalem. At last, after working long years in divers cities, and getting much gold, he longed to see once more the good city of Arezzo, his mother. The men of Arezzo had not forgotten how Spinello, in his younger days, being enrolled in the confraternity of Santa Maria della Misericordia, had visited the sick and buried the dead in the plague of 1383. They were grateful to him besides for having by his works spread the fame of their city over all Tuscany. For all these reasons they welcomed him with high honors on his return. Still full of vigor in his old age, he undertook important tasks in his native town. His wife would tell him, "You are rich, Spinello. Do you rest, and leave younger men to paint instead of you? It is meet a man should end his days in a gentle religious quiet. It is tempting God to be forever raising new and worldly monuments, mere heathen towers of Babel. Quit your colors and your varnishes, Spinello, or they will destroy your peace of mind." So the good dame would preach, but he refused to listen, for his one thought was to increase his fortune and renown. Far from resting on his laurels, he arranged a price with the wardens of St. Agnolo for a history of St. Michael that was to cover all the choir of the church, and contain an infinity of figures. Into this enterprise he threw himself with extraordinary ardor. Re-reading the parts of Scripture that were to be his inspiration, he set himself to study deeply every line and every word of these passages. Not content with drawing all day long in his workshop, he persisted in working both at bed and board, while at dusk, walking below the hill on whose brow Arezzo proudly lifts her walls and towers, he was still lost in thought. And we may say the story of the Archangel was already limned in his brain when he started to sketch out the incidents in red chalk on the plaster of the wall. He was soon done tracing these outlines. Then he fell to painting above the high altar the scene that was to outshine all the others in brilliancy. For it was his intent therein to glorify the leader of the hosts of heaven for the victory he won before the beginning of time. Accordingly, Spinello represented St. Michael fighting in the air against the serpent with 7 heads and 10 horns, and he figured with delight, in the bottom part of the picture, the prince of devils, Lucifer, under the semblance of an appalling monster. The figures seemed to grow to life of themselves under his hand. His success was beyond his fondest hopes. So hideous was the countenance of Lucifer, none could escape the nightmare of its foulness. The face haunted the painter in the streets, and even went home with him to his lodging. Presently, when night was come, Spinello lay down in his bed beside his wife and fell asleep. In his slumbers he saw an angel, as comely as St. Michael, but black. And the angel said to him, Spinello, I am Lucifer. Tell me, where had you seen me, that you should paint me as you have, under so ignominious a likeness? The old painter answered, trembling, that he had never seen him with his eyes, never having gone down alive into hell, like Messer Dante Alighieri, but that in depicting him as he had done, he was for expressing in visible lines and colors the hideousness of sin. Lucifer shrugged his shoulders, and the hill of San Gemignano seemed of a sudden to heave and stagger. Spinello, he went on, will you do me the pleasure to reason a while with me? I am no mean logician. He you pray to knows that. Receiving no reply, Lucifer proceeded in these terms. Spinello, you have read the books that tell of me. You know of my enterprise, and how I forsook heaven to become the prince of this world. A tremendous adventure, and a unique one. Had not the giants in like fashion assailed the god Jupiter, as yourself have seen, Spinello, recorded on an ancient tomb where this titanic war is carved in marble? It is true, said Spinello. I have seen the tomb, shaped like a great tun, in the church of Santa Riparata at Florence. 'Tis a fine work of the Romans. Still, returned Lucifer, smiling, the giants are not pictured on it in the shape of frogs, or chameleons, or the like hideous and horrid creatures. True, replied the painter, but then they had not attacked the true God, but only a false idol of the pagans. 'Tis a mighty difference. The fact is clear, Lucifer. You raised the standard of revolt against the true and veritable King of earth and heaven. I will not deny it, said Lucifer. And how many sorts of sins do you charge me with for that? 7, it is like enough, the painter answered, and deadly sins one and all. 7, exclaimed the angel of darkness. Well, the number is canonical. Everything goes by 7s in my history, which is close bound up with God's. Spinello, you deem me proud, angry, and envious. I enter no protest, provided you allow that glory was my only aim. Do you deem me covetous? Granted again. Covetousness is a virtue for princes. For gluttony and lust, if you hold me guilty, I will not complain. Remains indolence. As he pronounced the word, Lucifer crossed his arms across his breast, and shaking his gloomy head, tossed his flaming locks. Tell me, Spinello, do you really think I am indolent? Do you take me for a coward? Do you hold that in my revolt I showed a lack of courage? Nay, you cannot. Then it was but just to paint me in the guise of a hero with a proud countenance. You should wrong no one, not even the devil. Cannot you see that you insult him you make prayer to, when you give him for an adversary a vile, monstrous toad? Spinello, you are very ignorant for a man of your age. I have a great mind to pull your ears as they do to an ill-conditioned schoolboy." At this threat, and seeing the arm of Lucifer already stretched out towards him, Spinello clapped his hand to his head and began to howl with terror. His good wife, waking up with a start, asked him what ailed him. He told her with chattering teeth how he had just seen Lucifer, and had been in terror for his ears. "I told you so," retorted the worthy dame. "I knew all those figures you will go on painting on the walls would end by driving you mad." "I am not mad," protested the painter. "I saw him with my own eyes, and he is beautiful to look on, albeit proud and sad. First thing tomorrow I will blot out the horrid figure I have drawn, and set in its place the shape I beheld in my dream. For we must not wrong even the devil himself." "You had best go to sleep again," scolded his wife. "You are talking stark nonsense, and unchristian to boot." Spinello tried to rise, but his strength failed him, and he fell back unconscious on his pillow. He lingered on a few days in a high fever, and then died. End of Lucifer by Anatole France.
Luella Miller by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Luella Miller by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. Close to the village street stood the one-story house in which Luella Miller, who had an evil name in the village, had dwelt. She had been dead for years, yet there were those in the village who, in spite of the clearer light which comes on a vantage point from a long-past danger, half believed in the tale which they had heard from their childhood. In their hearts, although they scarcely would have owned it, was a survival of the wild horror and frenzied fear of their ancestors who had dwelt in the same age with Luella Miller. Young people even would stare with a shudder at the old house as they passed, and children never played around it, as was their wont, around an untenanted building. Not a window in the old Miller house was broken. The panes reflected the morning sunlight in patches of emerald and blue, and the latch of the sagging front door was never lifted, although no bolt secured it. Since Luella Miller had been carried out of it, the house had had no tenant except one friendless old soul who had no choice between that and the far-off shelter of the open sky. This old woman, who had survived her kindred and friends, lived in the house 1 week. Then one morning no smoke came out of the chimney, and a body of neighbors, a score strong, entered and found her dead in her bed. There were dark whispers as to the cause of her death, and there were those who testified to an expression of fear so exalted that it showed forth the state of the departing soul upon the dead face. The old woman had been hale and hearty when she entered the house, and in 7 days she was dead. It seemed that she had fallen a victim to some uncanny power. The minister talked in the pulpit with covert severity against the sin of superstition. Still the belief prevailed. Not a soul in the village but would have chosen the almshouse rather than that dwelling. No vagrant, if he heard the tale, would seek shelter beneath that old roof, unhallowed by nearly half a century of superstitious fear. There was only one person in the village who had actually known Luella Miller. That person was a woman well over 80, but a marvel of vitality and unextinct youth. straight as an arrow, with the spring of one recently let loose from the bow of life. She moved about the streets, and she always went to church, rain or shine. She had never married, and had lived alone for years in a house across the road from Luella Miller's. This woman had none of the garrulousness of age, but never in all her life had she ever held her tongue for any will save her own, and she never spared the truth when she essayed to present it. She it was who bore testimony to the life, evil, though possibly wittingly or designedly so, of Luella Miller, and to her personal appearance. When this old woman spoke, and she had the gift of description, although her thoughts were clothed in the rude vernacular of her native village, one could seem to see Luella Miller as she had really looked. According to this woman, Lydia Anderson by name, Luella Miller had been a beauty of a type rather unusual in New England. She had been a slight, pliant sort of creature, as ready with a strong yielding to fate, and as unbreakable as a willow. She had glimmering lengths of straight, fair hair, which she wore softly looped round a long, lovely face. She had blue eyes full of soft, pleading, little, slender, clinging hands, and a wonderful grace of motion and attitude. Luella Miller used to sit in a way nobody else could if they sat up and studied a week of Sundays, said Lydia Anderson, and it was a sight to see her walk. If one of them willows over there on the edge of the brook could start up and get its roots free of the ground and move off, it would go just the way Luella Miller used to. She had a green shot silk she used to wear, too, and a hat with green ribbon streamers, and a lace veil blowing across her face and out sideways, and a green ribbon flying from her waist. That was what she came out bride in when she married Erastus Miller. Her name before she was married was Hill. There was always a sight of L's in her name, married or single. Erastus Miller was good-looking, too, better looking than Luella. Sometimes I used to think that Luella wa'n't so handsome after all. Erastus just about worshipped her. I used to know him pretty well. He lived next door to me, and we went to school together. Folks used to say he was a-waitin' on me, but he won't. I never thought he was, except once or twice when he said things that some girls might have suspected meant something. That was before Luella came here to teach the district school. It was funny how she came to get it, for folks said she hadn't any education, and that one of the big girls, Lottie Henderson, used to do all the teaching for her, while she sat back and did embroidery work on a cambric pocket handkerchief. Lottie Henderson was a real smart girl, a splendid scholar, and she just set her eyes by Luella, as all the girls did. Lottie would have made a real smart woman, but she died when Luella had been here about a year, just faded away and died. Nobody knew what ailed her. She dragged herself to that schoolhouse and helped Luella teach till the very last minute. The committee all knew how Luella didn't do much of the work herself, but they winked at it. It wa'n't long after Lottie died that Erastus married her. I always thought he hurried it up because she wa'n't fit to teach. One of the big boys used to help her after Lottie died, but he hadn't much government, and the school didn't do very well, and Luella might have had to give it up, for the committee couldn't have shut their eyes to things much longer. The boy that helped her was real honest, innocent sort of fellow, and he was a good scholar, too. Folks said he overstudied, and that was the reason he was took crazy the year after Luella married, but I don't know. And I don't know what made Erastus Miller go into consumption of the blood the year after he was married. Consumption wa'n't in his family. He just grew weaker and weaker, and went almost bent double when he tried to wait on Luella, and he spoke feeble, like an old man. He worked terrible hard to the last, trying to save up a little to leave Luella. I have seen him out in the worst storms on a wood sled. He used to cut and sell wood, and he was hunched up on top, looking more dead than alive. Once I couldn't stand it. I went over and helped him pitch some wood on the cart. I was always strong in my arms. I wouldn't stop for all he told me to, and I guess he was glad enough for the help. That was only a week before he died. He fell on the kitchen floor while he was getting breakfast. He always got the breakfast and let Luella lay abed. He did all the sweeping and the washing and the ironing and most of the cooking. He couldn't bear to have Luella lift her finger, and she let him do for her. She lived like a queen for all the work she did. She didn't even do her sewing. She said it made her shoulder ache to sew, and poor Erastus's sister Lily used to do all her sewing. She wasn't able to, either. She was never strong in her back, but she did it beautifully. She had to suit Luella. She was so dreadful particular. I never saw anything like the faggoting and hemstitching that Lily Miller did for Luella. She made all Luella's wedding outfit, and that green silk dress, after Maria Babbitt cut it. Maria, she cut it for nothing, and she did a lot more cutting and fitting for nothing for Luella, too. Lily Miller went to live with Luella after Erastus died. She gave up her home, though she was real attached to it and wa'n't a mite afraid to stay alone. She rented it, and she went to live with Luella right away after the funeral. Then this old woman, Lydia Anderson, who remembered Luella Miller, would go on to relate the story of Lily Miller. It seemed that on the removal of Lily Miller to the house of her dead brother to live with his widow, the village people first began to talk. This Lily Miller had been hardly past her first youth, and a more robust and blooming woman, rosy cheeks with curls of strong black hair overshadowing round, candid temples and bright dark eyes. It was not 6 months after she had taken up her residence with her sister-in-law that her rosy color faded and her pretty curves became wan hollows. White shadows began to show in the black rings of her hair, and the light died out of her eyes. Her features sharpened, and there were pathetic lines at her mouth, which yet wore always an expression of utter sweetness and even happiness. She was devoted to her sister. There was no doubt that she loved her with her whole heart, and was perfectly content in her service. It was her sole anxiety lest she should die and leave her alone. The way Lily Miller used to talk about Luella was enough to make you mad and enough to make you cry, said Lydia Anderson. I've been in there sometimes toward the last, when she was too feeble to cook, and carried her some blancmange or custard, something I thought she might relish, and she'd thank me, and when I asked her how she was, say she felt better than she did yesterday, and asked me if I didn't think she looked better. Dreadful, pitiful, and say, poor Luella had an awful time taking care of her and doing the work. She wasn't strong enough to do anything, when all the time Luella wa'n't lifting her finger, and poor Lily didn't get any care except what the neighbors gave her, and Luella ate up everything that was carried in for Lily. I had it real straight that she did. Luella used to just sit and cry and do nothing. She did act real fond of Lily, and she pined away considerable, too. There was those that thought she'd go into a decline herself, but after Lily died, her Aunt Abby Mixter came, and then Luella picked up and grew as fat and rosy as ever. But poor Aunt Abby begun to droop just the way Lily had. And I guess somebody wrote to her married daughter, Mrs. Sam Abbott, who lived in Bar, for she wrote her mother that she must leave right away and come and make her a visit, but Aunt Abby wouldn't go. I can see her now. She was a real good-looking woman, tall and large, with a big square face and a high forehead that looked of itself kind of benevolent and good. She just tended out on Luella as if she had been a baby, and when her married daughter sent for her she wouldn't stir 1 inch. She'd always thought a lot of her daughter, too, but she said Luella needed her and her married daughter didn't. Her daughter kept writing and writing, but it didn't do any good. Finally she came, and when she saw how bad her mother looked, she broke down and cried and all, but went on her knees to have her come away. She spoke her mind out to Luella, too. She told her that she'd killed her husband and everybody that had anything to do with her, and she'd thank her to leave her mother alone. Luella went into hysterics, and Aunt Abby was so frightened that she called me after her daughter went, Mrs. Sam Abbott. She went away fairly crying out loud in the buggy. The neighbors heard her, and well she might, for she never saw her mother again alive. I went in that night when Aunt Abby called for me, standing in the door with her little green checked shawl over her head. I can see her now. "Do come over here, Miss Anderson," she sung out, kind of gasping for breath. I didn't stop for anything. I put over as fast as I could, and when I got there, there was Luella laughing and crying all together, and Aunt Abby trying to hush her, and all the time she herself was white as a sheet and shaking so she could hardly stand. "For the land's sakes, Mrs. Mixter," says I, "you look worse than she does. You ain't fit to be up out of your bed." "Oh, there ain't anything the matter with me," says she. Then she went on talking to Luella. There, don't, poor little lamb," says she. "Aunt Abby is here. She ain't going away and leave you. Don't, poor little lamb." "Do leave her with me, Mrs. Mixter, and you get back to bed," says I, for Aunt Abby had been layin' down considerable lately, though somehow she continued to do the work. "I'm well enough," says she. "Don't you think she had better have the doctor, Miss Anderson?" "The doctor," says I think you had better have the doctor. I think you need him much worse than some folks I could mention." And I looked right straight at Luella Miller, laughing and crying and going on as if she was the center of all creation. All the time she was acting so, seemed as if she was too sick to sense anything. She was keeping a sharp lookout as to how we took it out of the corner of one eye. I see her. You could never cheat me about Luella Miller. Finally I got real mad, and I run home, and I got a bottle of valerian I had, and I poured some boiling hot water on a handful of catnip, and I mixed up that catnip tea with most half a wineglass of valerian, and I went with it over to Luella's. I marched right up to Luella, a-holding out of that cup, all smoking. "Now," says I, "Luella Miller, you swaller this." "What is it? Oh, what is it?" She got sort of screeches out. Then she goes off a-laughing enough to kill. "Poor lamb, poor little lamb," says Aunt Abby, standing over her, all kind of tottery and trying to bathe her head with camphor. "You swaller this right down," says I. And I didn't waste any ceremony. I just took hold of Luella Miller's chin, and I tipped her head back, and I caught her mouth open with laughing, and I clapped that cup to her lips, and I fairly hollered at her, "Swaller, swaller, swaller!" And she gulped it right down. She had to, and I guess it did her good. Anyhow, she stopped crying and laughing and let me put her to bed, and she went to sleep like a baby inside of half an hour. That was more than poor Aunt Abby did. She lay awake all that night, and I stayed with her, though she tried not to have me. Said she wa'n't sick enough for watchers, but I stayed, and I made some good cornmeal gruel, and I fed her a teaspoon every little while all night long. It seemed to me as if she was just dying from being all wore out. In the morning, as soon as it was light, I run over to the Bisbees and sent Johnny Bisbee for the doctor. I told him to tell the doctor to hurry, and he come pretty quick. Poor Aunt Abby didn't seem to know much of anything when he got there. You couldn't hardly tell she breathed, she was so used up. When the doctor had gone, Luella came into the room looking like a baby in her ruffled nightgown. I can see her now. Her eyes were as blue and her face all pink and white like a blossom, and she looked at Aunt Abby in the bed sort of innocent and surprised. "Why," says she, "Aunt Abby ain't got up yet?" "No, she ain't," says I, pretty short. "I thought I didn't smell the coffee," says Luella. "Coffee?" says I. "I guess if you have coffee this morning you'll make it yourself." "I never made the coffee in all my life," says she, dreadful astonished. "Erastus always made the coffee as long as he lived, and then Lily she made it, and then Aunt Abby made it. I don't believe I can make the coffee, Miss Anderson." "You can make it or go without, just as you please," says I. "Ain't Aunt Abby going to get up?" says she. "I guess she won't get up," says I, sick as she is. I was getting madder and madder. There was something about that little pink and white thing standing there and talking about coffee when she had killed so many better folks than she was, and had just killed another, that made me feel most as if I wished somebody would up and kill her before she had a chance to do any more harm. "Is Aunt Abby sick?" says Luella, as if she was sort of aggrieved and injured. "Yes," says I, "she's sick, and she's going to die, and then you'll be left alone, and you'll have to do for yourself and wait on yourself, or do without things. I don't know but I was sort of hard, but it was the truth, and if I was any harder than Luella Miller had been, I'll give up. I ain't never been sorry that I said it." Well, Luella she up and had hysterics again at that, and I just let her have 'em. All I did was to bundle her into the room on the other side of the entry where Aunt Abby couldn't hear her. If she wa'n't past it, I don't know but she was. And set her down hard in a chair and told her not to come back into the other room, and she minded. She had her hysterics in there till she got tired, when she found out that nobody was coming to coddle her and do for her, she stopped. At least, I suppose she did. I had all I could do with poor Aunt Abby trying to keep the breath of life in her. The doctor had told me that she was dreadful low, and give me some very strong medicine to give to her in drops real often, and told me real particular about the nourishment. Well, I did as he told me real faithful, till she wa'n't able to swaller any longer. Then I had her daughter sent for. I had begun to realize that she wouldn't last any time at all. I hadn't realized it before, though I spoke to Luella the way I did. The doctor he came, and Mrs. Sam Abbott, but when she got there it was too late. Her mother was dead. Aunt Abby's daughter just give one look at her mother laying there, then she turned sort of sharp and sudden and looked at me. "Where is she?" says she, and I knew she meant Luella. "She's out in the kitchen," says I. "She's too nervous to see folks die. She's afraid it will make her sick." The doctor he speaks up then. He was a young man. Old Dr. Park had died the year before, and this was a young fellow just out of college. "Mrs. Miller is not strong," says he, kind of severe, "and she is quite right in not agitating herself." "You are another young man. She's got her pretty claw on you," thinks I, but I didn't say anything to him. I just said over to Mrs. Sam Abbott that Luella was in the kitchen, and Mrs. Sam Abbott she went out there, and I went too, and I never heard anything like the way she talked to Luella Miller. I felt pretty hard to Luella myself, but this was more than I ever would have dared to say. Luella she was too scared to go into hysterics. She just flopped. She seemed to just shrink away to nothing in that kitchen chair, with Mrs. Sam Abbott standing over her and talking and telling her the truth. I guess the truth was most too much for her, and no mistake, because Luella presently actually did faint away, and there weren't any sham about it, the way I always suspected there was about them hysterics. She fainted dead away, and we had to lay her flat on the floor, and the doctor he came running out, and he said something about a weak heart, dreadful fierce to Mrs. Sam Abbott, but she wa'n't a mite scared. She faced him just as white as even Luella was laying there, looking like death, and the doctor feeling of her pulse. "Weak heart," says she. "Weak heart. Weak fiddlesticks. There ain't nothing weak about that woman. She's got strength enough to hang on to other folks till she kills 'em. Weak! It was my poor mother that was weak. This woman killed her as sure as if she had taken a knife to her." But the doctor, he didn't pay much attention. He was bending over Luella, laying there with her yellow hair and all streaming, and her pretty pink and white face all pale, and her blue eyes like stars gone out, and he was holding onto her hand and smoothing her forehead and telling me to get the brandy in Aunt Abby's room, and I was sure as I wanted to be that Luella had got somebody else to hang on to, now Aunt Abby was gone. And I thought of poor Erastus Miller, and I sort of pitied the poor young doctor, led away by a pretty face, and I made up my mind I'd see what I could do. I waited till Aunt Abby had been dead and buried about a month, and the doctor was going to see Luella steady, and folks were beginning to talk. Then one evening, when I knew the doctor had been called out of town and wouldn't be round, I went over to Luella's. I found her all dressed up in a blue muslin with white polka dots on it, and her hair curled just as pretty, and there wa'n't a young girl in the place could compare with her. There was something about Luella Miller seemed to draw the heart right out of you, but she didn't draw it out of me. She was sitting rocking in the chair by her sitting room window, and Maria Brown had gone home. Maria Brown had been in to help her, or rather to do the work, for Luella wa'n't helped when she didn't do anything. Maria Brown was real capable, and she didn't have any lies. She wa'n't married, and lived alone, so she offered. I couldn't see why she should do the work any more than Luella. She wa'n't any too strong, but she seemed to think she could, and Luella seemed to think so too. So she went over and did all the work, washed and ironed and baked, while Luella sat and rocked. Maria didn't live long afterward. She began to fade away just the same fashion the others had. Well, she was warned, but she acted real mad when folks said anything, said Luella was a poor abused woman, too delicate to help herself, and they'd ought to be ashamed, and if she died helping them that couldn't help themselves, she would, and she did. "I suppose Maria has gone home," says I to Luella, when I had gone in and sat down opposite her. "Yes, Maria went half an hour ago, after she had got supper and washed the dishes," said Luella, in her pretty way. "I suppose she has got a lot of work to do in her own house tonight," says I, kind of bitter, but that was all thrown away on Luella Miller. It seemed to her right that other folks that wa'n't any better able than she was herself should wait on her, and she couldn't get it through her head that anybody should think it wa'n't right. "Yes," says Luella, real sweet and pretty. "Yes, she said she had to do her washing tonight. She has let it go for a fortnight along of coming over here." "Why don't she stay home and do her washing instead of coming over here and doing your work, when you are just as well able, and enough sight more so, than she is to do it?" says I. Then Luella looked at me like a baby who has a rattle shook at it. She sort of laughed, as innocent as you please. "Oh, I can't do the work myself, Miss Anderson," says she. "I never did. Maria has to do it." Then I spoke out. "Has to do it," says I. "Has to do it! She don't have to do it either. Maria Brown has her own home and enough to live on. She ain't beholden to you to come over here and slave for you and kill herself." Luella, she just sat and stared at me for all the world like a doll baby that was so abused that it was coming to life. "Yes," says I, "she's killing herself. She's going to die just the way Erastus did, and Lily and your Aunt Abby. You're killing her just as you did them. I don't know what there is about you, but you seem to bring a curse, says I. You kill everybody that is fool enough to care anything about you and do for you. She stared at me, and she was pretty pale. And Maria ain't the only one you're gonna kill, says I. You're gonna kill Dr. Malcolm before you're done with him. Then a red color came flaming all over her face. I ain't gonna kill him either, says she, and she begun to cry. Yes, you be, says I. Then I spoke as I had never before. You see, I felt it on account of Erastus. I told her that she hadn't any business to think of another man after she'd been married to one that had died for her, that she was a dreadful woman, and she was, that's true enough, but sometimes I have wondered lately if she knew it, if she wa'n't like a baby with scissors in its hand, cutting everybody without knowing what it was doing. Luella, she kept getting paler and paler, and she never took her eyes off of my face. There was something awful about the way she looked at me and never spoke one word. After a while I quit talking, and I went home. I watched that night, but her lamp went out before 9 o'clock, and when Dr. Malcolm came driving past and sort of slowed up, he see there wa'n't any light, and he drove along. I saw her sort of shy out of meeting the next Sunday, too, so he shouldn't go home with her, and I begun to think maybe she did have some conscience, after all. It was only a week after that Maria Brown died, sort of sudden, at the last, though everybody had seen it coming. Well, then, there was a good deal of feeling, and pretty dark whispers. Folks said the days of witchcraft had come again, and they were pretty shy of Luella. She acted sort of offish to the doctor, and he didn't go there, and there wa'n't anybody to do anything for her. I don't know how she did get along. I wouldn't go in there and offer to help her, not because I was afraid of dying like the rest, but I thought she was just as well able to do her own work as I was to do it for her, and I thought it was about time that she did it and stopped killing other folks. But it wa'n't very long before folks began to say that Luella herself was going into a decline just the way her husband and Lily and Aunt Abby and the others had, and I saw myself that she looked pretty bad. I used to see her going past from the store with a bundle as if she could hardly crawl, but I remembered how Erastus used to wait and tend when he couldn't hardly put one foot before the other, and I didn't go out to help her. But at last, one afternoon, I saw the doctor come driving up like mad with his medicine chest, and Mrs. Babbitt came in after supper and said that Luella was real sick. I'd offer to go in and nurse her, says she, but I've got my children to consider, and maybe it ain't true what they say, but it's queer how many folks that have done for her have died. I didn't say anything, but I considered how she had been Erastus's wife, and how he had set his eyes by her, and I made up my mind to go in the next morning, unless she was better, and see what I could do. But the next morning I see her at the window, and pretty soon she came stepping out as spry as you please, and a little while afterward Mrs. Babbitt came in and told me that the doctor had got a girl from out of town, a Sarah Jones, to come there, and she said she was pretty sure that the doctor was going to marry Luella. I saw him kiss her in the door that night myself, and I knew it was true. The woman came that afternoon, and the way she flew around was a caution. I don't believe Luella had swept since Maria died. She swept and dusted and washed and ironed, wet clothes and dusters and carpets were flying over there all day, and every time Luella set her foot out when the doctor weren't there was that Sarah Jones helping of her up and down the steps as if she hadn't learned to walk. Well, everybody knew that Luella and the doctor were going to be married, but it wasn't long before they began to talk about his looking so poorly, just as they had about the others, and they talked about Sarah Jones, too. Well, the doctor did die, and he wanted to be married first, so as to leave what little he had to Luella, but he died before the minister could get there, and Sarah Jones died a week afterward. Well, that wound up everything for Luella Miller. Not another soul in the whole town would lift a finger for her. There got to be a sort of panic. Then she began to droop in good earnest. She used to have to go to the store herself, for Mrs. Babbitt was afraid to let Tommy go for her, and I've seen her going past and stopping every 2 or 3 steps to rest. Well, I stood it as long as I could, but one day I see her coming with her arms full and stopping to lean against the Babbitt fence, and I run out and took her bundles and carried them to her house. Then I went home and never spoke one word to her, though she called after me dreadful kind of pitiful. Well, that night I was taken sick with a chill, and I was sick as I wanted to be for 2 weeks. Mrs. Babbitt had seen me run out to help Luella, and she came in and told me I was going to die on account of it. I didn't know whether I was or not, but I considered I had done right by Erastus's wife. That last 2 weeks Luella, she had a dreadful hard time, I guess. She was pretty sick, and as near as I could make out, nobody dared go near her. I don't know as she was really needing anything very much, for there was enough to eat in her house, and it was warm weather, and she made out to cook a little flour gruel every day. I know, but I guess she had a hard time. She that had been so petted and done for all her life. When I got so I could go out, I went over there one morning. Mrs. Babbitt had just come in to say she hadn't seen any smoke, and she didn't know but it was somebody's duty to go in. But she couldn't help thinking of her children, and I got right up, though I hadn't been out of the house for 2 weeks, and I went in there, and Luella, she was laying on the bed, and she was dying. She lasted all that day and into the night, but I sat there after the new doctor had gone away. Nobody else dared to go there. It was about midnight that I left her for a minute to run home and get some medicine I had been taking, for I begun to feel rather bad. It was a full moon that night, and just as I started out of my door to cross the street back to Luella's, I stopped short, for I saw something. Lydia Anderson, at this juncture, always said, with a certain defiance, that she did not expect to be believed, and then proceeded in a hushed voice. I saw what I saw, and I know I saw it, and I will swear on my deathbed that I saw it. I saw Luella Miller, and Erastus Miller, and Lily, and Aunt Abby, and Maria, and the doctor, and Sarah, all going out of her door, and all but Luella shone white in the moonlight, and they were all helping her along till she seemed to fairly fly in the midst of them. Then it all disappeared. I stood a minute with my heart pounding. Then I went over there. I thought of going for Mrs. Babbitt, but I thought she'd be afraid, so I went alone, though I knew what had happened. Luella was laying real peaceful, dead on her bed. This was the story that the old woman, Lydia Anderson, told, but the sequel was told by the people who survived her, and this is the tale which has become folklore in the village. Lydia Anderson died when she was 87. She had continued wonderfully hale and hearty for one of her years, until about 2 weeks before her death. One bright moonlit evening she was sitting beside a window in her parlor when she made a sudden exclamation, and was out of the house and across the street before the neighbor who was taking care of her could stop her. She followed as fast as possible, and found Lydia Anderson stretched on the ground before the door of Luella Miller's deserted house, and she was quite dead. The next night there was a red gleam of fire athwart the moonlight, and the old house of Luella Miller was burnt to the ground. Nothing is now left of it except a few old cellar stones and a lilac bush, and in summer a helpless trail of morning glories among the weeds, which might be considered emblematic of Luella herself. End of Luella Miller by Mary Eleanor Wilkins. Freeman.
Mr. Lismore and the Widow by Wilkie Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Late in the autumn, not many years since, a public meeting was held at the Mansion House, London, under the direction of the Lord Mayor. The list of gentlemen invited to address the audience had been chosen with two objects in view: speakers of celebrity, who would rouse public enthusiasm, were supported by speakers connected with commerce, who would be practically useful in explaining the purpose for which the meeting was convened. Money wisely spent in advertising had produced the customary result. Every seat was occupied before the proceedings began. Among the late arrivals, who had no choice but to stand or to leave the hall, were two ladies. One of them at once decided on leaving the hall. "I shall go back to the carriage," she said, "and wait for you at the door." Her friend answered, "I shan't keep you long. He is advertised to support the second resolution. I want to see him, and that is all." An elderly gentleman seated at the end of a bench rose and offered his place to the lady who remained. She hesitated to take advantage of his kindness until he reminded her that he had heard what she said to her friend. Before the third resolution was proposed, his seat would be at his own disposal again. She thanked him, and without further ceremony took his place. He was provided with an opera glass, which he more than once offered to her when famous orators appeared on the platform. She made no use of it until a speaker, known in the city as a ship owner, stepped forward to support the second resolution. His name, announced in the advertisements, was Ernest Lismore. The moment he rose, the lady asked for the opera glass. She kept it to her eyes for such a length of time, and with such evident interest in Mr. Lismore, that the curiosity of her neighbours was aroused. Had he anything to say in which a lady, evidently a stranger to him, was personally interested? There was nothing in the address that he delivered which appealed to the enthusiasm of women. He was undoubtedly a handsome man, whose appearance proclaimed him to be in the prime of life, midway perhaps between 30 and 40 years of age. But why a lady should persist in keeping an opera glass fixed on him all through his speech was a question which found the general ingenuity at a loss for a reply. Having returned the glass with an apology, the lady ventured on putting a question next. "Did it strike you, sir, that Mr. Lismore seemed to be out of spirits?" she asked. "I can't say it did, ma'am." "Perhaps you noticed that he left the platform the moment he had done?" This betrayal of interest in the speaker did not escape the notice of a lady seated on the bench in front. Before the old gentleman could answer, she volunteered an explanation. "I am afraid Mr. Lismore is troubled by anxieties connected with his business," she said. "My husband heard it reported in the city yesterday that he was seriously embarrassed by the failure—" A loud burst of applause made the end of the sentence inaudible. A famous member of Parliament had risen to propose the third resolution. The polite old man took his seat, and the lady left the hall to join her friend. "Well, Mrs. Callender, has Mr. Lismore disappointed you?" "Far from it, but I have heard a report about him which has alarmed me. He is said to be seriously troubled about money matters. How can I find out his address in the city?" "We can stop at the first stationer's shop we pass and ask to look at the directory. Are you going to pay Mr. Lismore a visit?" "I am going to think about it." The next day a clerk entered Mr. Lismore's private room at the office and presented a visiting card. Mrs. Callender had reflected, and had arrived at a decision. Underneath her name she had written these explanatory words: "An important business." "Does she look as if she wanted money?" Mr. Lismore inquired. "Oh dear no, she comes in her carriage." "Is she young or old?" "Old, sir." To Mr. Lismore, conscious of the disastrous influence occasionally exercised over busy men by youth and beauty, this was a recommendation in itself. He said, "Show her in." Observing the lady as she approached him with the momentary curiosity of a stranger, he noticed that she still preserved the remains of beauty. She had also escaped the misfortune, common to persons at her time of life, of becoming too fat. Even to a man's eye her dressmaker appeared to have made the most of that favourable circumstance. Her figure had its defects concealed, and its remaining merits set off to advantage. At the same time, she evidently held herself above the common deceptions by which some women seek to conceal their age. She wore her own grey hair, and her complexion bore the test of daylight. On entering the room she made her apologies with some embarrassment. Being the embarrassment of a stranger, and not of a youthful stranger, it failed to impress Mr. Lismore favourably. "I am afraid I have chosen an inconvenient time for my visit," she began. "I am at your service," he answered, a little stiffly, "especially if you will be so kind as to mention your business with me in few words." She was a woman of some spirit, and that reply roused her. "I will mention it in one word," she said smartly. "My business is gratitude." He was completely at a loss to understand what she meant, and he said so plainly. Instead of explaining herself, she put a question. "Do you remember the night of the 11th of March, between 5 and 6 years since?" He considered for a moment. "No," he said, "I don't remember it. Excuse me, Mrs. Callender, I have affairs of my own to attend to which cause me some anxiety." "Let me assist your memory, Mr. Lismore, and I will leave you to your affairs. On the date that I have referred to, you were on your way to the railway station at Bexmore, to catch the night express from the north to London." As a hint that his time was valuable, the ship owner had hitherto remained standing. He now took his customary seat, and began to listen with some interest. Mrs. Callender had produced her effect on him already. "It was absolutely necessary," she proceeded, "that you should be on board your ship in the London docks at 9 o'clock the next morning. If you had lost the express, the vessel would have sailed without you." The expression of his face began to change to surprise. "Who told you that?" he asked. "You shall hear directly. On your way into the town, your carriage was stopped by an obstruction on the high road. The people of Bexmore were looking at a house on fire." He started to his feet. "Good heavens! Are you the lady?" She held up her hand in satirical protest. "Gently, sir. You suspected me just now of wasting your valuable time. Don't rashly conclude that I am the lady until you find that I am acquainted with the circumstances." "Is there no excuse for my failing to recognize you?" Mr. Lismore asked. "We were on the dark side of the burning house. You were fainting, and I—" "And you," she interposed, "after saving me at the risk of your own life, turned a deaf ear to my poor husband's entreaties when he asked you to wait till I had recovered my senses." "Your poor husband? Surely, Mrs. Callender, he received no serious injury from the fire?" "The firemen rescued him under circumstances of peril," she answered. and at his great age he sank under the shock. I have lost the kindest and best of men. Do you remember how you parted from him, burned and bruised in saving me? He liked to talk of it in his last illness. At least, he said to you, tell me the name of the man who preserved my wife from a dreadful death. You threw your card to him out of the carriage window, and away you went at a gallop to catch your train. In all the years that have passed I have kept that card, and have vainly inquired for my brave sea captain. Yesterday I saw your name on the list of speakers at the Mansion House. Need I say that I attended the meeting? Need I tell you now why I come here and interrupt you in business hours?" She held out her hand. Mr. Lismore took it in silence, and pressed it warmly. "You have not done with me yet," she resumed with a smile. "Do you remember what I said of my errand when I first came in?" "You said it was an errand of gratitude." "Something more than the gratitude which only says thank you," she added. "Before I explain myself, however, I want to know what you have been doing, and how it was that my inquiries failed to trace you after that terrible night." The appearance of depression which Mrs. Callender had noticed at the public meeting showed itself again in Mr. Lismore's face. He sighed as he answered her. "My story has one merit," he said. "It is soon told. I cannot wonder that you failed to discover me. In the first place, I was not captain of my ship at that time. I was only mate. In the second place, I inherited some money, and ceased to lead a sailor's life in less than a year from the night of the fire. You will now understand what obstacles were in the way of your tracing me. With my little capital, I started successfully in business as a ship owner. At the time, I naturally congratulated myself on my own good fortune. We little know, Mrs. Callender, what the future has in store for us." He stopped. His handsome features hardened, as if he were suffering and concealing pain. Before it was possible to speak to him, there was a knock at the door. Another visitor without an appointment had called. The clerk appeared again with a card and a message. "The gentleman begs you will see him, sir. He has something to tell you which is too important to be delayed." Hearing the message, Mrs. Callender rose immediately. "It is enough for today that we understand each other," she said. "Have you any engagement tomorrow after the hours of business?" "None." She pointed to her card on the writing table. "Will you come to me tomorrow evening at that address? I am like the gentleman who has just called. I, too, have my reason for wishing to see you." He gladly accepted the invitation. Mrs. Callender stopped him as he opened the door for her. "Shall I offend you," she said, "if I ask a strange question before I go? I have a better motive, mind, than mere curiosity. Are you married?" "No." "Forgive me again," she resumed. "At my age you cannot possibly misunderstand me. And yet—" She hesitated. Mr. Lismore tried to give her confidence. "Pray don't stand on ceremony, Mrs. Callender. Nothing that you can ask me need be prefaced by an apology." Thus encouraged, she ventured to proceed. "You may be engaged to be married," she suggested. "Or you may be in love." He found it impossible to conceal his surprise, but he answered without hesitation. "There is no such bright prospect in my life," he said. "I am not even in love." She left him with a little sigh. It sounded like a sigh of relief. Ernest Lismore was thoroughly puzzled. What could be the old lady's object in ascertaining that he was still free from a matrimonial engagement? If the idea had occurred to him in time, he might have alluded to her domestic life, and might have asked if she had children. With a little tact he might have discovered more than this. She had described her feeling toward him as passing the ordinary limits of gratitude, and she was evidently rich enough to be above the imputation of a mercenary motive. Did she propose to brighten those dreary prospects to which he had alluded in speaking of his own life? When he presented himself at her house the next evening, would she introduce him to a charming daughter? He smiled as the idea occurred to him. "An appropriate time to be thinking of my chances of marriage," he said to himself. "In another month I may be a ruined man." The gentleman who had so urgently requested an interview was a devoted friend who had obtained a means of helping Ernest at a serious crisis in his affairs. It had been truly reported that he was in a position of pecuniary embarrassment, owing to the failure of a mercantile house with which he had been intimately connected. Whispers affecting his own solvency had followed on the bankruptcy of the firm. He had already endeavoured to obtain advances of money on the usual conditions, and had been met by excuses for delay. His friend had now arrived with a letter of introduction to a capitalist, well known in commercial circles for his daring speculations and for his great wealth. Looking at the letter, Ernest observed that the envelope was sealed. In spite of that ominous innovation on established usage in cases of personal introduction, he presented the letter. On this occasion he was not put off with excuses. The capitalist flatly declined to discount Mr. Lismore's bills unless they were backed by responsible names. Ernest made a last effort. He applied for help to two mercantile men whom he had assisted in their difficulties, and whose names would have satisfied the money-lender. They were most sincerely sorry, but they too refused. The one security that he could offer was open, it must be owned, to serious objections on the score of risk. He wanted an advance of £20,000, secured on a homeward-bound ship and cargo. But the vessel was not insured, and at that stormy season she was already more than a month overdue. Could grateful colleagues be blamed if they forgot their obligations when they were asked to offer pecuniary help to a merchant in this situation? Ernest returned to his office without money and without credit. A man threatened by ruin is in no state of mind to keep an engagement at a ladies' tea-table. Ernest sent a letter of apology to Mrs. Callender, alleging extreme pressure of business as the excuse for breaking his engagement. "Am I to wait for an answer, sir?" the messenger asked. "No, you are merely to leave the letter." In an hour's time, to Ernest's astonishment, the messenger returned with a reply. "The lady was just going out, sir, when I rang at the door," he explained, "and she took the letter from me herself. She didn't appear to know your handwriting, and she asked me who I came from. When I mentioned your name, I was ordered to wait." Ernest opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Lismore, one of us must speak out, and your letter of apology forces me to be that one. If you are really so proud and so distrustful as you seem to be, I shall offend you. If not, I shall prove myself to be your friend. Your excuse is pressure of business. The truth, as I have good reason to believe, is want of money. I heard a stranger at that public meeting say that you were seriously embarrassed by some failure in the city. Let me tell you what my own pecuniary position is in 2 words. I am the childless widow of a rich man." Ernest paused. His anticipated discovery of Mrs. Callender's charming daughter was in his mind for the moment. That little romance must return to the world of dreams, he thought, and went on with the letter. After what I owe to you, I don't regard it as repaying an obligation. I consider myself as merely performing a duty when I offer to assist you by a loan of money. Wait a little before you throw my letter into the waste-paper basket. Circumstances, which it is impossible for me to mention before we meet, put it out of my power to help you unless I attach to my most sincere offer of service a very unusual and very embarrassing condition. If you are on the brink of ruin, that misfortune will plead my excuse, and your excuse too, if you accept the loan on my terms. In any case, I rely on the sympathy and forbearance of the man to whom I owe my life. After what I have now written, there is only one thing to add. I beg to decline accepting your excuses, and I shall expect to see you tomorrow evening, as we arranged. I am an obstinate old woman, but I am also your faithful friend and servant, Mary Callender. Ernest looked up from the letter. What can this possibly mean? He wondered. But he was too sensible a man to be content with wondering. He decided on keeping his engagement. What Dr. Johnson called the insolence of wealth appears far more frequently in the houses of the rich than in the manners of the rich. The reason is plain enough. Personal ostentation is, in the very nature of it, ridiculous, but the ostentation which exhibits magnificent pictures, priceless china, and splendid furniture can purchase good taste to guide it, and can assert itself without affording the smallest opening for a word of depreciation or a look of contempt. If I am worth 1,000,000 of money, and if I am dying to show it, I don't ask you to look at me. I ask you to look at my house. Keeping his engagement with Mrs. Callender, Ernest discovered that riches might be lavishly and yet modestly used. In crossing the hall and ascending the stairs, look where he might, his notice was insensibly won by proofs of the taste which is not to be purchased, and the wealth which uses but never exhibits its purse. Conducted by a manservant to the landing on the first floor, he found a maid at the door of the boudoir waiting to announce him. Mrs. Callender advanced to welcome her guest in a simple evening dress perfectly suited to her age. All that had looked worn and faded in her fine face by daylight was now softly obscured by shaded lamps. Objects of beauty surrounded her, which glowed with subdued radiance from their background of sober colour. The influence of appearances is the strongest of all outward influences while it lasts. For the moment the scene produced its impression on Ernest, in spite of the terrible anxieties which consumed him. Mrs. Callender in his office was a woman who had stepped out of her appropriate sphere. Mrs. Callender in her own house was a woman who had risen to a new place in his estimation. "I'm afraid you don't thank me for forcing you to keep your engagement," she said, with her friendly tones and her pleasant smile. "Indeed, I do thank you," he replied. "Your beautiful house and your gracious welcome have persuaded me into forgetting my troubles for a while." The smile passed away from her face. "Then it is true," she said gravely. "Only too true." She led him to a seat beside her, and waited to speak again until her maid had brought in the tea. "Have you read my letter in the same friendly spirit in which I wrote it?" she asked, when they were alone again. "I have read your letter gratefully, but—" "But you don't know yet what I have to say. Let us understand each other before we make any objections on either side. Will you tell me what your present position is, at its worst? I can and will speak plainly when my turn comes, if you will honour me with your confidence. Not if it distresses you," she added, observing him attentively. He was ashamed of his hesitation, and he made amends for it. "Do you thoroughly understand me?" he asked, when the whole truth had been laid before her without reserve. She summed up the result in her own words. "If your overdue ship returns safely within a month from this time, you can borrow the money you want without difficulty. If the ship is lost, you have no alternative when the end of the month comes but to accept a loan from me or to suspend payment. Is that the hard truth?" "It is." "And the sum you require is £20,000.
"Yes."
I have 20 times as much money as that, Mr. Lismore, at my sole disposal, on one condition."
"The condition alluded to in your letter?"
"Yes."
"Does the fulfilment of the condition depend in some way on any decision of mine?"
"It depends entirely on you." That answer closed his lips. With a composed manner and a steady hand she poured herself out a cup of tea. "I conceal it from you," she said, "but I want confidence. Here," she pointed to the cup, "is the friend of women, rich or poor, when they are in trouble. What I have now to say obliges me to speak in praise of myself. I don't like it. Let me get it over as soon as I can. My husband was very fond of me. He had the most absolute confidence in my discretion, and in my sense of duty to him and to myself. His last words before he died were words that thanked me for making the happiness of his life. As soon as I had in some degree recovered after the affliction that had fallen on me, his lawyer and executor produced a copy of his will, and said there were 2 clauses in it which my husband had expressed a wish that I should read. It is needless to say that I obeyed." She still controlled her agitation, but she was now unable to conceal it. Ernest made an attempt to spare her. "Am I concerned in this?" he asked. "Yes. Before I tell you why, I want to know what you would do in a certain case which I am unwilling even to suppose. I have heard of men, unable to pay the demands made on them, who began business again, and succeeded, and in course of time paid their creditors."
"And you want to know if there is any likelihood of my following their example?" he said. "Have you also heard of men who have made that second effort, who have failed again, and who have doubled the debts they owe to their brethren in business who trusted them? I knew one of those men myself. He committed suicide." She laid her hand for a moment on his.
"I understand you," she said. "If ruin comes—"
"If ruin comes," he interposed, "a man without money and without credit can make but one last atonement. Don't speak of it now."
She looked at him with horror. "I didn't mean that," she said.
"Shall we go back to what you read in the will?" he suggested.
"Yes, if you will give me a minute to compose myself."
In less than the minute she had asked for, Mrs. Callender was calm enough to go on.
"I now possess what is called a life interest in my husband's fortune," she said. "The money is to be divided at my death among charitable institutions, excepting a certain event—"
"Which is provided for in the will," Ernest added, helping her to go on.
"Yes. I am to be absolute mistress of the whole of the £400,000.
Her voice dropped.
and her eyes looked away from him as she spoke the next words. "On this one condition, that I marry again." He looked at her in amazement. "Surely I have mistaken you," he said. "You mean on this one condition that you do not marry again?" "No, Mr. Lismore. I mean exactly what I have said. You now know that the recovery of your credit and your peace of mind rests entirely with yourself." After a moment of reflection, he took her hand and raised it respectfully to his lips. "You are a noble woman," he said. She made no reply. With drooping head and downcast eyes, she waited for his decision. He accepted his responsibility. "I must not and dare not think of the hardship of my own position," he said. "I owe it to you to speak without reference to the future that may be in store for me. No man can be worthy of the sacrifice which your generous forgetfulness of yourself is willing to make. I respect you, I admire you, I thank you with my whole heart. Leave me to my fate, Mrs. Callender, and let me go." He rose. She stopped him by a gesture. "A young woman," she answered, "would shrink from saying what I, as an old woman, mean to say now. I refuse to leave you to your fate. I ask you to prove that you respect me, admire me, and thank me with your whole heart. Take one day to think, and let me hear the result. You promise me this?" He promised. "Now go," she said. Next morning Ernest received a letter from Mrs. Callender. She wrote to him as follows: "There are some considerations which I ought to have mentioned yesterday evening before you left my house. I ought to have reminded you, if you consent to reconsider your decision, that the circumstances do not require you to pledge yourself to me absolutely. At my age, I can with perfect propriety assure you that I regard our marriage simply and solely as a formality which we must fulfil, if I am to carry out my intention of standing between you and ruin. Therefore, if the missing ship appears in time, the only reason for the marriage is at an end. We shall be as good friends as ever, without the encumbrance of a formal tie to bind us. In the other event, I should ask you to submit to certain restrictions, which, remembering my position, you will understand and excuse. We are to live together, it is unnecessary to say, as mother and son. The marriage ceremony is to be strictly private, and you are so to arrange our affairs that immediately afterward we leave England for any foreign place which you prefer. Some of my friends, and perhaps some of your friends, will certainly misinterpret our motives, if we stay in our own country, in a manner which would be unendurable to a woman like me. As to our future lives, I have the most perfect confidence in you, and I should leave you in the same position of independence which you occupy now. When you wish for my company, you will always be welcome. At other times you are your own master. I live on my side of the house, and you live on yours, and I am to be allowed my hours of solitude every day in the pursuit of musical occupations, which I have been happily associated with all my past life, and which I trust confidently to your indulgence. A last word, to remind you of what you may be too kind to think of yourself. At my age, you cannot, in the course of nature, be troubled by the society of a grateful old woman for many years. You are young enough to look forward to another marriage, which shall be something more than a mere form. Even if you meet with the happy woman in my lifetime, honestly tell me of it, and I promise to tell her that she has only to wait. In the meantime, don't think, because I write composedly, that I write heartlessly. You pleased and interested me when I first saw you at the public meeting. I don't think I could have proposed what you call this sacrifice of myself to a man who had personally repelled me, though I have felt my debt of gratitude as sincerely as ever. Whether your ship is safe, or whether your ship is lost, old Mary Callender likes you, and owns it without false shame. Let me have your answer this evening, either personally or by letter, whichever you like best. Mrs. Callender received a written answer long before the evening. It said much in few words. A man impenetrable to kindness might be able to resist your letter. I am not that man. Your great heart has conquered me. The few formalities which precede marriage by special licence were observed by Ernest. While the destiny of their future lives was still in suspense, an unacknowledged feeling of embarrassment on either side kept Ernest and Mrs. Callender apart. Every day brought the lady her report of the state of affairs in the city, written always in the same words: "No news of the ship." On the day before the ship owner's liabilities became due, the terms of the report from the city remained unchanged, and the special licence was put to its contemplated use. Mrs. Callender's lawyer and Mrs. Callender's maid were the only persons trusted with the secret. Leaving the chief clerk in charge of the business, with every pecuniary demand on his employer satisfied in full, the strangely married pair quitted England. They arranged to wait for a few days in Paris, to receive any letters of importance which might have been addressed to Ernest in the interval. On the evening of their arrival, a telegram from London was waiting at their hotel. It announced that the missing ship had passed up Channel, undiscovered in a fog until she reached the Downs, on the day before Ernest's liabilities fell due. "Do you regret it?" Mrs. Lismore said to her husband. "Not for a moment," he answered. They decided on pursuing their journey as far as Munich. Mrs. Lismore's taste for music was matched by Ernest's taste for painting. In his leisure hours he cultivated the art, and delighted in it. The picture galleries of Munich were almost the only galleries in Europe which he had not seen. True to the engagements to which she had pledged herself, his wife was willing to go wherever it might please him to take her. The one suggestion she made was that they should hire furnished apartments. If they lived at a hotel, friends of the husband or the wife, visitors like themselves to the famous city, might see their names in the book or might meet them at the door. They were soon established in a house large enough to provide them with every accommodation which they required. Ernest's days were passed in the galleries, Mrs. Lismore remaining at home, devoted to her music, until it was time to go out with her husband for a drive. Living together in perfect amity and concord, they were nevertheless not living happily. Without any visible reason for the change, Mrs. Lismore's spirits were depressed. On the one occasion when Ernest noticed it, she made an effort to be cheerful, which it distressed him to see. He allowed her to think that she had relieved him of any further anxiety. Whatever doubts he might feel were doubts delicately concealed from that time forth. But when two people are living together in a state of artificial tranquillity, it seems to be a law of nature that the element of disturbance gathers unseen, and that the outburst comes inevitably with the lapse of time. In 10 days from the date of their arrival at Munich, the crisis came. Ernest returned later than usual from the picture gallery, and, for the first time in his wife's experience, shut himself up in his own room. He appeared at the dinner hour with a futile excuse. Mrs. Lismore waited until the servant had withdrawn. "Now, Ernest," she said, "it's time to tell me the truth." Her manner, when she said those few words, took him by surprise. She was unquestionably confused, and instead of looking at him, she trifled with the fruit on her plate. Embarrassed on his side, he could only answer, "I have nothing to tell." "Were there many visitors at the gallery?" she asked. "About the same as usual." "Any that you particularly noticed?" she went on. "I mean among the ladies?" He laughed uneasily. "You forget how interested I am in the pictures," he said. There was a pause. She looked up at him, and suddenly looked away again. But he saw it plainly. There were tears in her eyes. "Do you mind turning down the gas?" she said. "My eyes have been weak all day." He complied with her request the more readily, having his own reasons for being glad to escape the glaring scrutiny of the light. "I think I will rest a little on the sofa," she resumed. In the position which he occupied, his back would have been now turned on her. She stopped him when he tried to move his chair. "I would rather not look at you, Ernest," she said, "when you have lost confidence in me." Not the words, but the tone, touched all that was generous and noble in his nature. He left his place and knelt beside her, and opened to her his whole heart. "Am I not unworthy of you?" he asked when it was over. She pressed his hand in silence. "I should be the most ungrateful wretch living," he said, "if I did not think of you and you only, now that my confession is made. We will leave Munich tomorrow, and, if resolution can help me, I will only remember the sweetest woman my eyes ever looked on as the creature of a dream." She hid her face on his breast, and reminded him of that letter of her writing which had decided the course of their lives. "When I thought you might meet the happy woman in my lifetime, I said to you, 'Tell me of it,' and I promised to tell her that she has only to wait. Time must pass, Ernest, before it can be needful to perform my promise, but you might let me see her. If you find her in the gallery tomorrow, you might bring her here." Mrs. Lismore's request met with no refusal. Ernest was only at a loss to know how to grant it. "You tell me she is a copyist of pictures," his wife reminded him. "She will be interested in hearing of the portfolio of drawings by the great French artists which I bought for you in Paris. Ask her to come and see them, and to tell you if she can make some copies. And say, if you like, that I shall be glad to become acquainted with her." He felt her breath beating fast on his bosom. In the fear that she might lose all control over herself, he tried to relieve her by speaking lightly. "What an invention yours is!" he said. "If my wife ever tries to deceive me, I shall be a mere child in her hands." She rose abruptly from the sofa, kissed him on the forehead, and said wildly, "I shall be better in bed." Before he could move or speak, she had left him. The next morning he knocked at the door of his wife's room, and asked how she had passed the night. "I have slept badly," she answered, "and I must beg you to excuse my absence at breakfast time." She called him back as he was about to withdraw. "Remember," she said, "when you return from the gallery today, I expect that you will not return alone." 3 hours later he was at home again. The young lady's services as a copyist were at his disposal. She had returned with him to look at the drawings. The sitting room was empty when they entered it. He rang for his wife's maid, and was informed that Mrs. Lismore had gone out. Refusing to believe the woman, he went to his wife's apartments. She was not to be found. When he returned to the sitting room, the young lady was not unnaturally offended. He could make allowances for her being a little out of temper at the slight that had been put on her, but he was inexpressibly disconcerted by the manner, almost the coarse manner, in which she expressed herself. "I have been talking to your wife's maid while you've been away," she said. "I find you have married an old lady for her money. She is jealous of me, of course."
"Let me beg you to alter your opinion," he answered. "You are wronging my wife. She is incapable of any such feeling as you attribute to her."
The young lady laughed. "At any rate, you are a good husband," she said satirically. "Suppose you own the truth, wouldn't you like her better if she was young and pretty like me?" He was not merely surprised, he was disgusted. Her beauty had so completely fascinated him when he first saw her, that the idea of associating any want of refinement and good breeding with such a charming creature never entered his mind. The disenchantment to him was already so complete that he was even disagreeably affected by the tone of her voice. It was almost as repellent to him as this exhibition of unrestrained bad temper, which she seemed perfectly careless to conceal. "I confess you surprise me," he said coldly. The reply produced no effect on her. On the contrary, she became more insolent than ever. "I have a fertile fancy," she went on, "and your absurd way of taking a joke only encourages me. Suppose you could transform this sour old wife of yours, who has insulted me, into the sweetest young creature that ever lived by only holding up your finger. Wouldn't you do it?" This passed the limits of his endurance. "I have no wish," he said, "to forget the consideration which is due to a woman. You leave me but one alternative." He rose to go out of the room. She ran to the door as he spoke, and placed herself in the way of his going out. He signed to her to let him pass. She suddenly threw her arms round his neck, kissed him passionately, and whispered, with her lips at his ear, "Oh, Ernest, forgive me! Could I have asked you to marry me for my money if I had not taken refuge in a disguise?" When he had sufficiently recovered to think, he put her back from him.
"Is there an end of the deception now?"
he asked sternly.
"Am I to trust you in your new character?"
"You are not to be harder on me than I deserve," she answered gently. "Did you ever hear of an actress named Miss Max?" He began to understand her.
"Forgive me if I spoke harshly," he said. "You have put me to a severe trial."
She burst into tears. "Love," she murmured, "is my only excuse." From that moment she had won her pardon. He took her hand and made her sit by him. "Yes," he said, "I have heard of Miss Max, and of her wonderful powers of personation, and I have always regretted not having seen her whilst she was on the stage." "Did you hear anything more of her, Ernest?" "Yes, I heard that she was a pattern of modesty and good conduct.
and that she gave up her profession at the height of her success to marry an old man.
"Will you come with me to my room?" she asked. "I have something there which I wish to show you."
It was the copy of her husband's will.
"Read the lines, Ernest, which begin at the top of the page. Let my dead husband speak for me."
The lines ran thus: "My motive in marrying Miss Max must be stated in this place, in justice to her, and I will venture to add, in justice to myself. I felt the sincerest sympathy for her position. She was without father, mother, or friends, one of the poor forsaken children whom the mercy of the Foundling Hospital provides with a home. Her after-life on the stage was the life of a virtuous woman, persecuted by profligates, insulted by some of the baser creatures associated with her, to whom she was an object of envy. I offered her a home and the protection of a father, on the only terms which the world would recognize as worthy of us. My experience of her since our marriage has been the experience of unvarying goodness, sweetness, and sound sense. She has behaved so nobly in a trying position that I wish her, even in this life, to have her reward. I entreat her to make a second choice in marriage, which shall not be a mere form. I firmly believe that she will choose well and wisely, that she will make the happiness of a man who is worthy of her, and that, as wife and mother, she will set an example of inestimable value in the social sphere that she occupies. In proof of the heartfelt sincerity with which I pay my tribute to her virtues, I add to this my will the clause that follows." With the clause that followed, Ernest was already acquainted.
"Will you now believe that I never loved till I saw your face for the first time?" said his wife. "I had no experience to place me on my guard against the fascination, the madness, some people might call it, which possesses a woman when all her heart is given to a man. Don't despise me, my dear. Remember that I had to save you from disgrace and ruin. Besides, my old stage remembrances tempted me. I had acted in a play in which the heroine did what I have done. It didn't end with me as it did with her in the story. She was represented as rejoicing in the success of her disguise. I have known some miserable hours of doubt and shame since our marriage. When I went to meet you in my own person at the picture gallery, oh, what relief, what joy I felt when I saw how you admired me! It was not because I could no longer carry on the disguise. I was able to get hours of rest from the effort, not only at night, but in the daytime, when I was shut up in my retirement in the music room, and when my maid kept watch against discovery. No, my love, I hurried on the disclosure because I could no longer endure the hateful triumph of my own deception. Ah, look at that witness against me! I can't bear even to see it."
She abruptly left him. The drawer that she had opened to take out the copy of the will also contained the false grey hair which she had discarded. It had only that moment attracted her notice. She snatched it up and turned to the fireplace. Ernest took it from her before she could destroy it. "Give it to me," he said.
"Why?"
He drew her gently to his bosom and answered, "I must not forget my old wife." End of Mr. Lismore and the Widow, by Wilkie Collins. Read by Ruth Golding.
Mrs. McWilliams and the Lightning by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. McWilliams and the Lightning by Mark Twain. Well, sir, continued Mr. McWilliams, for this was not the beginning of his talk, the fear of lightning is one of the most distressing infirmities a human being can be afflicted with. It is mostly confined to women, but now and then you find it in a little dog, and sometimes in a man. It is a particularly distressing infirmity, for the reason that it takes the sand out of a person to an extent which no other fear can, and it can't be reasoned with, and neither can it be shamed out of a person. A woman who could face the very devil himself, or a mouse, loses her grip and goes all to pieces in front of a flash of lightning. Her fright is something pitiful to see. Well, as I was telling you, I woke up with that smothered and unlocatable cry of "Mortimer, Mortimer!" wailing in my ears, and as soon as I could scrape my faculties together, I reached over in the dark and then said, "Evangeline, is that you calling? What is the matter? Where are you?" "Shut up in the boot closet. You ought to be ashamed to lie there and sleep so, and such an awful storm going on." "Why, how can one be ashamed when he is asleep? It is unreasonable. A man can't be ashamed when he is asleep, Evangeline." "You never try, Mortimer. You know very well you never try." I caught the sound of muffled sobs. That sound smote dead the sharp speech that was on my lips, and I changed it to, "I'm sorry, dear. I'm truly sorry. I never meant to act so. Come back and—" "Mortimer!" "Heavens, what is the matter, my love? Do you mean to say that you're in that bed yet?" "Why, of course." "Come out of it instantly. I should think you would take some little care of your life for my sake and the children's, if you will not for your own." "But, my love—" "Don't talk to me, Mortimer. You know there is no place so dangerous as a bed in such a thunderstorm as this. All the books say so. And yet there you would lie and deliberately throw away your life, for goodness knows what, unless for the sake of arguing and— But confound it, Evangeline, I'm not on the bed now. I'm—" Sentence interrupted by a sudden glare of lightning, followed by a terrified little scream from Mrs. McWilliams and a tremendous blast of thunder. "There! You see the result? Oh, Mortimer, how can you be so profligate as to swear at such a time as this?" "I didn't swear. And that wasn't a result of it anyway. It would have come just the same if I hadn't said a word, and you know very well, Evangeline, at least you ought to know, that when the atmosphere is charged with electricity— "Oh, yes, now argue it and argue it and argue it. I don't see how you can act so when you know that there is not a lightning rod on the place, and your poor wife and children are absolutely at the mercy of Providence. What are you doing? Lighting a match at such a time as this? Are you stark mad? Hang it, woman, where's the harm? The place is as dark as the inside of an infidel, and— Put it out! Put it out instantly! Are you determined to sacrifice us all? You know there is nothing attracts lightning like a light. Fizz, crash! Boom, baloom, boom, boom, boom. Oh, just hear it! Now you see what you've done?" "No, I don't see what I've done. A match may attract lightning for all I know, but it don't cause lightning. I'll go odds on that. And it didn't attract it worth a cent this time, for if that shot was leveled at my match, it was blessed poor marksmanship. About an average of none out of a possible million, I should say. Why, at Dollymount, such marksmanship as that— For shame, Mortimer! Here we are standing right in the very presence of death, and yet in so solemn a moment you are capable of using such language as that. If you have no desire to— Mortimer!" "Well? Did you say your prayers tonight?" I meant to, but I got to trying to cipher out how much 12 times 13 is, and— Fizz, boom, baroom, boom, bum, boom, boom. Smash! Oh, we are lost beyond all help. How could you neglect such a thing at such a time as this?" "But it wasn't such a time as this. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. How could I know there was going to be all this rumpus and powwow about a little slip like that? And I don't think it's just fair for you to make so much out of it anyway, seeing it happens so seldom. I haven't missed before since I brought on that earthquake 4 years ago." "Mortimer, how you talk! Have you forgotten the yellow fever?" "My dear, you are always throwing up the yellow fever to me, and I think it is perfectly unreasonable. You can't even send a telegraphic message as far as Memphis without delays, so how is a little devotional slip of mine going to carry so far? I'll stand the earthquake, because it was in the neighborhood, but I'll be hanged if I'm going to be responsible for every blamed— Fizz, boom, baroom, boom, boom, boom. Oh, dear, 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 I know it struck something, Mortimer. We shall never see the light of another day, and if it will do you any good to remember when we are gone that your dreadful language... Mortimer! Well, what now? Your voice sounds as if... Mortimer, are you actually standing in front of that open fireplace? That is the very crime I am committing. Get away from it this moment. You do seem determined to bring destruction on us all. Don't you know that there is no better conductor for lightning than an open chimney? Now where have you got to? I'm here by the window. Oh, for pity's sake, have you lost your mind? Clear out from there this moment. The very children in arms know it is fatal to stand near a window in a thunderstorm. Dear, dear, I shall never see the light of another day. Mortimer? Yes? What is that rustling? It's me. What are you doing? Trying to find the upper end of my pantaloons. Quick! Throw those things away. I do believe you would deliberately put on those clothes at such a time as this, yet you know perfectly well that all authorities agree that woolen stuffs attract lightning. Oh, dear, dear, it isn't sufficient that one's life must be in peril from natural causes, but you must do everything you can possibly think of to augment the danger. Oh, don't sing. What can you be thinking of? Now, where's the harm in it? Mortimer, if I have told you once, I have told you 100 times that singing causes vibrations in the atmosphere which interrupt the flow of the electric fluid, and what on earth are you opening that door for? Goodness gracious, woman, is there any harm in that? Harm? There's death in it. Anybody that's given this subject any attention knows that to create a draft is to invite the lightning. You haven't half shut it. Shut it tight. And do hurry, or we are all destroyed. Oh, it is an awful thing to be shut up with a lunatic at such a time as this. Mortimer, what are you doing? Nothing, just turning on the water. This room is smothering hot and close. I want to bathe my face and hands. You have certainly parted with the remnant of your mind. Where lightning strikes any other substance once, it strikes water 50 times. Do turn it off. Oh dear, I am sure that nothing in this world can save us. It does seem to me that... Mortimer, what was that? It was a picture. Knocked it down. Then you were close to the wall. I never heard of such imprudence. Don't you know that there's no better conductor for lightning than a wall? Come away from there. And you came as near as anything to swearing, too. Oh, how can you be so desperately wicked and your family in such peril? Mortimer, did you order a feather bed as I asked you to do? No, forgot it. Forgot it? It may cost you your life. If you had a feather bed now, you could spread it in the middle of the room and lie on it. You would be perfectly safe. Come in here. Come quick, before you have a chance to commit any more frantic indiscretions. I tried, but the little closet would not hold us both with the door shut, unless we could be content to smother. I gasped a while, and then forced my way out. My wife called out, Mortimer, something must be done for your preservation. Give me that German book that is on the end of the mantelpiece, and a candle. But don't light it. Give me a match. I will light it in here. That book has some directions in it. I got the book, at the cost of a vase and some other brittle things, and the madam shut herself up with her candle. I had a moment's peace. Then she called out, Mortimer, what was that? Nothing but the cat. The cat! Oh, destruction! Catch her, and shut her up in the washstand. Do be quick, love. Cats are full of electricity. I just know my hair will turn white with this night's awful perils. I heard the muffled sobbings again. But for that, I should not have moved hand or foot in such a wild enterprise in the dark. However, I went at my task, over chairs and against all sorts of obstructions, all of them hard ones too, and most of them with sharp edges, and at last I got Kitty cooped up in the commode, at an expense of over $400 in broken furniture and shins. Then these muffled words came from the closet. It says that the safest thing is to stand on a chair in the middle of the room, Mortimer, and the legs of the chair must be insulated with non-conductors. That is, you must set the legs of the chair in glass tumblers. Fizz, boom, bang, smash! Oh, hear that? Do hurry, Mortimer, before you are struck. I managed to find and secure the tumblers. I got the last 4, broke all the rest. I insulated the chair legs and called for further instructions. Mortimer, it says, Warend ein Gewitter entfern Mamatel, viz Zbi Ring, Huren, Schlüssel, etc., von sich und halt sich auch nicht und solchen Stellen auf, wo viel Metalli bin einander liegen oder mit andem Korpen verbunden sind, wie an harden Eufen, Eisengruten. What does that mean, Mortimer? Does it mean that you must keep metals about you, or keep them away from you? Well, I hardly know. It appears to be a little mixed. All German advice is more or less mixed. However, I think that sentence is mostly in the dative case, with a little genitive and accusative sifted in here and there for luck, so I reckon it means that you must keep some medals about you. Yes, that must be it. It stands to reason that it is. They are in the nature of lightning rods, you know. Put on your fireman's helmet, Mortimer. That is mostly metal. I got it and put it on, a very heavy and clumsy and uncomfortable thing on a hot night in a close room. Even my night dress seemed to be more clothing than I strictly needed. Mortimer, I think your middle ought to be protected. Won't you buckle on your militia saber, please? I complied. Now, Mortimer, you ought to have some way to protect your feet. Do please put on your spurs. I did it, in silence, and kept my temper as well as I could. Mortimer, it says, Das Gewitter lauten ist sehr gefährlich, weil die Glock selbst soll die Lurch das Lauten, Wernlas Luftzug und die Hahn des Turm den Blitz anheizen konnten. Mortimer, does that mean that it is dangerous not to ring the church bells during a thunderstorm? Yes, it seems to mean that, if that is the past participle of the nominative case singular, and I reckon it is. Yes, I think it means that on account of the height of the church tower and the absence of Luftzug, it would be very dangerous, sehr gefährlich, not to ring the bells in time of a storm, and moreover, don't you see, the very wording. Never mind that, Mortimer, don't waste the precious time in talk. Get the large dinner bell. It is right there in the hall. Quick, Mortimer, dear, we are almost safe. Oh dear, I do believe we are going to be saved at last. Our little summer establishment stands on top of a high range of hills overlooking a valley. Several farmhouses are in our neighborhood, the nearest some 300 or 400 yards away. When I, mounted on the chair, had been clanging that dreadful bell a matter of 7 or 8 minutes, our shutters were suddenly torn open from without, and a brilliant bull's-eye lantern was thrust in at the window, followed by a hoarse inquiry, "What in the nation is the matter here?" The window was full of men's heads, and the heads were full of eyes that stared wildly at my night-dress and my warlike accoutrements. I dropped the bell, skipped down from the chair in confusion, and said, "There is nothing the matter, friends, only a little discomfort on account of the thunderstorm. I was trying to keep off the lightning." "Thunderstorm? Lightning? Why, Mr. McWilliams, have you lost your mind? It is a beautiful starlight night. There has been no storm." I looked out, and I was so astonished I could hardly speak for a while. Then I said, "I do not understand this. We distinctly saw the glow of the flashes through the curtains and shutters, and heard the thunder." One after another of those people lay down on the ground to laugh, and 2 of them died. One of the survivors remarked, "Pity you didn't think to open your blinds and look over to the top of the high hill yonder. What you heard was cannon. What you saw was the flash. You see, the telegraph brought some news just at midnight. Garfield's nominated, and that's what's the matter." "Yes, Mr. Twain, as I was saying in the beginning," said Mr. McWilliams, "the rules for preserving people against lightning are so excellent and so innumerable that the most incomprehensible thing in the world to me is how anybody ever manages to get struck." So saying, he gathered up his satchel and umbrella and departed, for the train had reached his town. End of Mrs. McWilliams and the Lightning, by Mark Twain. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 7 April 2010.
My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Having murdered my mother under circumstances of singular atrocity, I was arrested and put upon my trial, which lasted 7 years. In charging the jury, the judge of the Court of Acquittal remarked that it was one of the most ghastly crimes that he had ever been called upon to explain away. At this, my attorney rose and said, "May it please your honor, crimes are ghastly or agreeable only by comparison. If you were familiar with the details of my client's previous murder of his uncle, you would discern in his later offense, if offense it may be called, something in the nature of tender forbearance and filial consideration for the feelings of the victim. The appalling ferocity of the former assassination was indeed inconsistent with any hypothesis but that of guilt, and had it not been for the fact that the honorable judge before whom he was tried was the president of a life insurance company that took risks on hanging, and in which my client held a policy, it is hard to see how he could decently have been acquitted. If your honor would like to hear about it for instruction and guidance of your honor's mind, this unfortunate man, my client, will consent to give himself the pain of relating it under oath. The district attorney said, "Your honor, I object. Such a statement would be in the nature of evidence, and the testimony in this case is closed. The prisoner's statement should have been introduced 3 years ago, in the spring of 1881. In a statutory sense, said the judge, you are right, and in the court of objections and technicalities you would get a ruling in your favor, but not in a court of acquittal. The objection is overruled." "I accept," said the district attorney. "You cannot do that," the judge said. "I must remind you that in order to take an exception, you must first get this case transferred for a time to the court of exceptions on a formal motion duly supported by affidavits. A motion to that effect by your predecessor in office was denied by me during the first year of this trial. Mr. Clerk, swear the prisoner." The customary oath having been administered, I made the following statement, which impressed the judge with so strong a sense of the comparative triviality of the offense for which I was on trial, that he made no further search for mitigating circumstances, but simply instructed the jury to acquit, and I left the court without a stain upon my reputation. I was born in 1856 in Kalamaki, Michigan, of honest and reputable parents, one of whom Heaven has mercifully spared to comfort me in my later years. In 1867 the family came to California and settled near Niggerhead, where my father opened a road agency and prospered beyond the dreams of avarice. He was a reticent, saturnine man then, though his increasing years have now somewhat relaxed the austerity of his disposition, and I believe that nothing but his memory of the sad event for which I am now on trial prevents him from manifesting a genuine hilarity. 4 years after we had set up the road agency, an itinerant preacher came along, and having no other way to pay for the night's lodging that we gave him, favored us with an exhortation of such power that, praise God, we were all converted to religion. My father at once sent for his brother, the Honorable William Ridley of Stockton, and on his arrival turned over the agency to him, charging him nothing for the franchise nor plant, the latter consisting of a Winchester rifle, a sawed-off shotgun, and an assortment of masks made out of flour sacks. The family then moved to Ghost Rock and opened a dance house. It was called the Saints' Rest Hurdy-Gurdy, and the proceedings each night began with prayer. It was there that my now sainted mother, by her grace in the dance, acquired the sobriquet of the Bucking Walrus. In the fall of '75 I had occasion to visit Coyote on the road to Mahala, and took the stage at Ghost Rock. There were 4 other passengers. About 3 miles beyond Niggerhead, persons whom I identified as my Uncle William and his 2 sons held up the stage. Finding nothing in the express box, they went through the passengers. I acted a most honorable part in the affair, placing myself in line with the others, holding up my hands, and permitting myself to be deprived of $40 and a gold watch. From my behavior no one could have suspected that I knew the gentleman who gave the entertainment. A few days later, when I went to Niggerhead and asked for the return of my money and watch, My uncle and cousins swore they knew nothing of the matter, and they affected a belief that my father and I had done the job ourselves in dishonest violation of commercial good faith. Uncle William even threatened to retaliate by starting an opposition dance house at Ghost Rock. As the Saints' Rest had become rather unpopular, I saw that this would assuredly ruin it and prove a paying enterprise. So I told my uncle that I was willing to overlook the past if he would take me into the scheme and keep the partnership a secret from my father. This fair offer he rejected, and I then perceived that it would be better and more satisfactory if he were dead. My plans to that end were soon perfected, and communicating them to my dear parents, I had the gratification of receiving their approval. My father said he was proud of me, and my mother promised that although her religion forbade her to assist in taking human life, I should have the advantage of her prayers for my success. As a preliminary measure looking to my security in case of detection, I made an application for membership in that powerful order, the Knights of Murder, and in due course was received as a member of the Ghost Rock Commandery. On the day that my probation ended, I was for the first time permitted to inspect the records of the order and learn who belonged to it, all the rites of initiation having been conducted in masks. Fancy my delight when, in looking over the roll of membership, I found the third name to be that of my uncle, who indeed was junior vice-chancellor of the order. Here was an opportunity exceeding my wildest dreams. To murder I could add insubordination and treachery. It was what my good mother would have called a special providence. At about this time something occurred which caused my cup of joy, already full, to overflow on all sides, a circular cataract of bliss. 3 men, strangers in that locality, were arrested for the stage robbery in which I had lost my money and watch. They were brought to trial, and despite my efforts to clear them and fasten the guilt upon 3 of the most respectable and worthy citizens of Ghost Rock, convicted on the clearest proof. The murder would now be as wanton and reasonless as I could wish. One morning I shouldered my Winchester rifle, and going over to my uncle's house near Niggerhead, asked my Aunt Mary, his wife, if he were at home, adding that I had come to kill him. My aunt replied with her peculiar smile, that so many gentlemen called on that errand, and were afterward carried away without having performed it, that I must excuse her for doubting my good faith in the matter. She said, I did not look as if I would kill anybody. So, as a proof of good faith, I leveled my rifle and wounded a Chinaman who happened to be passing the house. She said she knew whole families that could do a thing of that kind, but Bill Ridley was a horse of another color. She said, however, that I would find him over on the other side of the creek, in the sheep lot, and she added that she hoped the best man would win. My Aunt Mary was one of the most fair-minded women that I have ever met. I found my uncle down on his knees engaged in skinning a sheep. Seeing that he had neither gun nor pistol handy, I had not the heart to shoot him, so I approached him, greeted him pleasantly, and struck him a powerful blow on the head with the butt of my rifle. I have a very good delivery, and Uncle William lay down on his side, then rolled over on his back, spread out his fingers, and shivered. Before he could recover the use of his limbs, I seized the knife that he had been using, and cut his hamstrings. You know, doubtless, that when you sever the tendo Achillis, the patient has no further use of his leg. It is just the same as if he had no leg. Well, I parted them both, and when he revived, he was at my service. As soon as he comprehended the situation, he said, Samuel, You have got the drop on me and can afford to be generous. I have only one thing to ask of you, and that is that you carry me to the house and finish me in the bosom of my family." I told him I thought that a pretty reasonable request, and I would do so if he would let me put him into a wheat sack. He would be easier to carry that way, and if we were seen by the neighbors en route it would cause less remark. He agreed to that, and going to the barn I got a sack. This, however, did not fit him. It was too short and much wider than he, so I bent his legs, forced his knees up against his breast, and got him into it that way, tying the sack above his head. He was a heavy man, and I had all that I could do to get him on my back. But I staggered along for some distance until I came to a swing that some of the children had suspended to the branch of an oak. Here I laid him down and sat upon him to rest, and the sight of the rope gave me a happy inspiration. In 20 minutes my uncle, still in the sack, swung free to the sport of the wind. I had taken down the rope, tied one end tightly about the mouth of the bag, thrown the other across the limb, and hauled him up about 5 feet from the ground, fastening the other end of the rope also about the mouth of the sack. I had the satisfaction to see my uncle converted into a large, fine pendulum. I must add that he was not himself entirely aware of the nature of the change that he had undergone in his relation to the exterior world, though in justice to a good man's memory, I ought to say that I do not think he would in any case have wasted much of my time in vain remonstrance. Uncle William had a ram that was famous in all that region as a fighter. It was in a state of chronic constitutional indignation. Some deep disappointment in early life had soured its disposition, and it had declared war upon the whole world. To say that it would butt anything accessible is but faintly to express the nature and scope of its military activity. The universe was its antagonist, its methods that of a projectile. It fought like the angels and devils, in mid-air, cleaving the atmosphere like a bird, describing a parabolic curve and descending upon its victim at just the exact angle of incidence to make the most of its velocity and weight. Its momentum, calculated in foot-tons, was something incredible. It had been seen to destroy a 4-year-old bull by a single impact upon that animal's gnarly forehead. No stone wall had ever been known to resist its downward swoop. There were no trees tough enough to stay it. It would splinter them into matchwood and defile their leafy honors in the dust. This irascible and implacable brute, this incarnate thunderbolt, this monster of the upper deep, I had seen reposing in the shade of an adjacent tree, dreaming dreams of conquest and glory. It was with a view to summoning it forth to the field of honor that I suspended its master in the manner described. Having completed my preparations, I imparted to the avuncular pendulum a gentle oscillation, and retiring to cover behind a contiguous rock, lifted up my voice in a long rasping cry, whose diminishing final note was drowned in a noise like that of a swearing cat, which emanated from the sack. Instantly that formidable sheep was upon its feet, and had taken in the military situation at a glance. In a few moments it had approached, stamping, to within 50 yards of the swinging foeman, who, now retreating and anon advancing, seemed to invite the fray. Suddenly I saw the beast's head drop earthward as if depressed by the weight of its enormous horns. Then a dim, white, wavy streak of sheep prolonged itself from that spot in a generally horizontal direction to within about 4 yards of a point immediately beneath the enemy. There it struck sharply upward, and before it had faded from my gaze at the place whence it had set out, I heard a horrid thump and a piercing scream, and my poor uncle shot forward with a slack rope higher than the limb to which he was attached. Here the rope tautened with a jerk, arresting his flight, and back he swung in a breathless curve to the other end of his arc. The ram had fallen, a heap of indistinguishable legs, wool, and horns, but pulling itself together and dodging as its antagonist swept downward, it retired at random, alternately shaking its head and stamping its forefeet. When it had backed about the same distance as that from which it had delivered the assault, it paused again, bowed its head as if in prayer for victory, and again shot forward, dimly visible as before, a prolonged white streak with monstrous undulations, ending with a sharp ascension. Its course this time was at a right angle to its former one, and its impatience so great that it struck the enemy before he had nearly reached the lowest point of his arc. In consequence, he went flying round and round in a horizontal circle whose radius was about equal to half the length of the rope, which, I forgot to say, was nearly 20 feet long. His shrieks, crescendo in approach and diminuendo in recession, made the rapidity of his revolution more obvious to the ear than to the eye. He had evidently not yet been struck in a vital spot. His posture in the sack, and the distance from the ground at which he hung, compelled the ram to operate upon his lower extremities and the end of his back. Like a plant that has struck its root into some poisonous mineral, my poor uncle was dying slowly upward. After delivering its second blow, the ram had not again retired. The fever of battle burned hot in its heart. Its brain was intoxicated with the wine of strife. Like a pugilist who in his rage forgets his skill and fights ineffectively at half-arm's length, the angry beast endeavored to reach its fleeting foe by awkward vertical leaps as he passed overhead, sometimes, indeed, succeeding in striking him feebly, but more frequently overthrown by its own misguided eagerness. But as the impetus was exhausted, and the man's circles narrowed in scope and diminished in speed, bringing him nearer to the ground, these tactics produced better results, eliciting a superior quality of screams, which I greatly enjoyed. Suddenly, as if the bugles had sung truce, the ram suspended hostilities and walked away, thoughtfully wrinkling and smoothing its great aquiline nose, and occasionally cropping a bunch of grass and slowly munching it. It seemed to have tired of war's alarms, and resolved to beat the sword into a plowshare and cultivate the arts of peace. Steadily it held its course away from the field of fame, until it had gained a distance of nearly 1/4 mile. There it stopped and stood with its rear to the foe, chewing its cud and apparently half asleep. I observed, however, an occasional slight turn of its head, as if its apathy were more affected than real. Meantime, Uncle William's shrieks had abated with his motion, and nothing was heard from him but long, low moans, and at long intervals my name, uttered in pleading tones exceedingly grateful to my ear. Evidently the man had not the faintest notion of what was being done to him, and was inexpressibly terrified. When death comes cloaked in mystery, he is terrible indeed. Little by little my uncle's oscillations diminished, and finally he hung motionless. I went to him, and was about to give him the coup de grace, when I heard and felt a succession of smart shocks which shook the ground like a series of light earthquakes, and turning in the direction of the ram, saw a long cloud of dust approaching me with inconceivable rapidity and alarming effect. At a distance of some 30 yards away it stopped short, and from the near end of it rose into the air what I at first thought a great white bird. Its ascent was so smooth and easy and regular that I could not realize its extraordinary celerity, and was lost in admiration of its grace. To this day the impression remains that it was a slow, deliberate movement. The ram, for it was that animal, being upborne by some power other than its own impetus, and supported through the successive stages of its flight with infinite tenderness and care. My eyes followed its progress through the air with unspeakable pleasure, all the greater by contrast with my former terror of its approach by land. Onward and upward the noble animal sailed, its head bent down almost between its knees, its forefeet thrown back, its hinder legs trailing to rear like the legs of a soaring heron. At a height of 40 or 50 feet, as fond recollection presents it to view, it attained its zenith, and appeared to remain an instant stationary. Then, tilting suddenly forward without altering the relative position of its parts, it shot downward on a steeper and steeper course with augmenting velocity, passed immediately above me with a noise like the rush of a cannon shot, and struck my poor uncle almost squarely on the top of the head. So frightful was the impact that not only the man's neck was broken, but the rope too, and the body of the deceased, forced against the earth, was crushed to pulp beneath the awful front of that meteoric sheep. The concussion stopped all the clocks between Lone Hand and Dutch Dan's, and Professor Davidson, a distinguished authority in matters seismic, who happened to be in the vicinity, promptly explained that the vibrations were from north to southwest. Altogether, I cannot help thinking that in point of artistic atrocity, my murder of Uncle William has seldom been excelled. End of My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. Read by Bill Mosley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
Nevada Sketches by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Nevada Sketches by Mark Twain. I feel very much as if I had just awakened out of a long sleep. I attribute it to the fact that I have slept the greater part of the time for the last 2 days and nights. On Wednesday I sat up all night in Virginia in order to be up early enough to take the 5 o'clock stage on Thursday morning. I was on time. It was a great success. I had a cheerful trip down to Carson, in company with that incessant talker Joseph T. Goodman. I never saw him flooded with such a flow of spirits before. He restrained his conversation, though, until we had traveled 3 or 4 miles and were just crossing the divide between Silver City and Spring Valley, when he thrust his head out of the dark stage and allowed a pallid light from the coach lamps to illuminate his features for a moment, after which he returned to darkness again and sighed and said, "Damn it," with some asperity. I asked him who he meant it for, and he said, "The weather out there." As we approached Carson at about 7:30, he thrust his head out again and gazed earnestly in the direction of that city, after which he took it in again with his nose very much frosted. He propped the end of that organ upon the end of his finger, and looked pensively upon it, which had the effect of making him cross-eyed, and remarked, "Ah, damn it," with great bitterness. I asked him what was up this time, and he said, "The cold, damp fog. It is worse than the weather." This was his last. He never spoke again in my hearing. He went on over the mountains with a lady fellow passenger from here. That will stop his chatter, you know, for he seldom speaks in the presence of ladies. In the evening I felt a mighty inclination to go to a party somewhere. There was to be one at Governor J. Neely Johnson's, and I went there and asked permission to stand around a while. This was granted in the most hospitable manner, and the vision of plain quadrilles soothed my weary soul. I felt particularly comfortable, for if there is one thing more grateful to my feelings than another, it is a new house, a large house, with its ceilings embellished with snowy moldings, its floors glowing with warm tinted carpets, with cushioned chairs and sofas to sit on, and a piano to listen to, with fires so arranged you can see them, and know there is no humbug about it, with walls garnished with pictures, and, above all, mirrors, wherein you may gaze and always find something to admire, you know. I have a great regard for a good house, and a girlish passion for mirrors. Horace Smith, Esquire, is also very fond of mirrors. He came and looked in the glass for an hour with me. Finally it cracked. The night was pretty cold, and Horace Smith's reflection was split right down the center. But where his face had been, the damage was greatest. 100 cracks converged to his reflected nose, like spokes from the hub of a wagon wheel. It was the strangest freak the weather has done this winter, and yet the parlor seemed warm and comfortable, too. About 9 o'clock the Unreliable came and asked Governor Johnson to let him stand on the porch. The creature has got more impudence than any person I ever saw in my life. Well, he stood and flattened his nose against the parlor window and looked hungry and vicious. He always looks that way. Until Colonel Musser arrived with some ladies, when he actually fell in their wake and came swaggering in, looking as if he thought he had been anxiously expected. He had on my fine kid boots, my plug hat, my white kid gloves, with slices of his prodigious hands grinning through the bursted seams, and my heavy gold repeater, which I had been offered thousands and thousands of dollars for many and many a time. He took those articles out of my trunk at Washoe City about a month ago, when we were there to report the proceedings of the convention. The Unreliable intruded himself upon me in his cordial way, and said, "How are you, Mark, old boy? When'd you come down? It's brilliant, ain't it? Appear to enjoy themselves, don't they? Lend a fellow 2 bits, can't you?" He always winds up his remarks that way. He appears to have an insatiable craving for 2 bits. The music struck up just then and saved me. The next moment I was far, far at sea in the plain quadrille. We carried it through with distinguished success. That is, we got as far as balance around, and half a man left, when I smelled hot whiskey punch, or something of that nature. I tracked the scent through several rooms, and finally discovered a large bowl from which it emanated. I found the omnipresent Unreliable there also. He set down an empty goblet, and remarked that he was diligently seeking the gentleman's dressing room. I would have shown him where it was, but it occurred to him that the supper table and the punch bowl ought not to be left unprotected. Wherefore we stayed there and watched them until the punch entirely evaporated. A servant came in then to replenish the bowl, and we left the refreshments in his charge. We probably did wrong, but we were anxious to join the hazy dance. The dance was hazier than usual after that. 16 couples on the floor at once, with a few dozen spectators scattered around, is calculated to have its effect in a brilliantly lighted parlor, I believe. Everything seemed to buzz, at any rate. After all the modern dances had been danced several times, the people adjourned to the supper room. I found my wardrobe out there, as usual, with the Unreliable in it. His old distemper was upon him. He was desperately hungry. I never saw a man eat as much as he did in my life. I have various items of his supper here in my notebook. First, he ate a plate of sandwiches. Then he ate a handsomely iced pound cake. Then he gobbled a dish of chicken salad, after which he ate a roast pig. After that, a quantity of blanc manger. Then he threw in several dozen glasses of punch to fortify his appetite, and finishes his monstrous repast with a roast turkey. Dishes of brandy grapes and jellies and such things, and pyramids of fruits melted away before him as shadows fly at the sun's approach. I am of the opinion that none of his ancestors were present when the 5,000 were miraculously fed in the old scriptural times. I base my opinion on the 12 bushels of scraps and the little fishes that remained over after that feast. If the Unreliable himself had been there, the provisions would just about have held out, I think. At about 2 o'clock in the morning the pleasant party broke up, and the crowd of guests distributed themselves around town to their respective homes. And after thinking the fun all over again, I went to bed at 4 o'clock. So, having been awake 48 hours, I slept 48 in order to get even again. City Marshal Perry. John Van Buren Perry, recently elected City Marshal of Virginia City, was born a long time ago in County Kerry, Ireland, of poor but honest parents, who were descendants beyond question of a house of high antiquity. The founder of it was distinguished for his eloquence. He was the property of one Balaam, and received honorable mention in the Bible. John Van Buren Perry removed to the United States in 1792, after having achieved a high gastronomical reputation by creating the first famine in his native land, and established himself at Kinderhook, New Jersey, as a teacher of vocal and instrumental music. His eldest son, Martin Van Buren, was educated there, and was afterwards elected President of the United States. His grandson, of the same name, is now a prominent New York politician, and is known in the East as Prince John. He keeps up a constant and affectionate correspondence with his worthy grandfather, who sells him feet in some of his richest wildcat claims from time to time. While residing at Kinderhook, Jack Perry was appointed Commodore of the United States Navy, and he forthwith proceeded to Lake Erie and fought the mighty marine conflict, which blazes upon the pages of history as Perry's victory. In consequence of this exploit, he narrowly escaped the presidency. Several years ago, Commodore Perry was appointed Commissioner Extraordinary to the Imperial Court of Japan, with unlimited power to treat. It is hardly worth while to mention that he never exercised that power. He never treated anybody in that country, although he patiently submitted to a vast amount of that sort of thing when the opportunity was afforded him at the expense of the Japanese officials. He returned from his mission full of honors and foreign whiskey, and was welcomed home again by the plaudits of a grateful nation. After the war was ended, Mr. Perry removed to Providence, Rhode Island, where he produced a complete revolution in medical science by inventing the celebrated painkiller, which bears his name. He manufactured this liniment by the shipload, and spread it far and wide over the suffering world. Not a bottle left his establishment without his beneficent portrait upon the label, whereby in time his features became as well known unto burned and mutilated children as Jack the Giant Killer's. When pain had ceased throughout the universe, Mr. Perry fell to writing for a livelihood, and for years and years he poured out his soul in pleasing and effeminate poetry, his very first effort commencing, "How doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour," etc. gained him a splendid literary reputation, and from that time forward no Sunday school library was complete without a full edition of his plaintive and sentimental Paregorics. After great research and profound study of his subject, he produced that wonderful gem which is known in every land as the young mother's apostrophe to her infant, beginning "Fie, fie, oo, itty bitty pooty sing, to poke oo footsie tootsies into mamma's eye." This inspired poem had a tremendous run, and carried Perry's fame into every nursery in the civilized world. But he was not destined to wear his laurels undisturbed. England, with monstrous perfidy, at once claimed the apostrophe for her favorite son, Martin Farquhar Tupper, and sent up a howl of vindictive abuse from her polluted press against our beloved Perry. With one accord the American people rose up in his defense, and a devastating war was only averted by a public denial of the paternity of the poem by the great Proverbial over his own signature. This noble act of Mr. Tupper gained him a high place in the affection of this people, and his sweet platitudes have been read here with an ever augmented spirit of tolerance since that day. The conduct of England toward Mr. Perry told upon his constitution to such an extent that at one time it was feared the gentle bard would fade and flicker out altogether. Wherefore the solicitude of influential officials was aroused in his behalf, and through their generosity he was provided with an asylum in Sing Sing prison, a quiet retreat in the state of New York. Here he wrote his last great poem, beginning, "Let dogs delight to bark and bite, for God hath made them so. Your little hands were never made to tear out each other's eyes with," and then proceeded to learn the shoemaker's trade in his new home, under the distinguished masters employed by the Commonwealth. Ever since Mr. Perry arrived at man's estate, his prodigious feat have been a subject of complaint and annoyance to those communities which have known the honor of his presence. In 1835, during a great leather famine, many people were obliged to wear wooden shoes, and Mr. Perry, for the sake of economy, transferred his bootmaking patronage from the tan yard, which had before enjoyed his custom, to an undertaker's establishment. That is to say, he wore coffins. At that time he was a member of Congress from New Jersey, and occupied a seat in front of the Speaker's throne. He had the uncouth habit of propping his feet upon his desk during prayer by the chaplain, and thus completely hiding that officer from every eye save that of Omnipotence alone. So long as the Honorable Mr. Perry wore orthodox leather boots, the clergymen submitted to this infliction and prayed behind them in singular solitude, under mild protest. But when he arose one morning to offer up his regular petition, and beheld the cheerful apparition of Jack Perry's coffins confronting him, the jolly old bum went under the table like a sick porpoise, as Mr. P. feelingly remarks, and never shot off his mouth in that shanty again. Mr. Perry's first appearance on the Pacific coast was upon the boards of the San Francisco theaters in the character of Old Pete in Dion Boucicault's Octoroon. So excellent was his delineation of that celebrated character that Perry's Pete was for a long time regarded as the climax of histrionic perfection. Since John Van Buren Perry has resided in Nevada Territory, he has employed his talents in acting as City Marshal of Virginia, and in abusing me, because I am an orphan and a long way from home, and can therefore be persecuted with impunity. He was re-elected day before yesterday, and his first official act was an attempt to get me drunk on champagne furnished to the Board of Aldermen by other successful candidates, so that he might achieve the honor and glory of getting me in the station house for once in his life. Although he failed in his object, he followed me down C Street and handcuffed me in front of Tom Peasley's. But Officers Birdsall and Larkin and Brokaw rebelled against this unwarranted assumption of authority and released me. Whereupon I was about to punish Jack Perry severely, when he offered me 6 bits to hand him down to posterity through the medium of this biography, and I closed the contract. But after all, I never expect to get the money. A Sunday in Carson. I arrived in this noisy and bustling town of Carson at noon today, per Layton's express. We made pretty good time from Virginia, and I might have made much better but for Horace Smith, Esquire, who rode on the box seat and kept the stage so much by the head she wouldn't steer. I went to church, of course. I always go to church when I go to church, as it were. I got there just in time to hear the closing hymn, and also hear the Reverend Mr. White give out a long meter doxology, which the choir tried to sing to a short meter tune. But there wasn't music enough to go around. Consequently, the effect was rather singular than otherwise. They sang the most interesting parts of each line, though, and charged the balance to profit and loss. This rendered the general intent and meaning of the doxology considerably mixed, as far as the congregation were concerned. But inasmuch as it was not addressed to them anyhow, I thought it made no particular difference. By an easy and pleasant transition, I went from church to jail. It was only just downstairs, for they save men eternally in the second story of the new courthouse and damn them for life in the first. Sheriff Gasherick has a handsome double office fronting on the street, and its walls are gorgeously decorated with iron convict jewelry. In the rear are 2 rows of cells, built of bomb-proof masonry and furnished with strong iron doors and resistless locks and bolts. There was but one prisoner, Swayze, the murderer of Derrickson, and he was writing. I do not know what his subject was, but he appeared to be handling it in a way which gave him great satisfaction. Advice to the unreliable on church-going. In the first place, I must impress upon you that when you are dressing for church, as a general thing, you mix your perfumes too much. Your fragrance is sometimes oppressive. You saturate yourself with cologne and bergamot until you make a sort of Hamlet's ghost of yourself, and no man can decide with the first whiff whether you bring with you air from heaven or from hell. Now rectify this matter as soon as possible. Last Sunday you smelled like a secretary to a consolidated drugstore and barber shop, and you came and sat in the same pew with me. Now don't do that again. In the next place, when you design coming to church, don't lie in bed until 10:30, and then come in looking all swelled and torpid, like a doughnut. Do reflect upon it, and show some respect for your personal appearance hereafter. There is another matter, also, which I wish to remonstrate with you about. Generally, when the contribution box of the missionary department is passing around, you begin to look anxious and fumble in your vest pockets, as if you felt a mighty desire to put all your worldly wealth into it. Yet when it reaches your pew, you are sure to be absorbed in your prayer book, or gazing pensively out of the window at far-off mountains, or buried in meditation, with your sinful head supported by the back of the pew before you. And after the box is gone again, you usually start suddenly and gaze after it with a yearning look, mingled with an expression of bitter disappointment, fumbling your cash again meantime, as if you felt you had missed the one grand opportunity for which you had been longing all your life. Now, to do this when you have money in your pockets is mean, but I have seen you do a meaner thing. I refer to your conduct last Sunday, when the contribution box arrived at our pew, and the angry blood rises to my cheek when I remember with what gravity and sweet serenity of countenance you put in 50 cents and took out $2.50. The Unreliable. Editors, Enterprise. I received the following atrocious document the morning I arrived here. It was from that abandoned profligate, the Unreliable, and I think it speaks for itself. Carson City, Thursday morning. To the Unreliable. Sir, observing the driver of the Virginia stage hunting after you this morning in order to collect his fare, I infer you are in town. In the paper which you represent, I noticed an article which I took to be an effusion from your muddled brain, stating that I had cabbaged a number of valuable articles from you the night I took you out of the streets of Washoe City and permitted you to occupy my bed. I take this opportunity to inform you that I will compensate you at the rate of $20 per head for every one of these valuable articles that I received from you, providing you will relieve me of their presence. This offer can be either accepted or rejected on your part, but providing you don't see proper to accept it, you had better procure enough lumber to make a box 4 by 8, and have it made as early as possible. Judge Dixon will arrange the preliminaries if you do not accede. An early reply is expected by Reliable. Not satisfied with wounding my feelings and making the most extraordinary reference to allusions in the above text, he even sent a challenge to fight in the same envelope with it, hoping to work upon my fears and drive me from the country by intimidation. But I was not to be frightened. I shall remain in the territory. I guessed his object at once and determined to accept his challenge, choose weapons and things, and scare him instead of being scared myself. I wrote a stern reply to him, and offered him mortal combat with bootjacks at 100 yards. The effect was more agreeable than I could have hoped for. His hair turned black in a single night from excess of fear. Then he went into a fit of melancholy, and while it lasted he did nothing but sigh and sob and snuffle and slobber and say he wished he was in the quiet tomb. Finally he said he would commit suicide. He would say farewell to the cold, cold world with its cares and troubles, and go to sleep with his fathers in perdition. Then rose up this young man, and threw his demijohn out of the window, and took up a glass of pure water, and drained it to the dregs, and then he fell to the floor in a swoon. Dr. Jader was called in, and as soon as he found that the cuss was poisoned, he rushed down to the Magnolia Saloon and got the antidote, and poured it down him. As he was drawing his last breath, he scented the brandy, and lingered yet a while on earth to take a drink with the boys. But for this he would have been no more, or possible a great deal less, in a moment. So he survived, but he has been in a mighty precarious condition ever since. I have been up to see how he was getting along 2 or 3 times a day. He is a very sick man. I was up there a while ago, and I could see that his friends had begun to entertain hopes that he would not get over it. As soon as I saw that, all my enmity vanished. I even felt like doing the poor Unreliable a kindness, and showing him, too, how my feelings toward him had changed. So I went and bought him a beautiful coffin, and carried it up and set it down on his bed, and told him to climb in when his time was up. Well, sir, you never saw a man so affected by a little act of kindness as he was by that. He let off a sort of war whoop, and went to kicking things around like a crazy man. And he foamed at the mouth, and went out of one fit into another, faster than I could take them down in my notebook. I did not return to Virginia yesterday on account of the wedding. The parties were Hon. James H. Sturtevant, one of the first Piutes of Nevada, and Miss Emma Curry, daughter of the Hon. A. Curry, who also claims that he is a Piute family of high antiquity. I had heard it reported that a marriage was threatened, so felt it my duty to go down there and find out the facts of the case. They said I might stay, as it was me. I promised not to say anything about the wedding, and I regard that promise as sacred. My word is as good as my bond. Father Bennett advanced and touched off the high contracting parties with the hymeneal torch, married them, you know, and at the word of command from Curry the fiddle bows were set in motion, and the plain quadrilles turned loose. Thereupon some of the most responsible dancing ensued that I ever saw in my life. The dance that Tam O'Shanter witnessed was slow in comparison to it. They kept it up for 6 hours, and then carried out the exhausted musicians on a shutter, and went down to supper. I know they had a fine supper, and plenty of it, but I do not know much else. They drank so much champagne around me that I got confused, and lost the hang of things, as it were. It was mighty pleasant, jolly and sociable, and I wish to thunder I was married myself. I took a large slice of bridal cake home with me to dream on, and dreamt that I was still a single man, and likely to remain so if I live and nothing happens, which has given me a greater confidence in dreams than I ever felt before. I cordially wish my newly married couple all kinds of happiness and prosperity, though. Ye Sentimental Law Student. Editors, Enterprise. I found the following letter, or valentine, or whatever it is, lying on the summit where it had been dropped unintentionally, I think. It was written on a sheet of legal cap, and each line was duly commenced with the red mark which traversed the sheet from top to bottom. Solon appeared to have had some trouble in getting his effusion started to suit him. He had begun it, "Know all men by these presents," and scratched it out again. He had substituted, "Now, at this day comes the plaintiff, by his attorney," and scratched that out also. He had tried other sentences of like character, and gone on obliterating them, until, through much sorrow and tribulation, he achieved the dedication which stands at the head of his letter, and to his entire satisfaction, I do cheerfully hope. But what a villain a man must be to blend together the beautiful language of love and the infernal phraseology of the law in one and the same sentence! I know but one of God's creatures who would be guilty of such depravity as this. I refer to the Unreliable. I believe the Unreliable to be the very lawyer's cub who sat upon the solitary peak, all soaked in beer and sentiment, and concocted the insipid literary hash I am talking about. The handwriting closely resembles his semi-Chinese tarantula tracks. Sugarloaf Peak, February 14th, 1863. To the loveliness to whom these presents shall come, greeting. This is a lovely day, my own Mary. Its unencumbered sunshine reminds me of your happy face, and in the imagination the same doth now appear before me. Such sights and scenes as this ever remind me, the party of the second part, of you, my Mary, the peerless party of the first part. The view from the lonely and segregated mountain peak of this portion of what is called and known as creation, with all and singular the hereditaments and appurtenances thereunto appertaining and belonging, is inexpressibly grand and inspiring. And I gaze and gaze, while my soul is filled with holy delight, and my heart expands to receive thy spirit presence, as aforesaid. Above me is the glory of the sun. Around him float the messenger clouds, ready alike to bless the earth with gentle rain, or visit it with lightning and thunder and destruction. Far below the said sun and the messenger clouds aforesaid, lying prone upon the earth in the verge of the distant horizon, like the burnished shield of a giant, mine eyes behold a lake, which is described and set forth in maps as the Sink of Carson. Nearer, in the great plain, I see the desert spread abroad like the mantle of a colossus, glowing by turns with the warm light of the sun, hereinbefore mentioned, or darkly shaded by the messenger clouds aforesaid, flowing at right angles with said desert and adjacent thereto. I see the silver and sinuous thread of the river, commonly called Carson, which winds its tortuous course through the softly tinted valley, and disappears amid the gorges of the bleak and snowy mountains, a simile of man, leaving the pleasant valley of peace and virtue to wander among the dark defiles of sin, beyond the jurisdiction of the kindly beaming sun aforesaid, and about said sun and the said clouds, and around the said mountains, and over the plain and the river aforesaid, there floats a purple glory, a yellow mist, as airy and beautiful as the bridal veil of a princess about to be wedded, according to the rites and ceremonies pertaining to and established by the laws or edicts of the kingdom or principality wherein she doth reside, and whereof she hath been and doth continue to be a lawful sovereign or subject. Ah, my Mary, it is sublime, it is lovely, I have declared and made known, and by these presents do declare and make known unto you, that the view from Sugarloaf Peak, as hereinbefore described and set forth, is the loveliest picture with which the hand of the Creator has adorned the earth, according to the best of my knowledge and belief, so help me God. Given under my hand, and in the spirit presence of the bright being whose love has restored the light of hope to a soul once groping in the darkness of despair, on the day and year first above written. Signed, Solon Lycurgus, law student and notary public in and for the said county of Storey and territory of Nevada, to Miss Mary Links, Virginia, and may the laws have her in their holy keeping. End of Nevada Sketches by Mark Twain.
Reginald Blake, Financier and Cad, by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The advantage of literature over life is that its characters are more clearly defined and act consistently. Nature, always inartistic, takes pleasure in creating the impossible. Reginald Blake was as typical a specimen of the well-bred cad as one could hope to find between Piccadilly Circus and Hyde Park Corner. Vicious without passion and possessing brain without mind, existence presented to him no difficulties, while his pleasures brought him no pains. His morality was bounded by the doctor on the one side and the magistrate on the other. Careful never to outrage the decrees of either, he was at 45 still healthy, though stout, and had achieved the not-too-easy task of amassing a fortune while avoiding all risk of Holloway. He and his wife, Edith, née Eppington, were as ill-matched a couple as could be conceived by any dramatist seeking material for a problem play. As they stood before the altar on their wedding morn, they might have been taken as symbolizing satyr and saint. More than 20 years his junior, beautiful with the beauty of a Raphael's Madonna, his every touch of her seemed a sacrilege. Yet, once in his life, Mr. Blake played the part of a great gentleman. Mrs. Blake, on the same occasion, contenting herself with a singularly mean role, mean even for a woman in love. The affair, of course, had been a marriage of convenience. Blake, to do him justice, had made no pretense to anything beyond admiration and regard. Few things grow monotonous sooner than irregularity. He would tickle his jaded palate with respectability, and try for a change the companionship of a good woman. The girl's face drew him, as the moonlight holds a man who, bored by the noise, turns from a heated room to press his forehead to the window-pane. Accustomed to bid for what he wanted, he offered his price. The Eppington family was poor and numerous. The girl, bred up to the false notions of duty inculcated by a narrow conventionality, and feminine-like, half in love with martyrdom for its own sake, let her father bargain for a higher price, and then sold herself. To a drama of this description, a lover is necessary, if the complications are to be of interest to the outside world. Harry Sennett, a pleasant-looking enough young fellow, in spite of his receding chin, was possessed, perhaps, of more good intention than sense. Under the influence of Edith's stronger character, he was soon persuaded to acquiesce meekly in the proposed arrangement. Both succeeded in convincing themselves that they were acting nobly. The tone of the farewell interview, arranged for the eve of the wedding, would have been fit and proper to the occasion had Edith been a modern Joan of Arc, about to sacrifice her own happiness on the altar of a great cause. As the girl was merely selling herself into ease and luxury, for no higher motive than the desire to enable a certain number of more or less worthy relatives to continue living beyond their legitimate means, the sentiment was perhaps exaggerated. Many tears were shed, and many everlasting goodbyes spoken, though, seeing that Edith's new home would be only a few streets off, and that of necessity their social set would continue to be the same, more experienced persons might have counseled hope. 3 months after the marriage, they found themselves side by side at the same dinner table, and after a little melodramatic fencing with what they were pleased to regard as fate, they accommodated themselves to the customary positions. Blake was quite aware that Sennett had been Edith's lover. So had half a dozen other men, some younger, some older than himself. He felt no more embarrassment at meeting them than standing on the pavement outside the stock exchange he would have experienced greeting his brother jobbers after a settling day that had transferred a fortune from their hands into his. Sennett in particular he liked and encouraged. Our whole social system, always a mystery to the philosopher, owes its existence to the fact that few men and women possess sufficient intelligence to be interesting to themselves. Blake liked company, but not much company liked Blake. Young Sennett, however, could always be relied upon to break the tediousness of the domestic dialogue. A common love of sport drew the two men together. Most of us improve upon closer knowledge, and so they came to find good in one another. "That is the man you ought to have married," said Blake one night to his wife, half laughingly, half seriously, as they sat alone listening to Sennett's departing footsteps echoing upon the deserted pavement. "He's a good fellow, not a mere money-grubbing machine like me." And a week later, Sennett, sitting alone with Edith, suddenly broke out with, "He's a better man than I am with all my highfalutin talk, and upon my soul he loves you. Shall I go abroad?" "If you like," was the answer. "What would you do?" "Kill myself," replied the other with a laugh, "or run away with the first man that asked me." So Sennett stayed on. Blake himself had made the path easy to them. There was little need for either fear or caution. Indeed, their safest course lay in recklessness, and they took it. To Sennett the house was always open. It was Blake himself who, when unable to accompany his wife, would suggest Sennett as a substitute. Club friends shrugged their shoulders. Was the man completely under his wife's thumb, or, tired of her, was he playing some devil's game of his own? To most of his acquaintances, the latter explanation seemed the more plausible. The gossip in due course reached the parental home. Mrs. Eppington shook the vials of her wrath over the head of her son-in-law. The father, always a cautious man, felt inclined to blame his child for want of prudence. "She'll ruin everything," he said. "Why the devil can't she be careful?" "I believe the man is deliberately plotting to get rid of her," said Mrs. Eppington. "I shall tell him plainly what I think." "You're a fool, Hannah," replied her husband, allowing himself the license of the domestic hearth. "If you are right, you will only precipitate matters. If you are wrong, you will tell him what there is no need for him to know. I can sound him without giving anything away, and meanwhile you talk to Edith." So matters were arranged. But the interview between mother and daughter hardly improved the position. Mrs. Eppington was conventionally moral. Edith had been thinking for herself, and thinking in a bad atmosphere. Mrs. Eppington grew angry at the girl's callousness. "Have you no sense of shame?" she cried. "I had once," was Edith's reply, "before I came to live here. Do you know what this house is for me, with its gilded mirrors, its couches, its soft carpets? Do you know what I am, and have been for 2 years?" The elder woman rose with a frightened, pleading look upon her face, and the other stopped and turned away towards the window. "We all thought it for the best," continued Mrs. Eppington meekly. The girl spoke wearily without looking round. "Oh, every silly thing that was ever done was done for the best. I thought it would be for the best myself. Everything would be so simple if only we were not alive. Don't let's talk any more. All you can say is quite right." The silence continued for a while, the Dresden china clock on the mantelpiece ticking louder and louder, as if to say, "I, Time, am here. Do not make your plans forgetting me, little mortals. I change your thoughts and wills. You are but my puppets." "Then what do you intend to do?" demanded Mrs. Eppington at length. "Intend? Oh, the right thing, of course. We all intend that. I shall send Harry away with a few well-chosen words of farewell, learn to love my husband and settle down to a life of quiet domestic bliss. Oh, it's easy enough to intend." The girl's face wrinkled with a laugh that aged her. In that moment it was a hard, evil face, and with a pang the elder woman thought of that other face, so unlike, the sweet pure face of a girl that had given to a sordid home its one touch of nobility. As under the lightning's flash we see the whole arc of the horizon, so Mrs. Eppington looked and saw her child's life. The gilded, over-furnished room vanished. She and a big-eyed, fair-haired child, the only one of her children she had ever understood, were playing wonderful games in the twilight among the shadows of a tiny attic. Now she was the wolf devouring Edith, who was Red Riding Hood, with kisses. Now Cinderella's prince, now both her wicked sisters. But in the favorite game of all, Mrs. Eppington was a beautiful princess bewitched by a wicked dragon, so that she seemed to be an old, worn woman. But curly-headed Edith fought the dragon, represented by the three-legged rocking horse, and slew him with much shouting and the toasting fork. Then Mrs. Eppington became again a beautiful princess, and went away with Edith back to her own people. In this twilight hour the misbehavior of the general, the importunity of the family butcher, and the airs assumed by Cousin Jane, who kept 2 servants, were forgotten. The games ended. The little curly head would be laid against her breast for 5 minutes' love, while the restless little brain framed the endless question that children are forever asking, in all its 1,000 forms. "What is life, mother? I am very little, and I think and think until I grow frightened. Oh, mother, tell me, what is life?" Had she dealt with these questions wisely? Might it not have been better to have treated them more seriously? Could life, after all, be ruled by maxims learned from copybooks? She had answered as she had been answered in her own far-back days of questioning. Might it not have been better had she thought for herself? Suddenly Edith was kneeling on the floor beside her. "I will try to be good, mother." It was the old baby cry, the cry of us all, children that we are, till Mother Nature kisses us and bids us go to sleep. Their arms were round each other now, and so they sat, mother and child once more, and the twilight of the old attic, creeping westward from the east, found them again. The masculine duet had more result, but was not conducted with the finesse that Mr. Eppington, who prided himself on his diplomacy, had intended. Indeed, so evidently ill at ease was that gentleman when the moment came for talk, and so palpably were his pointless remarks mere efforts to delay an unpleasant subject, that Blake, always direct, bluntly though not ill-naturedly, asked him, "How much?" Mr. Eppington was disconcerted. "It's not that. At least, that's not what I've come about," he answered confusedly. "What have you come about?" Inwardly, Mr. Eppington cursed himself for a fool, for the which he was perhaps not altogether without excuse. He had meant to act the part of a clever counsel, acquiring information while giving none. By a blunder he found himself in the witness box. "Oh, nothing, nothing," was the feeble response. "Merely looked in to see how Edith was." "Much the same as at dinner last night when you were here," answered Blake. "Come, out with it." It seemed the best course now, and Mr. Eppington took the plunge. "Don't you think," he said, unconsciously glancing round the room to be sure they were alone, "that young Sennett is a little too much about the house?" Blake stared at him. "Of course we know it is all right. As nice a young fellow as ever lived. And Edith, and all that. Of course it's absurd, but what?" "Well, people will talk." "What do they say?" The other shrugged his shoulders. Blake rose. He had an ugly look when angry, and his language was apt to be coarse. "Tell them to mind their own business and leave me and my wife alone." That was the sense of what he said. He expressed himself at greater length and in stronger language. "But, my dear Blake," urged Eppington, "for your own sake, is it wise? There was a sort of boy and girl attachment between them, nothing of any moment, but all that gives color to gossip. Forgive me, but I am her father. I do not like to hear my child talked about." "Then don't open your ears to the chatter of a pack of fools," replied his son-in-law roughly. But the next instant a softer expression passed over his face, and he laid his hand on the older man's arm. "Perhaps there are many more, but there's one good woman in the world," he said, "and that's your daughter. Come and tell me that the Bank of England is getting shaky on its legs, and I'll listen to you." But the stronger the faith, the deeper strike the roots of suspicion. Blake said no further word on the subject, and Sennett was as welcome as before. But Edith, looking up suddenly, would sometimes find her husband's eyes fixed on her with a troubled look, as of some dumb creature trying to understand, and often he would slip out of the house of an evening by himself, returning home hours afterwards, tired and mud-stained. He made attempts to show his affection. That was the most fatal thing he could have done. Ill-temper, ill-treatment even, she might have borne. His clumsy caresses, his foolish, halting words of tenderness became a horror to her. She wondered whether to laugh or to strike at his upturned face. His tactless devotion filled her life as with some sickly perfume, stifling her. If only she could be by herself for a little while to think. But he was with her night and day. There were times when, as he would cross the room towards her, he grew monstrous until he towered above her, a formless thing such as children dream of, and she would sit with her lips tight pressed, clutching the chair lest she should start up screaming. Her only thought was to escape from him. One day she hastily packed a few necessaries in a small handbag and crept unperceived from the house. She drove to Charing Cross, but the Continental Express did not leave for an hour, and she had time to think. Of what use was it? Her slender stock of money would soon be gone. How could she live? He would find her and follow her. It was all so hopeless. Suddenly a fierce desire of life seized hold of her, the angry answer of her young blood to despair. Why should she die, never having known what it was to live? Why should she prostrate herself before this juggernaut of other people's respectability? Joy called to her. Only her own cowardice stayed her from stretching forth her hand and gathering it. She returned home a different woman, for hope had come to her. A week later, the butler entered the dining room and handed Blake a letter addressed to him in his wife's handwriting. He took it without a word, as though he had been expecting it. It simply told him that she had left him forever. The world is small, and money commands many services. Sennett had gone out for a stroll. Edith was left in the tiny salon of their appartement at Fécamp. It was the third day of their arrival in the town. The door was opened and closed, and Blake stood before her. She rose frightened, but by a motion he reassured her. There was a quiet dignity about the man that was strange to her. "Why have you followed me?" she asked. "I want you to return home." "Home?" she cried. "You must be mad. Do you not know—" He interrupted her vehemently. "I know nothing. I wish to know nothing. Go back to London at once. I have made everything right. No one suspects. I shall not be there. You will never see me again, and you will have an opportunity of undoing your mistake. Our mistake." She listened. Hers was not a great nature, and the desire to obtain happiness without paying the price was strong upon her. As for his good name, what could that matter, he urged. People would only say that he had gone back to the evil from which he had emerged, and few would be surprised. His life would go on much as it had done, and she would only be pitied. She quite understood his plan. It seemed mean of her to accept his proposal, and she argued feebly against it. But he overcame all her objections. For his own sake, he told her, he would prefer the scandal to be connected with his name rather than with that of his wife. As he unfolded his scheme, she began to feel that in acquiescing she was conferring a favor. It was not the first deception he had arranged for the public, and he appeared to be half in love with his own cleverness. She even found herself laughing at his mimicry of what this acquaintance and that would say. Her spirits rose. The play that might have been a painful drama seemed turning out an amusing farce. The thing settled, he rose to go and held out his hand. As she looked up into his face, something about the line of his lips smote upon her. "You will be well rid of me," she said. "I have brought you nothing but trouble." "Oh, trouble," he answered. "If that were all. A man can bear trouble." "What else?" she asked. His eyes traveled aimlessly about the room. "They taught me a lot of things when I was a boy. he said, my mother and others. They meant well, which as I grew older I discovered to be lies, and so I came to think that nothing good was true, and that everything and everybody was evil. And then his wandering eyes came round to her, and he broke off abruptly. Goodbye, he said, and the next moment he was gone. She sat wondering for a while what he had meant. Then Sennett returned, and the words went out of her head. A good deal of sympathy was felt for Mrs. Blake. The man had a charming wife. He might have kept straight. But, as his friends added, Blake always was a cad. End of Reginald Blake, Financier and Cad, by Jerome K. Jerome, read by John DeForest.
Springtime a la carte by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suzanne Houghton. Springtime a la carte by O. Henry. It was a day in March. Never, never begin a story this way when you write one. No opening could possibly be worse. It is unimaginative, flat, dry, and likely to consist of mere wind. But in this instance it is allowable. For the following paragraph, which should have inaugurated the narrative, is too wildly extravagant and preposterous to be flaunted in the face of the reader without preparation. Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Think of a New York girl shedding tears on the menu card. To account for this, you will be allowed to guess that the lobsters were all out, or that she had sworn ice cream off during Lent, or that she had ordered onions, or that she had just come from a Hackett matinee. And then, all these theories being wrong, you will please let the story proceed. The gentleman who announced that the world was an oyster which he with his sword would open made a larger hit than he deserved. It is not difficult to open an oyster with a sword. But did you ever notice anyone try to open the terrestrial bivalve with a typewriter? Like to wait for a dozen raw open that way? Sarah had managed to pry apart the shells with her unhandy weapon far enough to nibble a wee bit at the cold and clammy world within. She knew no more shorthand than if she had been a graduate in stenography just let slip upon the world by a business college. So, not being able to stenog, she could not enter that bright galaxy of office talent. She was a freelance typewriter and canvassed for odd jobs of copying. The most brilliant and crowning feat of Sarah's battle with the world was the deal she made with Schulenburg's home restaurant. The restaurant was next door to the old red brick in which she hall-roomed. One evening after dining at Schulenburg's 40-cent 5-course table d'hôte, served as fast as you throw the 5 baseballs at the colored gentleman's head, Sarah took away with her the bill of fare. It was written in an almost unreadable script, neither English nor German, and so arranged that if you were not careful you began with a toothpick and rice pudding, and ended with soup and the day of the week. The next day Sarah showed Schulenburg a neat card on which the menu was beautifully typewritten, with the viands temptingly marshaled under their right and proper heads from hors d'oeuvre to not responsible for overcoats and umbrellas. Schulenburg became a naturalized citizen on the spot. Before Sarah left him, she had him willingly committed to an agreement. She was to furnish typewritten bills of fare for the 21 tables in the restaurant, a new bill for each day's dinner, and new ones for breakfast and lunch as often as changes occurred in the food or as neatness required. In return for this, Schulenburg was to send 3 meals per diem to Sarah's hall-room by a waiter, an obsequious one if possible, and furnish her each afternoon with a pencil draft of what fate had in store for Schulenburg's customers on the morrow. Mutual satisfaction resulted from the agreement. Schulenburg's patrons now knew what the food they ate was called, even if its nature sometimes puzzled them, and Sarah had food during a cold, dull winter, which was the main thing with her. And then the almanac lied and said that spring had come. Spring comes when it comes. The frozen snows of January still lay like adamant in the crosstown streets. The hand organs still played in the good old summertime with their December vivacity and expression. Men began to make 30-day notes to buy Easter dresses. Janitors shut off steam. And when these things happen, one may know that the city is still in the clutches of winter. One afternoon Sarah shivered in her elegant hall bedroom. House-heated, scrupulously clean, conveniences seemed to be appreciated. She had no work to do except Schulenburg's menu cards. Sarah sat in her squeaky willow rocker and looked out the window. The calendar on the wall kept crying to her, "Springtime is here, Sarah. Springtime is here, I tell you. Look at me, Sarah, my figures show it. You've got a neat figure yourself, Sarah, a nice springtime figure. Why do you look out the window so sadly?" Sarah's room was at the back of the house. Looking out the window, she could see the windowless rear brick wall of the box factory on the next street. But the wall was clear as crystal, and Sarah was looking down a grassy lane, shaded with cherry trees and elms, and bordered with raspberry bushes and Cherokee roses. Spring's real harbingers are too subtle for the eye and ear. Some must have the flowering crocus, the wood-starring dogwood, the voice of bluebird. Even so gross a reminder as the farewell handshake of the retiring buckwheat and oyster before they can welcome the lady in green to their dull bosoms. But to old Earth's choicest kin there come straight, sweet messages from his newest bride, telling them they shall be no stepchildren unless they choose to be. On the previous summer, Sarah had gone into the country and loved a farmer. In writing your story, never hark back thus. It is bad art and cripples interest. Let it march. March. Sarah stayed 2 weeks at Sunnybrook Farm. There she learned to love old Farmer Franklin's son, Walter. Farmers have been loved and wedded and turned out to grass in less time, but young Walter Franklin was a modern agriculturist. He had a telephone in his cowhouse, and he could figure up exactly what effect next year's Canada wheat crop would have on potatoes planted in the dark of the moon. It was in this shaded and raspberried lane that Walter had wooed and won her, and together they had sat and woven a crown of dandelions for her hair. He had immoderately praised the effect of yellow blossoms against her brown tresses, and she had left the chaplet there and walked back to the house, swinging her straw sailor in her hands. They were to marry in the spring, at the very first signs of spring, Walter said. And Sarah came back to the city to pound her typewriter. A knock at the door dispelled Sarah's visions of that happy day. A waiter had brought the rough pencil draft of the home restaurant's next-day fare in old Schulenburg's angular hand. Sarah sat down to her typewriter and slipped a card between the rollers. She was a nimble worker. Generally, in an hour and a half, the 21 menu cards were written and ready. Today there were more changes on the bill of fare than usual. The soups were lighter. Pork was eliminated from the entrees, figuring only with Russian turnips among the roasts. The gracious spirit of spring pervaded the entire menu. Lamb, that lately capered on the greening hillsides, was becoming exploited with the sauce that commemorated its gambols. The song of the oyster, though not silenced, was diminuendo con amore. The frying pan seemed to be held inactive behind the beneficent bars of the broiler. The pie list swelled. The richer puddings had vanished. The sausage, with his drapery wrapped about him, barely lingered in a pleasant thanatopsis with the buckwheats and the sweet but doomed maple. Sarah's fingers danced like midgets above a summer stream. Down through the courses she worked, giving each item its position according to its length with an accurate eye. Just above the desserts came the list of vegetables: carrots and peas, asparagus on toast, the perennial tomatoes and corn and succotash, lima beans, cabbage, and then... Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Tears from the depths of some divine despair rose in her heart and gathered to her eyes. Down went her head on the little typewriter stand. and the keyboard rattled a dry accompaniment to her moist sobs. For she had received no letter from Walter in 2 weeks, and the next item on the bill of fare was dandelions. Dandelions with some kind of egg. But bother the egg, dandelions, with whose golden blooms Walter had crowned her his queen of love and future bride. Dandelions, the harbingers of spring, her sorrow's crown of sorrow, reminder of her happiest days. Madam, I dare you to smile until you suffer this test. Let the Maréchal Niel roses that Percy brought you on the night you gave him your heart be served as a salad with French dressing before your eyes at a Schulenburg table d'hôte. Had Juliet so seen her love tokens dishonored, the sooner would she have sought the Lethean herbs of the good apothecary. But what a witch's spring! Into the great cold city of stone and iron, a message had to be sent. There was none to convey it but the little hardy courier of the fields with his rough green coat and modest air. He is a true soldier of fortune, this Dent de Lion, this lion's tooth, as the French chefs call him. Flowered, he will assist at love-making, wreathed in my lady's nut-brown hair. Young and callow and unblossomed, he goes into the boiling pot and delivers the word of his sovereign mistress. By and by, Sarah forced back her tears. The cards must be written. But still, in a faint golden glow from her dandelionine dream, she fingered the typewriter keys absently for a little while, with her mind and heart in the meadow lane with her young farmer. But soon she came swiftly back to the rock-bound lanes of Manhattan, and the typewriter began to rattle and jump like a strike-breaker's motor car. At 6 o'clock the waiter brought her dinner, and carried away the typewritten bill of fare. When Sarah ate, she set aside with a sigh the dish of dandelions with its crowning ovarious accompaniment. As this dark mass had been transformed from a bright and love-endorsed flower to be an ignominious vegetable, so had her summer hopes wilted and perished. Love may, as Shakespeare said, feed on itself. But Sarah could not bring herself to eat the dandelions that had graced, as ornaments, the first spiritual banquet of her heart's true affection. At 7:30, the couple in the next room began to quarrel. The man in the room above sought for A on his flute. The gas went a little lower. 3 coal wagons started to unload, the only sound of which the phonograph is jealous. Cats on the back fences slowly retreated toward Mukden. By these signs, Sarah knew that it was time for her to read. She got out The Cloister and the Hearth, the best non-selling book of the month, settled her feet on her trunk, and began to wander with Gerard. The front doorbell rang. The landlady answered it. Sarah left Gerard and Dennis treed by a bear and listened. Oh, yes, she would, just as she did. And then a strong voice was heard in the hall below, and Sarah jumped for her door, leaving the book on the floor and the first round easily the bear's. You have guessed it. She reached the top of the stairs just as her farmer came up, 3 at a jump, and reaped and garnered her with nothing left for the gleaners. "Why haven't you written? Oh, why?" cried Sarah. "New York is a pretty large town," said Walter Franklin. "I came in a week ago to your old address. I found that you went away on a Thursday. That consoled some. It eliminated the possible Friday bad luck. But it didn't prevent my hunting for you with police and otherwise ever since." "I wrote," said Sarah vehemently. "Never got it." "Then how did you find me?" The young farmer smiled a springtime smile. "I dropped into that home restaurant next door this evening," said he. "I don't care who knows it. I like a dish of some kind of greens at this time of the year. I ran my eye down that nice typewritten bill of fare looking for something in that line. When I got below cabbage, I turned my chair over and hollered for the proprietor. He told me where you lived." "I remember," sighed Sarah happily. "That was dandelions below cabbage." "I'd know that cranky capital W way above the line that your typewriter makes anywhere in the world," said Franklin. "Well, there's no W in dandelions," said Sarah, in surprise. The young man drew the bill of fare from his pocket and pointed to a line. Sarah recognized the first card she had typewritten that afternoon. There was still the rayed splotch in the upper right-hand corner where a tear had fallen. But over the spot where one should have read the name of the meadow plant, the clinging memory of their golden blossoms had allowed her fingers to strike strange keys. Between the red cabbage and the stuffed green peppers was the item, "Dearest Walter," with hard-boiled egg. End of Springtime a la carte by O. Henry.
Sun-Dried by Edna Ferber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Sun-Dried by Edna Ferber. There come those times in the life of every woman when she feels that she must wash her hair at once. And then she does it. The feeling may come upon her suddenly, without warning, at any hour of the day or night, or its approach may be slow and insidious, so that the victim does not at first realize what it is that fills her with that sensation of unrest. But once in the clutches of the idea, she knows no happiness, no peace, until she has donned a kimono, gathered up 2 bath towels, a spray, and the green soap, and she breathes again only when, head dripping, she makes for the backyard, the sitting room radiator, or the side porch, depending on her place of residence and the time of year. Mary Louise was seized with the feeling at 10 o'clock on a joyous June morning. She tried to fight it off because she had got to that stage in the construction of her story where her hero was beginning to talk and act a little more like a real live man, and a little less like a clothing store dummy. By the way, they don't seem to be using those pink and white, black mustachioed figures any more. Another good simile gone. Mary Louise had been battling with that hero for a week. He wouldn't make love to the heroine. In vain had Mary Louise striven to instill red blood into his watery veins. He and the beauteous heroine were as far apart as they had been on page 1 of the typewritten manuscript. Mary Louise was developing nerves over him. She had bitten her fingernails and twisted her hair into corkscrews over him. She had risen every morning at the chaste hour of 7, breakfasted hurriedly, tidied the tiny 2-room apartment, and sat down in the unromantic morning light to wrestle with her stick of a hero. She had made her heroine a creature of grace, wit, and loveliness, but thus far the hero had not once clasped her to him fiercely, or pressed his lips to her hair, her eyes, her cheeks. Nay, as the story writers would put it, he hadn't even devoured her with his gaze. This morning, however, he had begun to show some signs of life. He was developing possibilities. Whereupon, at this critical stage in the story-writing game, the hair-washing mania seized Mary Louise. She tried to dismiss the idea. She pushed it out of her mind and slammed the door. It only popped in again. Her fingers wandered to her hair. Her eyes wandered to the June sunshine outside. The hero was left poised, arms outstretched, an unquenchable love-light burning in his eyes, while Mary Louise mused thus: "It certainly feels sticky. It's been 6 weeks at least, and I could sit here by the window in the sun and dry it." With a jerk she brought her straying fingers away from her hair, and her wandering eyes away from the sunshine, and her runaway thoughts back to the typewritten page. For 3 minutes the snap of the little disks crackled through the stillness of the tiny apartment. Then, suddenly, as though succumbing to an irresistible force, Mary Louise rose, walked across the room, a matter of 6 steps, removing hairpins as she went, and shoved aside the screen which hid the stationary washbowl by day. Mary Louise turned on a faucet and held her finger under it, while an agonized expression of doubt and suspense overspread her features. Slowly the look of suspense gave way to a smile of beatific content. A sigh, deep, soul-filling, satisfied, welled up from Mary Louise's breast. The water was hot. Half an hour later Head swathed, turban fashion, in a towel, Mary Louise strolled over to the window. Then she stopped, aghast. In that half hour the sun had slipped just around the corner, and was now beating brightly and uselessly against the brick wall a few inches away. Slowly Mary Louise unwound the towel, bent double in the contortionistic attitude that women assume on such occasions, and watched with melancholy eyes while the drops trickled down to the ends of her hair and fell, unsunned, to the floor. If only, thought Mary Louise bitterly, there was such a thing as a backyard in the city, a backyard where I could squat on the grass in the sunshine and the breeze. Maybe there is. I'll ask the janitor. She bound her hair in the turban again, and opened the door. At the far end of the long dim hallway, Charlie, the janitor, was doing something to the floor with a mop and a great deal of sloppy water, whistling the while with a shrill abandon that had announced his presence to Mary Louise. "Oh, Charlie!" called Mary Louise. "Charlie! Can you come here just a minute?" "You bet," answered Charlie, with the accent on the "you," and came. "Charlie, is there a backyard or something where the sun is, you know, some nice grassy place where I can sit and dry my hair and let the breezes blow it?" "Backyard?" grinned Charlie. "I guess you're new to New York, all right. With ground costin' $1 million or so a foot, not much they ain't no backyard, unless you'd give that name to an ash barrel and a dump heap or so, and a crop of tin cans. I wouldn't invite a goat to set in it." Disappointment curved Mary Louise's mouth. It was a lovely enough mouth at any time, but when it curved in disappointment, janitors are but human after all. "Tell you what, though," said Charlie, "I'll let you up on the roof. It ain't long on grassy spots up there, but say, breeze, like a summer resort. On a clear day you can see way over as far as 8th Avenue. Only for the love of Mike don't blab it to the other women folks in the buildin', or I'll have the whole works of 'em usin' the roof for a general sun, massage, and beauty parlor. Come on." "I'll never breathe it to a soul," promised Mary Louise, solemnly. "Oh, wait a minute." She turned back into her room, appearing again in a moment with something green in her hand. "What's that?" asked Charlie, suspiciously. Mary Louise, speeding down the narrow hallway after Charlie, blushed a little. It's parsley," she faltered. "Parsley!" exploded Charlie. "Well, what the—" "Well, you see, I'm from the country," explained Mary Louise, "and in the country at this time of year, when you dry your hair in the backyard, you get the most wonderful scent of green and growing things. Not only of flowers, you know, but of the new things just coming up in the vegetable garden. Well, this parsley happens to be the only really gardeny thing I have, so I thought I'd bring it along and sniff it once in a while, and make believe it's the country up there on the roof." Halfway up the perilous little flight of stairs that led to the roof, Charlie, the janitor, turned to gaze down at Mary Louise, who was just behind, and keeping fearfully out of the way of Charlie's heels. "Women," observed Charlie, the janitor, "is nothin' but little girls in long skirts and their hair done up." "I know it," giggled Mary Louise, and sprang up on the roof, looking, with her towel-swathed head, like a Lady Aladdin leaping from her underground grotto. The two stood there for a moment, looking up at the blue sky, and all about at the June sunshine. "If you go up high enough," observed Mary Louise, "the sunshine is almost the same as it is in the country, isn't it?" "I shouldn't wonder," said Charlie, "though Calvary Cemetery is about as near as I'll ever get to the country. Say, you can set here on this soap box and let your feet hang down. The last janitor's wife used to hang her washin' up here, I guess. I'll leave this door open, see?" "You're so kind," smiled Mary Louise. "Can you blame me?" retorted the gallant Charles, and vanished. Mary Louise, perched on the soap box, unwound her turban, draped the damp towel over her shoulders, and shook out the wet masses of her hair. Now, the average girl shaking out the wet masses of her hair looks like a drowned rat. But nature had been kind to Mary Louise. She had given her hair that curled in little ringlets when wet, and that waved in all the right places when dry. Just now it hung in damp, shining strands on either side of her face, so that she looked almost remarkably like one of those oval-faced, great-eyed, red-lipped women that the old Italian artists were so fond of painting. Below her, blazing in the sun, lay the great stone and iron city. Mary Louise shook out her hair idly, with one hand, sniffed her parsley, shut her eyes, threw back her head, and began to sing, beating time with her heel against the soap-box, and forgetting all about the letter that had come that morning, stating that it was not from any lack of merit, etc. She sang, and sniffed her parsley, and waggled her hair in the breeze, and beat time idly with the heel of her little boot, when— "Holy cats!" exclaimed a man's voice. "What is this, anyway? A Coney Island concession gone wrong?" Mary Louise's eyes unclosed in a flash, and Mary Louise gazed upon an irate-looking youngish man, who wore shabby slippers and no collar, with a full-dress air. "I presume that you are the janitor's beautiful daughter?" growled the collarless man. "Well, not precisely," answered Mary Louise, sweetly. "Are you the scrub lady's stalwart son?" "Ha!" exploded the man. "But then all women look alike with their hair down. I ask your pardon, though." "Not at all," replied Mary Louise. "For that matter, all men look like picked chickens with their collars off." At that the collarless man, who until now had been standing on the top step that led up to the roof, came slowly forward, stepped languidly over a skylight or two, draped his handkerchief over a convenient chimney, and sat down, hugging his long, lean legs to him. "Nice up here, isn't it?" he remarked. "It was," said Mary Louise. "Ha!" exploded he again. Then, "Where's your mirror?" he demanded. "Mirror?" echoed Mary Louise. "Certainly. You have the hair, the comb, the attitude, and the general Lorelei effect. Also, your singing lured me to your shores." "You don't look lured," retorted Mary Louise. "You looked lurid." "What's that stuff in your hand?" next demanded he. He really was a most astonishingly rude young man. "Parsley." "Parsley!" shouted he, much as Charlie had done. "Well, what the—" "Back home," elucidated Mary Louise, once more, patiently, "after you've washed your hair you dry it in the back yard, sitting on the grass, in the sunshine and the breeze. And the garden smells come to you, the nasturtiums and the pansies and the geraniums, you know, and even that clean grass smell, and the pungent vegetable odor, and there are ants, and bees, and butterflies—" "Go on," urged the young man, eagerly. "And Mrs. Next Door comes out to hang up a few stockings and a jabot or two, or so, and a couple of baby dresses that she has just rubbed through, and she calls out to you, 'Washed your hair?' 'Yes,' you say, 'it was something awful, and I wanted it nice for Tuesday night, but I suppose I won't be able to do a thing with it.' And then Mrs. Next Door stands there a minute on the clothes-reel platform, with the wind whipping her skirts about her, and the fresh smell of the growing things coming to her, and suddenly she says, 'I guess I'll wash mine, too, while the baby's asleep.'" The collarless young man rose from his chimney, picked up his handkerchief, and moved to the chimney just next to Mary Louise's soap-box. "Live here?" he asked, in his impolite way. "If I did not, do you think that I would choose this as the one spot in all New York in which to dry my hair?" "When I said 'live here,' I didn't mean just that. I meant, who are you, and why are you here, and where do you come from, and do you sign your real name to your stuff, or use a nom de plume?" "Why, how did you know?" gasped Mary Louise. "Give me 5 minutes more," grinned the keen-eyed young man, "and I'll tell you what make your typewriter is, and where the last rejection slip came from." "Oh!" said Mary Louise again. "Then you are the scrub lady's stalwart son, and you've been ransacking my waste-basket." Quite unheeding, the collarless man went on. "And so you thought you could write, and you came on to New York. You know one doesn't just travel to New York, or ride to it, or come to it, one comes on to New York. And now you're not so sure about the writing, And back home, what did you do?" "Back home I taught school, and hated it. But I kept on teaching until I'd saved $500. Every other school ma'am in the world teaches until she has saved $500, and then she packs 2 suitcases and goes to Europe from June until September. But I saved my 500 for New York. I've been here 6 months now, and the 500 has shrunk to almost nothing, and if I don't break into the magazines pretty soon, then "Then," said Mary Louise, with a quaver in her voice, "I'll have to go back and teach 37 young devils that 6 times 5 is 30, put down the naught and carry 6, and that the French are a gay people fond of dancing and light wines. But I'll scrimp on everything from hairpins to shoes and back again, including pretty collars and gloves and hats, until I've saved up another 500, and then I'll try it all over again, because I can write." From the depths of one capacious pocket the inquiring man took a small black pipe, from another a bag of tobacco, from another a match. The long, deft fingers made a brief task of it. "I didn't ask you," he said, after the first puff, "because I could see that you weren't the fool kind that objects." Then, with amazing suddenness, "Know any of the editors?" "Know them!" cried Mary Louise. "Know them! If camping on their doorsteps, and haunting the office buildings, and cajoling, and fighting with secretaries, and office boys, and assistants, and things, constitutes knowing them, then we're chums." "What makes you think you can write?" sneered the thin man. Mary Louise gathered up her brush and comb and towel and parsley, and jumped off the soap-box. She pointed belligerently at her tormentor with the hand that held the brush. "Being the scrub lady's stalwart son, you wouldn't understand, but I can write. I shan't go under. I'm going to make this town count me in as the 4,000,001th. Sometimes I get so tired of being nobody at all, with not even enough cleverness in me to wrest a living from this big city, that I long to stand out at the edge of the curbing and take off my hat and wave it and shout, 'Say, you 4,000,000 uncaring people, I'm Mary Louise Moss from Escanaba, Michigan, and I like your town and I want to stay here. Won't you please pay some slight attention to me? No one knows I'm here except myself and the rent collector.'" "And I," put in the rude young man. "Oh, you!" sneered Mary Louise, equally rude. "You don't count." The collarless young man in the shabby slippers smiled a curious little twisted smile. "You never can tell," he grinned. "I might." Then quite suddenly he stood up, knocked the ash out of his pipe, and came over to Mary Louise, who was preparing to descend the steep little flight of stairs. "Look here, Mary Louise Moss from Escanaba, Michigan, you stop trying to write the slop you're writing now. Stop it. Drop the love tales that are like the stuff that everybody else writes. Stop trying to write about New York. You don't know anything about it. Listen. You get back to work and write about Mrs. Next Door, and the hair washing, and the vegetable garden, and bees, and the backyard. Understand? You write the way you talk to me, and then you send your stuff in to Cecil Reeves." "Reeves!" mocked Mary Louise. "Cecil Reeves of the Earth? He wouldn't dream of looking at my stuff. And anyway, it really isn't your affair," and began to descend the stairs. "Well, you know you brought me up here, kicking with your heels and singing at the top of your voice. I couldn't work, so it's really your fault." Then, just as Mary Louise had almost disappeared down the stairway, he put his last astonishing question. "How often do you wash your hair?" he demanded. "Well, back home," confessed Mary Louise, "every 6 weeks or so was enough, but—" "Not here," put in the rude young man, briskly. "Never. That's all very well for the country, but it won't do in the city. Once a week, at least, and on the roof. Cleanliness demands it." "But if I'm going back to the country," replied Mary Louise, "it won't be necessary." "But you're not," calmly said the collarless young man, just as Mary Louise vanished from sight. Down at the other end of the hallway, on Mary Louise's floor, Charlie, the janitor, was doing something to the windows now with a rag and a pail of water. "Get it dry?" he called out, sociably. "Yes, thank you," answered Mary Louise, and turned to enter her own little apartment. Then, hesitatingly, she came back to Charlie's window. There was a man up there, a very tall, very thin, very rude, that is, rather nice, youngish, oldish man, in slippers and no collar. I wonder—" "Oh, him!" snorted Charlie. "He don't show himself onct in a blue moon. None of the other tenants knows he's up there. Has the whole top floor to himself, and shuts himself up there for weeks at a time, writin' books or some such truck. That guy, he owns the building." "Owns the building?" said Mary Louise, faintly. "Why, he looked—" "Sure," grinned Charlie. "That's him. Name's Reeves. Cecil Reeves. Say, ain't that a divil of a name?" End of Sun-Dried, by Edna Ferber.
Tobermory by Saki. H. Munro. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tobermory. It was a chill, rain-washed afternoon of a late August day, that indefinite season when partridges are still in security or cold storage, and there is nothing to hunt, unless one is bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel, in which case one may lawfully gallop after fat red stags. Lady Blemley's house-party was not bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel, hence there was a full gathering of her guests round the tea-table on this particular afternoon. And in spite of the blankness of the season and the triteness of the occasion, there was no trace in the company of that fatigued restlessness which means a dread of the pianola and a subdued hankering for auction bridge. The undisguised, open-mouthed attention of the entire party was fixed on the homely, negative personality of Mr. Cornelius Appin. Of all her guests, he was the one who had come to Lady Blemley with the vaguest reputation. Some one had said he was clever, and he had got his invitation in the moderate expectation, on the part of his hostess, that some portion at least of his cleverness would be contributed to the general entertainment. Until tea-time that day she had been unable to discover in what direction, if any, his cleverness lay. He was neither a wit, nor a croquet champion, a hypnotic force, nor a begetter of amateur theatricals. Neither did his exterior suggest the sort of man in whom women are willing to pardon a generous measure of mental deficiency. He had subsided into mere Mr. Appin, and the Cornelius seemed a piece of transparent baptismal bluff. And now he was claiming to have launched on the world a discovery beside which the invention of gunpowder, the printing press, and of steam locomotion were inconsiderable trifles. Science had made bewildering strides in many directions during recent decades, but this thing seemed to belong to the domain of miracle rather than to scientific achievement. "And do you really ask us to believe," Sir Wilfrid was saying, "that you have discovered a means for instructing animals in the art of human speech, and that dear old Tobermory has proved your first successful pupil?" "It is a problem at which I have worked for the last 17 years," said Mr. Appin, "but only during the last 8 or 9 months have I been rewarded with glimmerings of success. Of course I have experimented with thousands of animals, but latterly only with cats, those wonderful creatures which have assimilated themselves so marvellously with our civilization, while retaining all their highly developed feral instincts. Here and there among cats one comes across an outstanding superior intellect, just as one does among the ruck of human beings, and when I made the acquaintance of Tobermory a week ago, I saw at once that I was in contact with a beyond cat of extraordinary intelligence. I had gone far along the road to success in recent experiments. With Tobermory, as you call him, I have reached the goal." Mr. Appin concluded his remarkable statement in a voice which he strove to divest of a triumphant inflection. No one said "rats," though Clovis's lips moved in a monosyllabic contortion which probably invoked those rodents of disbelief. "And do you mean to say," asked Miss Resker after a slight pause, "that you have taught Tobermory to say and understand easy sentences of one syllable?" "My dear Miss Resker," said the wonder worker patiently, "one teaches little children and savages and backward adults in that piecemeal fashion. When one has once solved the problem of making a beginning with an animal of highly developed intelligence, one has no need for those halting methods. Tobermory can speak our language with perfect correctness." This time Clovis very distinctly said, "Beyond rats." Sir Wilfrid was more polite, but equally sceptical. "Hadn't we better have the cat in and judge for ourselves?" suggested Lady Blemley. Sir Wilfrid went in search of the animal, and the company settled themselves down to the languid expectation of witnessing some more or less adroit drawing-room ventriloquism. In a minute Sir Wilfrid was back in the room, his face white beneath its tan, and his eyes dilated with excitement. "By gad, it's true!" His agitation was unmistakably genuine, and his hearers started forward in a thrill of awakened interest. Collapsing into an armchair, he continued breathlessly, "I found him dozing in the smoking-room, and called out to him to come for his tea. He blinked at me in his usual way, and I said, 'Come on, Toby, don't keep us waiting.' And, by gad, he drawled out in a most horribly natural voice that he'd come when he dashed well pleased. I nearly jumped out of my skin." Appin had preached to absolutely incredulous hearers. Sir Wilfrid's statement carried instant conviction. A Babel-like chorus of startled exclamation arose, amid which the scientist sat mutely enjoying the first fruit of his stupendous discovery. In the midst of the clamour, Tobermory entered the room, and made his way with velvet tread and studied unconcern across to the group seated round the tea-table. A sudden hush of awkwardness and constraint fell on the company. Somehow there seemed an element of embarrassment in addressing on equal terms a domestic cat of acknowledged dental ability. "Will you have some milk, Tobermory?" asked Lady Blemley in a rather strained voice. "I don't mind if I do," was the response, couched in a tone of even indifference. A shiver of suppressed excitement went through the listeners, and Lady Blemley might be excused for pouring out the saucerful of milk rather unsteadily. "I'm afraid I've spilt a good deal of it," she said apologetically. "After all, it's not my Axminster," was Tobermory's rejoinder. Another silence fell on the group, and then Miss Resker, in her best district visitor manner, asked if the human language had been difficult to learn. Tobermory looked squarely at her for a moment, and then fixed his gaze serenely on the middle distance. It was obvious that boring questions lay outside his scheme of life. "What do you think of human intelligence?" asked Mavis Pellington lamely. "Of whose intelligence in particular?" asked Tobermory coldly. "Oh, well, mine, for instance," said Mavis with a feeble laugh. "You put me in an embarrassing position," said Tobermory, whose tone and attitude certainly did not suggest a shred of embarrassment. "When your inclusion in this house party was suggested, Sir Wilfrid protested that you were the most brainless woman of his acquaintance, and that there was a wide distinction between hospitality and the care of the feeble-minded. Lady Blemley replied that your lack of brain power was the precise quality which had earned you your invitation, as you were the only person she could think of who might be idiotic enough to buy their old car. You know, the one they call the envy of Sisyphus, because it goes quite nicely uphill if you push it." Lady Blemley's protestations would have had greater effect if she had not casually suggested to Mavis only that morning that the car in question would be just the thing for her down at her Devonshire home. Major Barfield plunged in heavily to effect a diversion. "How about your carryings on with the tortoise-shell puss up at the stables, eh?" The moment he had said it, everyone realized the blunder. "One does not usually discuss these matters in public," said Tobermory frigidly. "From a slight observation of your ways since you've been in this house, I should imagine you'd find it inconvenient if I were to shift the conversation on to your own little affairs." The panic which ensued was not confined to the Major. "Would you like to go and see if cook has got your dinner ready?" suggested Lady Blemley hurriedly, affecting to ignore the fact that it wanted at least 2 hours to Tobermory's dinner time. "Thanks," said Tobermory. "Not quite so soon after my tea. I don't want to die of indigestion." "Cats have 9 lives, you know," said Sir Wilfrid heartily. "Possibly," answered Tobermory, "but only 1 liver." "Adelaide," said Mrs. Cornett, "do you mean to encourage that cat to go out and gossip about us in the servants' hall?" The panic had indeed become general. A narrow ornamental balustrade ran in front of most of the bedroom windows at the Towers, and it was recalled with dismay that this had formed a favourite promenade for Tobermory at all hours, whence he could watch the pigeons, and heaven knew what else besides. If he intended to become reminiscent in his present outspoken strain, the effect would be something more than disconcerting. Mrs. Cornett, who spent much time at her toilet table, and whose complexion was reputed to be of a nomadic though punctual disposition, looked as ill at ease as the Major. Miss Scrogin, who wrote fiercely sensuous poetry, and led a blameless life, merely displayed irritation. If you are methodical and virtuous in private, you don't necessarily want every one to know it. Bertie Van Tahn, who was so depraved at 17 that he had long ago given up trying to be any worse, turned a dull shade of gardenia white, but he did not commit the error of dashing out of the room like Odo Finsbury, a young gentleman who was understood to be reading for the church, and who was possibly disturbed at the thought of scandals he might hear concerning other people. Clovis had the presence of mind to maintain a composed exterior. Privately he was calculating how long it would take to procure a box of fancy mice through the agency of the Exchange and Mart, as a species of hush-money. Even in a delicate situation like the present, Agnes Resker could not endure to remain too long in the background. "Why did I ever come down here?" she asked dramatically. Tobermory immediately accepted the opening. "Judging by what you said to Mrs. Cornett on the croquet lawn yesterday, you were out for food. You described the Blemleys as the dullest people to stay with that you knew, but said they were clever enough to employ a first-rate cook. Otherwise they'd find it difficult to get anyone to come down a second time." "There's not a word of truth in it. I appeal to Mrs. Cornett," exclaimed the discomfited Agnes. "Mrs. Cornett repeated your remark afterwards to Bertie Van Tahn," continued Tobermory, "and said, 'That woman is a regular hunger marcher. She'd go anywhere for 4 square meals a day. And Bertie Van Tahn said—'" At this point the chronicle mercifully ceased. Tobermory had caught a glimpse of the big yellow Tom from the rectory working his way through the shrubbery towards the stable wing. In a flash he had vanished through the open French window. With the disappearance of his too brilliant pupil, Cornelius Appin found himself beset by a hurricane of bitter upbraiding, anxious inquiry, and frightened entreaty. The responsibility for the situation lay with him, and he must prevent matters from becoming worse. Could Tobermory impart his dangerous gift to other cats? Was the first question he had to answer. It was possible, he replied, that he might have initiated his intimate friend the stable puss into his new accomplishment, but it was unlikely that his teaching could have taken a wider range as yet. "Then," said Mrs. Cornett, "Tobermory may be a valuable cat and a great pet, but I'm sure you'll agree, Adelaide, that both he and the stable cat must be done away with without delay." "You don't suppose I've enjoyed the last quarter of an hour, do you?" said Lady Blemley bitterly. "My husband and I are very fond of Tobermory. At least, we were before this horrible accomplishment was infused into him. But now, of course, the only thing is to have him destroyed as soon as possible." "We can put some strychnine in the scraps he always gets at dinner-time," said Sir Wilfrid, "and I will go and drown the stable cat myself. The coachman will be very sore at losing his pet, but I'll say a very catching form of mange has broken out in both cats, and we're afraid of it spreading to the kennels." "But my great discovery!" expostulated Mr. Appin. After all my years of research and experiment." "You can go and experiment on the shorthorns at the farm, who are under proper control," said Mrs. Cornett. "Or the elephants at the Zoological Gardens. They're said to be highly intelligent, and they have this recommendation, that they don't come creeping about our bedrooms and under chairs, and so forth." An archangel ecstatically proclaiming the millennium, and then finding that it clashed unpardonably with Henley, and would have to be indefinitely postponed, could hardly have felt more crestfallen than Cornelius Appin at the reception of his wonderful achievement. Public opinion, however, was against him. In fact, had the general voice been consulted on the subject, it is probable that a strong minority vote would have been in favour of including him in the strychnine diet. Defective train arrangements and a nervous desire to see matters brought to a finish prevented an immediate dispersal of the party, but dinner that evening was not a social success. Sir Wilfrid had had rather a trying time with the stable cat and subsequently with the coachman. Agnes Resker ostentatiously limited her repast to a morsel of dry toast, which she bit as though it were a personal enemy, while Mavis Pellington maintained a vindictive silence throughout the meal. Lady Blemley kept up a flow of what she hoped was conversation, but her attention was fixed on the doorway. A plateful of carefully dosed fish scraps was in readiness on the sideboard, but sweets and savoury and dessert went their way, and no Tobermory appeared either in the dining-room or kitchen. The sepulchral dinner was cheerful compared with the subsequent vigil in the smoking-room. Eating and drinking had at least supplied a distraction and cloak to the prevailing embarrassment. Bridge was out of the question in the general tension of nerves and tempers, and after Odo Finsbury had given a lugubrious rendering of Melisande in the Wood to a frigid audience, music was tacitly avoided. At 11 the servants went to bed, announcing that the small window in the pantry had been left open as usual for Tobermory's private use. The guests read steadily through the current batch of magazines, and fell back gradually on the Badminton Library and bound volumes of Punch. Lady Blemley made periodic visits to the pantry, returning each time with an expression of listless depression which forestalled questioning. At 2 o'clock Clovis broke the dominating silence. "He won't turn up tonight. He's probably in the local newspaper office at the present moment, dictating the first instalment of his reminiscences. Lady What's-her-name's book won't be in it. It will be the event of the day." Having made this contribution to the general cheerfulness, Clovis went to bed. At long intervals the various members of the house-party followed his example. The servants taking round the early tea made a uniform announcement in reply to a uniform question. Tobermory had not returned. Breakfast was, if anything, a more unpleasant function than dinner had been, but before its conclusion the situation was relieved. Tobermory's corpse was brought in from the shrubbery, where a gardener had just discovered it. From the bites on his throat and the yellow fur which coated his claws, it was evident that he had fallen in unequal combat with the big Tom from the rectory. By midday most of the guests had quitted the Towers, and after lunch Lady Blemley had sufficiently recovered her spirits to write an extremely nasty letter to the rectory about the loss of her valuable pet. Tobermory had been Appin's one successful pupil, and he was destined to have no successor. A few weeks later an elephant in the Dresden Zoological Garden, which had shown no previous signs of irritability, broke loose and killed an Englishman who had apparently been teasing it. The victim's name was variously reported in the papers as Oppen and Eppelin, but his front name was faithfully rendered Cornelius. "If he was trying German irregular verbs on the poor beast," said Clovis, "he deserved all he got." End of Tobermory by Saki. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, March 23, 2010, in San Diego, California.